To seek the dragon and discern the gold, one must navigate the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a new challenge. Chu Xiao, in but a moment, you shall face a calamity of blood, a great omen indeed. The boisterous charcoal-skinned girl brandished a compass, reciting incantations while pointing at the equally shadowy Chu Xiao. Ha! Chu Xiao's gaze swept over the undulating contours of the girl's chest. A great omen, it truly is. Enough of your banter. Zhen Yu glared at Chu Xiao. In just 10 minutes since the commencement of the gene resonance test, 74 lives have been lost. This mortality rate is utterly outrageous. Perhaps we should flee? Flee? Chu Xiao shot her a sidelong glance. Where would we run to? To the outskirts to inhale radioactive fumes, or perhaps to serve as dinner for the dragons. Who would voluntarily venture beyond the city? Zhen Yu looked at her as if she were foolish. Why, of course. We continue to live as the dust people. Though the dust people possess no rights, are subjected to chemical castration, and are even denied the right to end their own lives. We barely have enough to eat, can hardly stay warm, and even clean water is rationed. But at least we are still alive, are we not? I refuse. Chu Xiao's tone was resolute. Even if it means death, I shall not endure another day as a dust person, as one who had perished from the sheer indignation of the Dark Lord's portrayal in Fengshen 2. Chu Xiao had been reborn into this cyberpunk apocalypse, enduring 18 long years as a dust person, living on a daily diet of 3 servings of spirulina, consuming radiation, and breathing air laced with drugs specifically designed to castrate the dust people. All of this was to prepare for the gene resonance test upon reaching adulthood. If his synchronization rate exceeded 60, he would enter the ranks of the Night Watcher's reserves. From there, through rigorous evaluations and unlocking the gene lock, he could acquire his own exoskeleton. With a single leap, he could ascend to the status of elite in the middle zone, completely shedding his identity as a dust person. Should his synchronization rate reach 80 or more, he could directly join the Ashen Camp, becoming an elite force tasked with hunting adult dragons. That would place him among the creme de la creme, enjoying enviable benefits. If he achieved a perfect synchronization rate of 100, he would undoubtedly ascend to the upper class, living a life of indulgence without care. As for the possibility of perishing during the gene resonance test, Chu Xiao was entirely unconcerned. After all, dust people had no right to self-terminate. He had endured enough, and dying in the test might very well be a liberation. Number 89757, that have you prepared your last words? Chu Xiao's gaze was unwavering. I have no last words. Good, very good. The bespectacled official overseeing the gene resonance test adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and handed over a contract. Sign this organ donation agreement, and you may proceed to the testing apparatus. In the unfortunate event of your demise, the Federation will remember your contributions to humanity. Chu Xiao glanced at the 13th clause of the contract. The kidneys of test subjects will be prioritized for anti-aging treatments in the upper zones. He chuckled coldly to himself, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Swiftly signing the contract, he plunged into the testing apparatus, which resembled a nutrient pod. Whir. The sound of the apparatus activating echoed in Chu Xiao's ears. His hands, feet, and neck were tightly restrained by rings made of special metallic materials. Countless metallic probes, glimmering with a sharp cold light, extended from the cross behind Chu Xiao, all plunged into his spinal column. Pain, a pain beyond description, for these probes inflicted not only physical harm, but also unleashed electric shocks within Chu Xiao's body. Countless deep purple arcs of electricity flickered across his convulsing form. Zhen Yu winced at the sight, her chest heaving as unwelcome tears streamed from the corners of her mouth. He smells so good. Is this the aroma of roasted meat? As a dust person, her meals consisted solely of spirulina. What was meat? Zhen Yu had truly never seen and oh no, he's my brother, I cannot eat my brother. Wiping the corners of her mouth, Zhen Yu attempted to maintain her seriousness, but soon more tears betrayed her resolve. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice reverberated through the dawn hall. Chu Xiao, dust person, number 89757, synchronization rate 0. Upon hearing this, those present at the test gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Is he truly the legendary Zero? May heaven bless Jiangcheng City. Some were elated. Heaven bless my foot. Others quickly poured cold water on the excitement. A synchronization rate of 0 means the gene lock cannot be activated, nor can the exoskeleton be utilized. In this era of mobile city-states besieged by dragons, a zeroer is even less than a dust person. But I heard that zeroers possess incredible powers. I also heard that the emergence of a zeroer would bring divine retribution. Wait, the naysayer suddenly realized something was amiss. Why is the city lord here? And he brought 3 ashen camps? Dragon invasion. Nothing unusual. Zhenyu retorted sarcastically. Every time there's a gene resonance test, the Lord always brings 3 night watchers from the Ashen Camp to secure the Dawn Hall. If you didn't understand that, why pretend to be knowledgeable? Just as that person thought he was merely scaring himself, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from above the dome. With a resounding crack, a massive, fiery figure shattered the nanofiber canopy. The king descended from the heavens, furious and fierce. It was a mechanical dragon, woven of flesh and metal. Its steel wings unfurled, slicing through anything that obstructed its path. The anti-air particle cannons that should have activated now lay in silent dormancy. Not even a blaring, blinding alarm sounded. What the hell? Has a crow bless your mouth? Zhenyu cursed under her breath, turning to see that the man had been cleaved into 78 tidy pieces by the shattered canopy. Don't ask why it was 78 pieces. Zhenyu could discern the precise count at a glance. In an instant, nearly all non-combat personnel in the Dawn Hall were obliterated. Chu Xiao. Zhenyu snapped back to reality, wanting to rush over and drag her delicious-smelling brother away, but was stopped by Luo Hong. Non-combat personnel, evacuate immediately. The entire city is on high alert. Luo Hong and the 3 Ashen Camp Night Watchers had donned their exoskeletal armor. Their bodies encased in steel, arcs of electricity crackled around them. This was the typical manifestation of fully activated exoskeleton power, stimulating the gene locks. In that fleeting moment, combat ensued. Exaggerated blue sparks ignited where blades met dragon scales. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the metallic dragon's expansive steel wings suddenly unleashed countless blades. In mere moments, it pierced through the advancing Night Watchers. The exoskeletal armor, designed to withstand the attacks of adult dragons, proved utterly inadequate against the colossal dragon descending from the sky. Even Luo Hong, at the 3rd stage of gene locking, found herself grievously injured, blood spewing from her chest. Fortunately, the steel dragon's target lay elsewhere. Otherwise, Luo Hong would not have survived the second breath. The zeroer. Luo Hong wished to intervene, but her grievous injuries and the inexplicable paralysis of the city's defenses rendered her powerless. She could only watch helplessly as the dragon reared its head, gathering dragon flames directed at Chu Xiao within the testing apparatus. Detected zeroer, spiritual treasure inheritance being transmitted. Please, zeroer, swallow the quantum elixir in a daze. Chu Xiao regained his focus. A pill, straddling the realms of illusion and reality, enveloped in a torrent of data, appeared directly before him. Alongside it was the metallic throat of the flame seed, fully charged. Brilliant purple plasma flames were about to erupt, and death loomed perilously close. Without allowing Chu Xiao time to ponder the situation, he instinctively grabbed the elixir and swallowed it whole. A single elixir swallowed. My fate is mine to command spiritual treasure inheritance activated. Temporarily gains the cultivation of the 9 revolutions golden elixir. The world around Chu Xiao transformed abruptly. No longer were there tangible objects, but rather countless flickering points and lines. He had no understanding of the 9 revolutions golden elixir, nor did he know how to wield its powers. He merely acted on instinct. However, in the eyes of Zhenyu and Luo Hong, the scene unfolded differently. It was as if the nutrient pods testing apparatus melted away beneath the dragon flames of the flame seed. The malnourished, frail youth emerged unscathed amidst the inferno. He strolled leisurely within the dragon flames, directly into the gaping maw of the steel dragon. Countless quantum buzzes echoed from within the steel dragon, the lament of its alloy bones fracturing. Coated in viscous dragon blood, Chu Xiao remained oblivious to his plight. He tore open a massive gash within the flame seed, leaping forth from the dragon's spine. The steel heart, encrusted with bronze moss, pulsed at his fingertips. It then condensed into an elixir, straddling the line between the real and the unreal, wrapped in a torrent of data, which Chu Xiao swallowed. The once formidable steel dragon, now rendered helpless before Chu Xiao, resembled a mere toy. He tore it apart at will, discarding it carelessly. Chapter 2. Your younger brother has awakened. In the upper district of the mobile city-state, within the interrogation room of the Jiangcheng Lord's mansion, Chu Xiao was seated upon a terrifyingly designed lie detector. His limbs were secured by metallic rings, and countless metal probes were inserted into his head and spine, the core components of the lie detector. These probes connected to the subject's spinal and cranial nerves, monitoring the subtlest physiological changes of the person being interrogated. Should any deceitful behavior be detected, the device would unleash a truth-revealing pulse of a specific frequency, rendering the liar utterly incapacitated while compelling them to divulge the most deeply buried secrets within. However, this truth pulse possessed a critically lethal flaw. Once activated, the liar would either become a vegetable or a fool, rendering them incapable of revealing any further useful information. Typically, it was employed only as a last resort in interrogations. Name: Chu Xiao. Age: just turned 18. What did you do after the dragon invasion? I transformed points into lines. This was the truth, as both the lie detector and Chu Xiao himself believed, after temporarily acquiring the cultivation of the 9-turn golden elixir. His perception had been consumed by ever-jumping and flickering points and lines. From Chu Xiao's perspective, he had indeed merely transformed a point into a line. Nothing more. Silence enveloped the interrogation room. This question had been asked 99 times. With several lie detectors replaced, yet no discrepancies had been uncovered. In a separate interrogation room across the way, Jinyu, one of the 2 surviving commoners from the Dawn Hall, was undergoing a similar interrogation, albeit with slightly different questions. What did you see after the dragon invasion? I witnessed the night watchman fighting valiantly, nearly to the last man. Jinyu, with a face covered in soot, opened his large eyes wide. I saw a lord by charging alone at the burning city seat. He entered through its mouth, then tore a gash in its interior. Bathed in dragon blood, he swallowed its heart and ripped apart the mechanical dragon. This question, too, had been posed over 90 times, with numerous lie detectors changed without any response. Zhen Yu's account appeared unequivocally true. In the private surgical room of the Lord's mansion, a bespectacled surgeon was performing an operation on Bai Lung, but a large screen behind him displayed the scenes from the interrogation room, where a mechanical eye intently focused on the unfolding events. Someone among them must be lying. The mechanical eye suddenly voiced in Bai Lung's tone, "My lord, you are suffering from paranoia." The bespectacled surgeon replied lightly, wielding a scalpel inscribed with the characters Zihong in small seal script in one hand and a plasma spray gun in the other. Amidst the dazzlingly rapid surgical maneuvers on Bai Lung's shattered yet alabaster body, all survivors in the Dawn Hall could attest to the veracity of Zhen Yu's words at that moment. Commoner Chu Xiao was also grappling with the aftereffects of the test. His consciousness muddled and perceptions distorted. For him to utter the phrase about transforming points into lines was entirely reasonable. They are not lying. At least, that is what both I and the lie detector believe. Could it be? You do not trust your own memories? Huh? The mechanical eye scoffed. Dr. Liu, do not apply human reasoning to my suspicions. As the lord of the mobile city-state, I have a special chip implanted in my electronic eye that connects directly to the intelligent mechanism T-Dao. Under the vast computational influence of the T-Dao, I possess an instinctual sense. Right now, this instinct tells me that one of those 2 is definitely lying. I even suspect that the memories of everyone in the Dawn Hall have been covertly altered. Dr. Lu Muyun's hand froze, the reflection of his glasses obscuring his gaze. So, the intelligent mechanism T-Dao is already aware of the existence of the reverters. No, the mechanical eye replied with a hint of irritation. Each gene resonance test is conducted strictly according to a lunar cycle of 49 days. During the transition of cycles, the T-Dao's perception is shielded by the blue star. That I truly do not understand who established this regulation. It seems to prevent the reverters, yet it is scheduled during a time when the T-Dao cannot observe. How perplexing! How splendid! Lu Muyun suddenly exclaimed, a statement that the mechanical eye could not comprehend. It was only when the scalpel, inscribed with the characters Zihong, emitted a peculiar purple radiance that it realized the implication. It was you, the culprit that silenced the anti-aircraft particle cannon, the mechanical traitor. With precision, the sharp scalpel pierced the pupil of the mechanical eye. Under the influence of the purple radiance, the mechanical will within the eye rapidly dissipated, rendering it unable to return to the T-Dao's database for revival. Playing with the now lifeless electronic eye, Lu Mu Yun remained squinting. He then seized the scalpel and cut open his own chest, revealing a mechanical heart overgrown with bronze moss inside. Blood mixed with oil trickled from Lu Mu Yun's fingertips. Upon sensing the electronic eye's presence, the mechanical heart seemed to come to life, sprouting a gaping maw that devoured the electronic eye whole. With everything in place, Lu Mu Yun stuffed the heart into Bai Luoheng's shattered chest cavity. Humanity should not submit to the machines. From this moment forth, I am Bai Luoheng, the Lord of Jiangcheng. Damn it, the life of a reverter means nothing. After the interrogation, they didn't even attempt to save him. Zhen Yu, supporting the blood-soaked and utterly weakened Chu Xiao, shouted angrily at Lu Mu Yun. What about the nanobots for repairs? You give them to me, but not to my brother. What does that mean? Are reverters even deemed less than us expendables? I apologize. Lu Mu Yun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The genetic sequence of reverters is unique. The nanobots would incapacitate them upon entry to ITS, not that we do not wish to help. But it is simply impossible. As you know, due to the breakdown of human civilization, our basic medical methods are quite rudimentary. In the absence of effective nanobots, we can only provide rudimentary bandaging. Given his current condition, I advise observation in the hospital. However, considering your financial situation, I fear you may lack sufficient credit to cover the exorbitant treatment costs. Stop wasting time. Chu Xiao mustered his strength. We are leaving. Damn it. Zhen Yu spat angrily at Lu Mu Yun. With you power-hungry types around, humanity is doomed. Under the disdainful gazes of others, Zhen Yu carried the frail youth on his back and exited the Lord's mansion. Returning to their modest 3-square-meter hive, I feel like you've gotten heavier. Zhen Yu carefully placed Chu Xiao on the bed, his cheeks flushed and drenched in sweat. For some reason, this made Chu Xiao momentarily perceive her as quite alluring. How strange. Chu Xiao forced a smile. I feel like you've become more beautiful. Huh? Zhen Yu immediately became alert, her eyes darting downward, widening in surprise. What the hell? Your younger brother has awakened. As Chu Xiao glanced downward, the smile that had just emerged vanished instantly. Zhen Yu quickly grasped the situation, her face filled with dread. In your condition, you certainly won't pass the daily physical exams. If the drug castration remains ineffective, will they cut you off permanently, once and for all? What if? Chu Xiao scoffed. To avoid wasting resources, those elites in the middle district will undoubtedly do just that. What should we do then? Zhen Yu pulled out a divination compass. How about I read your fortune? No, Chu Xiao had already made up his mind. I must leave the city. Chapter 3. The cyber world embraces mysticism. Truly marvelous. Are you insane? Zhen Yu grasped Chu Xiao's shoulder firmly. Listen to me. Even though you would have to part from your younger brother in the city, at least you can still live. No. Wait. Zhen Yu suddenly released her grip, realization dawning. Your genetic sequence is unique. The nanobots cannot repair you. If you lose your younger brother, with the dire medical conditions in the city, you are doomed. Then let's leave the city. I will accompany you. Despite Zhen Yu's boisterous demeanor and flowery language, her intellect surpassed that of Chu Xiao. In her self-directed musings, she had successfully persuaded herself that weren't you quite willing to be a commoner. Chu Xiao displayed a peculiar expression. There's no need for you to accompany me outside to inhale radioactive toxins. Damn it. Mentioning this made Zhen Yu furious. If there were a choice, who in the world would want to be a commoner? I have long since had my fill of this cursed life. If it weren't for needing to care for a big shot like you, I would have run off to dance with dragons long ago. Why would I remain here as an expendable? TSK, TSK, TSK. Chu Xiao wore a look of disdain. After all these years, I've always regarded you as a sister, and yet you wish to be my mother. Zhen Yu, you best wake up a little. I am leaving the city because I have a plan, and I possess the capability. What do you have? A divination compass. A fortune-telling method. Don't underestimate fortune-telling. Zhen Yu retorted, her expression one of indignation. This is serious mysticism, you know. Do you understand mysticism? Right. Chu Xiao dismissively remarked, discussing metaphysics in the cyber world is simply marvelous. Stop your prattle. Zhen Yu shot him a glare. Quickly divulge your plan and abilities. Chu Xiao gestured to the collar around his neck, marked with the Dust Citizen Identification Number. This collar served as the identification for Dust citizens, capable of detecting the wearer's self-destructive tendencies, once such emotions arose. The collar would discharge a paralyzing current, rendering the individual unconscious. This was the fundamental reason why Dust citizens lacked the right to suicide. With this device in place, any attempt to leave the city would necessitate following the proper channels. Recently, several teams of night owls have been recruiting dust citizens for archaeological excavations that we could apply and accompany them outside the city, in the era of mobile city-states. Archaeology is a popular endeavor and one of the most conventional paths to sudden wealth and social elevation. Why does humanity appear to possess a plethora of advanced technologies, yet can merely administer rudimentary bandages to address Chu Xiao's injuries? This is because the relevant technology concerning nanobots was unearthed from underground. This also includes concepts related to gene locks and accompanying exoskeleton technology, that it's even rumored that someone once excavated a flying sword from an underground relic, suggesting that in ancient times, individuals practiced cultivation. Of course, these are merely rumors, yet they circulate widely among dust citizens with a synchronization rate below 60. Jinyu is one of them, a fervent enthusiast of cultivation. According to her, the Bagua compass she possesses is a genuine artifact of cultivation excavated from the earth. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's plan, Jinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to go. I absolutely must go. Even if it means death, I wish to perish at the archaeological site. Jinyu eagerly gazed at Chu Xiao, brimming with anticipation. So, what are your abilities? Are they akin to the extraordinary powers that emerge after unlocking gene locks? Chu Xiao grinned. You might not believe it when I tell you that I can cultivate. What vision you touched Chu Xiao's forehead? You're not running a fever, are you? Why on earth would you start spouting nonsense in broad daylight? Could it be that I've influenced you, and you've become a cultivation enthusiast too? The two had been dust citizens in Jiangcheng City since birth. If not for Jinyu's extraordinary koi physique, Chu Xiao might not have survived to adulthood, succumbing instead to an unknown virus. For Chu Xiao, Jinyu is a genuine brother with whom he could share life and death. He also yearned to lead his good brother out of the depths of dust citizen suffering. The fact that he possessed extraordinary powers could hardly be concealed. So he decided to be transparent. I speak the truth. Chu Xiao pointed to his abdomen. Within my dantian resides a quantum golden core that lies between reality and illusion. I can refine the mechanical heart of a dragon into a similar quantum golden core, consuming it to enhance my cultivation. Is that true? Jinyu, skeptical, reached out. Let me feel. Jinyu raised an eyebrow. When did you develop abs? Is this quantum golden core responsible for that? Perhaps, Chu Xiao replied uncertainly. I was too preoccupied with the interrogation earlier to investigate. I need to study the specifics to find out. Jinyu chose to believe him for now, excitedly rubbing her hands together. We are family. So let's not keep secrets. Can I cultivate this quantum golden core too? Chu Xiao pondered. If you're also a nullifier like me, I suspect you might be able to. Then forget it. Jinyu's interest waned. Gene resonance testing. Only a fool would undertake that. As long as I don't do it, I am effectively SCHR Dinger's nullifier. Who knows, I might actually cultivate a quantum golden core. Chu Xiao twitched his lips. You truly are a little genius. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Focus on your own quantum golden core. I'll go gather some information. As Jinyu prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled something. Retrieving 2 cups of spirulina from the ration cabinet and handing them to Chu Xiao. I've been on a diet lately, so I must rely on you to finish this spirulina for me. Thanks for that. Watching Jinyu's slender figure, even more so than his own, Chu Xiao chuckled softly. Don't let your ominous signs disappear. Go away. Ha! Chu Xiao felt a warm glow in his heart, laughing joyfully. The life of a dust citizen is hardly bearable, especially for an adult burdened with memories of a past life. Without Jinyu, this beacon of joy, Chu Xiao might have succumbed to madness due to psychological issues long ago. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao downed the 2 cups of spirulina in one go. He then slapped his face, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged, focusing intently on the quantum golden core within his dantian. Name, Chu Xiao. Realm, First Transformation Golden Core, 50. Combat power, equivalent to 5 exoskeleton warriors who have unlocked the first-level gene lock. Dan Shi. 1. Vitality, 20. Lifespan, 74 hours. The familiar system panel. Dan Shi corresponds to the blue bar, while vitality equates to physical strength. Simple and straightforward, easy to comprehend. However, the final line regarding lifespan left Chu Xiao feeling utterly unsettled. After awakening the system with such difficulty, he discovered he had only 74 hours to live. Brother, lend me a hand. The anticipated electronic voice did not materialize, as if this system were merely a tool devoid of any intelligent AI. What a piece of junk. What kind of system is this, providing only a character panel? Where is the promised spiritual treasure inheritance, Jiangcheng crossing tribulation record? What about the exquisite sword array? No techniques, no artifacts. Just a method to refine a dragon's heart into a golden core, without even knowing how to recover mana. I fear I might be cultivating a false path, no matter how much Chu Xiao vented in his mind. No one responded. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he suddenly saw his spiritual platform enveloped in chaotic primordial chi. Unable to resist, he turned his consciousness inward, and his awareness materialized. Arriving in an ancient, fragrant place resembling a Taoist temple. He sat upon a jade cushion on a high platform, instinctively turning around to see a bright mirror suspended above. In the mirror, mist swirled, eventually coalescing into several ancient characters. Welcome the spiritual treasure celestial sovereign back to the palace. Chapter 4. The return of the spiritual treasure, reopening the primordial world. You say I am the spiritual treasure celestial sovereign? Chu Xiao pointed at himself, utterly astonished. With my current state, do I even deserve to be called the spiritual treasure celestial sovereign? Is it your vision that is impaired, or have I lost my mind? The ancient characters in the mirror transformed back into mist, swirling before coalescing into words. The spiritual treasure celestial sovereign is behind you. Chu Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly, and he hurriedly turned around. Apart from the 12 jade cushions beneath the Taoist temple, he saw nothing. Good heavens, are you trying to trick me? Just as he was about to turn back and point an accusatory finger at the mirror, he caught a glimpse of something on its surface. It was an ethereal silhouette, dressed in a blue robe, with a jade sword, and billowing sleeves. A binary waterfall cascaded around the figure, with data torrents coalescing into 3 lotus blossoms above its head. 108 light points flickered within the silhouette's form. Excluding the binary waterfall and data torrents, this apparition matched Chu Xiao's stereotypical impression of the Jiangcheng spiritual treasure celestial sovereign. But why are there binary waterfalls and data torrents? Could it be that I truly am cultivating a false path? Never mind. As long as it grants me extraordinary power, I shall deem it true cultivation. Chu Xiao resolved to no longer dwell on this issue. When he turned around again, the spiritual treasure celestial sovereign no longer mirrored his movements but remained fixed beneath the bright mirror. Upon seeing the figure's face, one word came to mind. Handsome. It eclipsed the image of Voldemort from Feng Shen 2 by countless galaxies. The mirror displayed more text. Click on the spiritual treasure celestial sovereign's astral light points to select a skill tree. Chu Xiao felt a pull and clicked on the light point located at the center of the spiritual treasure celestial sovereign's forehead. A new interface popped up. Select cultivation method, Hanyuan Ichi Ju or Lingao Wuliang Du Renjing. Chu Xiao muttered softly. Is there no Jiangcheng crossing tribulation record? The mirror responded. This cultivation method requires unlocking pre-existing astral nodes. If I choose one of these, does that mean I can't select the other? The mirror replied. There is a star essence display in the upper left corner. As long as you have enough star essence, theoretically you could learn all cultivation methods. It's akin to a skill tree with skill points. Chu Xiao began to grasp the fundamental principles of this golden finger. He glanced at the details regarding star essence and cultivation methods. Star essence serves as skill points to illuminate the skill tree. Besides enhancing the quality of the golden core, it can also be obtained through refining dragons. A 3rd-generation breed yields 1 point of star essence, a 2nd-generation breed yields 100 points, and a 4th-generation breed yields 0, 1, and so on. Elevating the quality of the golden core, such as advancing from a 1st transformation golden core to a 2nd transformation golden core, grants a substantial amount of star essence at once. With no star essence generated during the enhancement process, Chu Xiao currently possesses 10 star essence, and both Hanyuan Ichi Ju and Lingao Wuliang Du Renjing require 10 star essence. The Du Renjing focuses on inclusivity in the salvation of all beings, which is overly benevolent for the current cyber-apocalyptic environment. The Hanyuan Ichi Ju, on the other hand, specializes in refining chaotic chi into spiritual power, accommodating all attributes and capable of simulating the effects of other cultivation methods. It appears to be my unequivocal choice. However, it demands exceptionally high comprehension. Otherwise, it risks backlash, leading to the disintegration of the physical body. As for my comprehension, never mind. After all, I only have a little over 70 hours to live. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply meet my demise. Chu Xiao's face darkened, and he decisively selected the Hanyuan Yakija. A torrent of immense data surged into Chu Xiao's consciousness. The Hanyuan Yakija began to operate passively, his left arm instantly crystallizing, while simultaneously, the tips of his hair began to undergo quantum transformation. Chu Xiao stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wait, my friend, I truly did not comprehend this technique at all. How have I managed to learn it?" Ming Jing replied, "As a direct disciple of the spiritual treasure celestial master, your comprehension is unparalleled throughout the ages. Chu Xiao opened his mouth to ask a different question. How can I revert my arm to its original state? Mingjing responded, simply focus your thoughts. My hair has started to quantumize as well. Mingjing, do you have any insights into this? Chu Xiao understood that the crystallization of his left arm was a manifestation of the refinement of all things. However, this transformation of his hair into quantum was not mentioned within the Hunyuan Yakija. Mingjing replied, life countdown initiated. Upon your death, you will be fully quantumized. However, by enhancing the quality of your golden elixir, you can extend your lifespan. Oh, I see. Then there is no cause for concern. Chu Xiao felt relieved, as he now had a clear direction towards a century-long life. Meanwhile, he also noticed the celestial changes regarding the spiritual treasure celestial master. The celestial light points at the center of his brow no longer flickered, and were several times brighter than before. Mingjing, what occurs once all celestial points are illuminated? Mingjing replied, the return of the spiritual treasure, the reopening of the primordial world. Understood. This is my main quest. Chu Xiao suddenly felt invigorated. This damned cybernetic apocalypse is hardly livable. It ought to be restarted. Mingjing noted, detected that you are highly aligned with the spiritual treasure celestial master's ideology of salvation. The function of the 12 golden immortals has been unlocked in advance. Please designate your 12 golden immortals from among the masses. 12 golden immortals. Chu Xiao suspected he had misheard. Aren't they associated with the Chan teaching? What does that have to do with our? Mingjing replied, do not concern yourself with such details. At last, I have caught the skin-wearing dog. Thus, Chu Xiao began to grasp the nature of his golden finger. What are the requirements for designating the 12 golden immortals? If I have regrets, can I withdraw my choice? What benefits will I and the designated individuals receive? Mingjing answered, to designate, one must recite the name of the spiritual treasure celestial master, and anyone may be chosen as a golden immortal. As for your second question, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Regarding your third question, those designated can cultivate according to their own characteristics, while you will gain nothing. A friendly reminder. Do not reveal your identity before the 12 golden immortals, as there is a risk of being backstabbed. Chu Xiao was left in confusion that he had initially thought he would gain 12 formidable allies, only to find he must guard against being betrayed by the 12 golden immortals. Only a fool would designate them. This was Chu Xiao's first reaction, but then he thought of his good brother Jinyu. Being a fool for a moment might not be so bad after all. Mingjing, how should I proceed? Mingjing instructed, merge with the celestial phenomena of the spiritual treasure celestial master, and you will be able to sense the masses reciting the master's name, without hesitation. Chu Xiao stepped into the celestial phenomenon. After a long while, silence reigned. It seemed this cybernetic apocalypse had no one chanting the master's name. He would have to persuade Jinyu to utter it once he returned, just as Chu Xiao prepared to exit the celestial phenomenon. A familiar voice rang in his ears, Supreme Spiritual Treasure Celestial Master. This may be the last time I recite your true name. Please bless my good brother Chu Xiao, and may he return safely from this journey beyond the city. Transforming misfortune into fortune. It was Jinyu's voice. Good brother, I shall bestow upon you great fortune. Chu Xiao immediately designated Jinyu as one of the 12 golden immortals. Yet, nothing happened. Mingjing, what is going on? Shouldn't something appear after the designation? Did I misunderstand? Mingjing floated before Chu Xiao and clarified, the designated individual must initiate the designation ceremony to be summoned here and officially become one of the 12 golden immortals. Chu Xiao displayed skepticism. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Mingjing replied, do not concern yourself with such details. Chu Xiao was speechless. What is this designation ceremony? Mingjing elaborated, the designation ceremony is not fixed. The designated individual will naturally come to know of it. Well, it seems that the prospect of bringing my good brother into the world of cultivation is unlikely to materialize today. Chu Xiao returned to the real world, feeling satisfied, but his stomach began to rumble. Hungry. Chu Xiao patted his belly, unsure where to find food. Just then, Jinyu rushed in, exclaiming, Chu Xiao, there's trouble. Chu Xiao grinned. What's the matter? Have you begun cultivating too? How did you know? Jinyu was taken aback, but quickly became anxious. Now is not the time for that. You must find a way to hide. The elites from the Middle District are coming to conduct temporary physical inspections on us lowly citizens. If they discover that your younger brother has awakened, you will surely be eliminated. Chu Xiao. Chapter 5. The hybrid. Spot checks are not uncommon in the lower district. Although Chu Xiao was famished, he chose to flee at the first opportunity. He was not afraid of those elites from the Middle District who had merely unlocked the first level of the genetic lock. His primary concern was the dog collar around his neck. The other party need not even lift a finger. A mere press of a button would send a powerful paralyzing current coursing through him, knocking him to the ground. Moreover, this device could not be removed by brute force. If he sensed any violent interference, it would also release a powerful paralyzing current. Only the city lord, by Luoheng, possessed the authority to remove the collar in the entire Jiangcheng city. Yet, before the two could step out of the hive hall, a piercing and shrill wail abruptly echoed. The special frequency of the sound wave struck the brains of all lowly citizens within the hive like a thunderclap. Each individual halted their actions. Freezing in place. It was the standardized whistle of the inspection squad. Upon hearing it, the lowly citizens would immediately exhibit the aforementioned symptoms. Chu Xiao instinctively stopped, failing to perceive anything unusual, yet feigned the appearance of having been affected. Spot check. The leader of the inspection squad, a towering man with a face full of flesh and a protruding belly, named Wang Su, commanded that a grotesque scar marred the left side of his face, nearly tearing it in half. His original left eye had been replaced by an electronic prosthetic eye covered in bronze moss, emanating an eerie green glow. Take off your clothes. Everyone immediately pressed against the wall. A humiliating inspection. Such occurrences had been rare in the past. Given the advanced technology in the human world, a simple scan with a device sufficed. There was no need for such unnecessary stripping. This command ignited a wave of outrage. Captain Wang, this is not in accordance with the rules, is it? If you wish to inspect, then inspect. Why must we also strip and defecate? The lowly citizens already possess no rights. Now, even their bodily privacy was to be stripped away, and all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. No one could tolerate this. You might as well put us out of our misery and kill us directly. Yes, just kill us. The lowly citizens, filled with agitation, triggered the collar's powerful electrical anesthetic effect, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Yet, they could not suppress this peculiar emotion. Upon detecting the citizens' emotions reaching a critical point, the hatching of the dragon eggs within them would accelerate, jeopardizing the operation. Hence, it was advised to have the lowly citizens return to their hives before conducting the cleansing inspection. A cold electronic voice echoed in Wang Su's earpiece, accompanied by a strange chanting in the background. It was the battle AI integrated with Wang Su's exoskeleton, aiding the symbiotic night watchers in quickly analyzing combat strategies, including but not limited to reminders like the one just given. Humph, a bunch of expendables, thinking they can attain liberation through my hands. Utterly deluded, Wang Su bellowed. Those who do not wish to be knocked unconscious and stripped bare before the crowd, all return to your hives. As Wang Su's words fell, the drones hovering above the crowd expanded into a hive structure. Each hexagonal opening emitted a mist glowing with a faint blue light. The lowly citizens, contaminated by the mist, had their pupils dilate instantaneously. Those who had been agitated immediately turned apathetic, resembling soulless livestock being herded by a farmer into a pen. Return to your rightful hives. Jinyu instantly snapped out of his apathetic state. Pacing within the cramped 3-square-meter space. We're finished. It seems Wang Su is serious this time. He even demands us to strip for inspection. It's likely aimed at the hybrids. Hybrids, a legendary and taboo concept. The specific operation involved implanting unhatched dragon eggs into the spine, using the human body for incubation. Dragon eggs possessed an immensely powerful corrosive ability if the recipient could survive the dragon egg's erosion. They would gain partial draconic powers, enhanced physicality, terrifying regenerative abilities, and immunity to radioactive toxins, alongside the capacity to incite emotional upheaval in others. It was a leap from mortal to extraordinary. Many lowly citizens with synchronization rates below 60 would take the risk, attempting to become hybrids by implanting dragon eggs, seeking extraordinary powers comparable to unlocking genetic locks. Yet, the outcome was often a bloody demise, becoming mere nourishment for the dragon eggs, laying the seeds for calamity. Were you more afraid of stripping or of being a hybrid? Chu Xiao did not quite understand why Jinyu was so anxious. What puzzled him more was that Jinyu's earlier demeanor seemed like an act. You may observe for yourself. Jinyu turned around and lifted her garment. To her astonishment, her back was adorned with a multitude of bronze scales. Deep purple veins, akin to venom, spread outward along the bronze scales. This was a quintessential manifestation of being eroded by dragon eggs. Have you lost your mind? Chu Xiao's pupils trembled. Why would one willingly implant a dragon egg? Even if the desire for extraordinary power existed, one should first undergo a genetic resonance test. Do you think I wanted this? Jinyu lowered her clothing, her tone irritable. You may not believe it when I tell you. I merely prayed for blessings to the supreme spirit of the celestial treasure. Suddenly, a voice emerged in my mind, proclaiming that I had been appointed by the spirit of the treasure as one of the 12 golden immortals, as long as I used dragon blood to initiate the appointment ceremony. I could obtain the power of cultivation. Initially, I thought this was merely a figment of my imagination, yet I indeed found fragments of memories related to the appointment ceremony surfacing within my mind. My spine began to itch, and then, as you just witnessed, Chu Xiao's expression abruptly solidified. His fingers spasmed upon touching the bronze scales, causing his vital energy to boil uncontrollably. Those scales appeared to him like countless venomous data serpents. Gnawing at Jinyu's flesh along her spinal nerves, he contemplated various possibilities, including the most extreme notion that his golden finger might be flawed to become one of the 12 golden immortals. Must one first be a hybrid? How can that possibly make sense? Hey, Chu Xiao, I'm the one in danger here. Why do you look as if you've lost your mother? Do you truly regard me as your mother? Jinyu waved her hand in front of Chu Xiao, drawing his thoughts back to reality. With me here, you will not perish. Chu Xiao dismissed the implications surrounding his golden finger. Turn around, lift your clothing, and let me test my abilities. Jinyu, placing her utmost trust in Chu Xiao, immediately complied, exposing her back covered in bronze scales before him. Chu Xiao placed his left hand on Jinyu's third vertebra, channeling his vital energy with all his might, causing his left arm to transform into a crystalline form, its tips exhibiting quantization that he aimed to utilize the primordial unity technique to completely refine the dragon egg residing within Jinyu's spine. Jinyu felt a warm current surge from Chu Xiao's palm into her body, spreading along her spinal nerves and extending to her limbs that it felt akin to basking in a sauna, warm and comforting. The bronze dragon scales upon Jinyu's back transformed into a verdant torrent of data, flowing along Chu Xiao's crystalline arm and converging into the quantum golden core within his dantian. What was once a near-empty reservoir of vital energy was instantaneously replenished to 100. However, the quantization of his hair intensified. Chu Xiao turned his inner gaze toward the quantum golden core and noticed a change in the countdown on the lifespan indicator. 49, 57, 44. A full day, 24 hours of life vanished into thin air. Chapter 6. The Dragon Egg Parasite. Does refining and devouring a non-dragon heart truly require the sacrifice of one's lifespan? Or is it that no matter what is refined, such a price must be paid? I must find a suitable opportunity to verify this. Otherwise, I shall remain restless. Chu Xiao returned to his usual state, gazing at Jinyu, who was bouncing with energy before him, a smile gracing his lips. What do you think? Am I impressive? Quite indeed. Jinyu's eyes sparkled with delight, but her brows furrowed. Can this ability assist you in surviving a surprise inspection? It should suffice. Chu Xiao replied earnestly. I contemplated this carefully. Targeting the common people for pharmacological castration is difficult to achieve through mere medication. It is likely that the air is saturated with relevant nanobots, due to my status as a nullifier. The nanobots cannot enter my body. Hence, my younger brother was able to revive. The standard sirens of the inspection squad and the tranquilizing agents from the drones have no effect on me, likely adhering to this principle. Thus, it can be inferred that the black technology wielded by the Watchers fundamentally relies on nanobots. Jinyu grasped the concept. No wonder these things are ineffective against me. It seems the nanobots are repelled by the dragon egg. Human technology is severely fragmented in situations where nanobots cannot function. The only means of treating wounds is basic bandaging in a world devoid of antibiotics. Detecting whether Chu Xiao has regained his vigor through hormonal levels is unrealistic. In other words, the core technological method relied upon by the inspection squad essentially involves checking whether the nanobots for pharmacological castration are operating normally. And since Chu Xiao is a nullifier, any nanobots entering his body would instantly incapacitate if the inspection results appear abnormal. He can easily attribute it to his status as a nullifier. Quite peculiar. Jinyu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. You are clearly a nullifier, yet you have awakened the ability of cultivation. Why has the Lord of White City shown no reaction whatsoever? Shouldn't he at least confine you to a laboratory for thorough study, if not treat you with extra care and exempt you from your status as a commoner? After the interrogation, he seems to have simply ignored you, as if nothing transpired. What, then, Is the purpose of conducting genetic resonance tests with 3 Ashen camp members standing guard? Is it merely to prevent the occurrence of dragon invasions due to the emergence of nullifiers? Huh, Chu Xiao scoffed. We have undergone lie detection and interrogation for so long. Do you honestly believe that those in power have benevolent intentions? If I am not mistaken, they are actually fearful of nullifiers, particularly those who have awakened incredible powers, hence the repeated lie detection. Yet why not simply eliminate you? Jinyu still found it incomprehensible. In such matters, it is better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. This remains a point I cannot fathom. Chu Xiao speculated. Perhaps some unknown circumstance intervened. However, one thing is certain. I should refrain from revealing my abilities too openly. Otherwise, I may invite peril upon myself. Truly, my clever son, your mind is almost sharper than mine. Jinyu felt elated. I have already identified the Night Owl team for archaeological excavations. Shall we leave the city now? Chu Xiao's initial desire to leave the city stemmed from the belief that those returning from outside would regain their vigor. He intended to evade the routine inspections that might lead to a fatal outcome. Now, with that issue likely resolved, theoretically, there is no need to venture outside to expose himself to radioactive toxins. Let us depart. Chu Xiao clenched his fists. I must strengthen myself swiftly. Power is the very foundation of existence. Huh. You crack me up, a sharp mocking voice echoed from outside that a worthless individual with a synchronization rate of 0 dares to speak of power. Wang Su swaggered in with the inspection squad, a mocking grin plastered across his scarred face, which appeared almost torn apart. Clothes off. Turn around. It's time for the routine inspection. Chu Xiao and Jinyu exchanged no words, obediently turning their backs and lifting their garments. Wang Su cast a deep glance at Chu Xiao, his electronic eye, covered in bronze moss, flickering ominously. Such a remarkable nullifier. The nanobots truly cannot function within your body. It seems I shall have to relocate you for solitary labor. The identity of Chu Xiao as a nullifier appeared to be common knowledge among the watchers. Yet, Wang Su did not press the issue. Nor did he trouble Chu Xiao. He was merely concerned that the revitalized Chu Xiao might cause chaos within the hive, prompting a desire to change his environment. This exceeded Chu Xiao's expectations. However, when Wang Su's gaze swept over Jinyu's back, an unexpected event unfolded. The electronic eye, which had been glowing with a greasy green hue, instantly turned red. Following that, a sharp alarm blared. Detection of a dragon egg parasite. Immediate removal required. How can this be possible? The situation escalated beyond the expectations of both Chu Xiao and Jinyu. They exchanged shocked glances. In an instant, the hydraulic sounds of exoskeleton activation echoed ominously. Within mere seconds, the entire inspection squad entered combat mode, donning exoskeleton armor. They drew forth devices resembling flashlights. High-energy particle beams shot forth from the light tubes, transforming into pale purple particle blades. A sinister smile crept across Wang Su's lips. You appear emaciated and have undergone prolonged pharmacological castration. Your secondary sexual characteristics have developed so well. So, you have implanted a dragon egg in an attempt to become a hybrid. Considering your mental acuity, speak now. How would you prefer to die? Jinyu bit down hard on her lower lip, her fist clenched so tightly that her nails pierced her palms without her noticing. Chu Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jinyu. Forcing a smile, Captain Wang, is there perhaps a misunderstanding in this matter? There are no surgical scars visible on Jinyu's back. How could she possibly have implanted a dragon egg? Wang Su scoffed. You heard the alarm from the device. The technology of the Watchers is not something a mere commoner like you can question. Wang Su's voice turned icy. Step aside, or I shall eliminate you as well. Wang Su impatiently reached out, attempting to shove Chu Xiao aside, but his wrist was seized by the latter with a single hand. No matter how he struggled, he could not extricate his left hand. Wang Su's expression shifted dramatically. He was on the verge of breaking through to the second-tier genetic lock, and at this moment, he had donned exoskeleton armor, his body enveloped in its protection. His strength exceeded tenfold compared to usual. Yet, he was being held fast by a commoner with a synchronization rate of 0, unable to free himself. Confronted by 7 particle blades aimed directly at him, Chu Xiao did not so much as blink. Captain Wang, I implore you to conduct a thorough examination to ascertain whether Jinyu is indeed a dragon egg parasite. Wang Su grimaced, sparks of electricity crackling from the exoskeleton gripping his wrist. Release me first. How can I perform an inspection if you do not? A cold smirk crossed Chu Xiao's face. To be frank, Captain Wang, I have less than 2 days to live, and I am capable of anything. I advise you to think twice before proceeding with your examination. Chapter 7. The hive dragon Calamity Wangsu dared not act recklessly, particularly after the combat AI of his exoskeleton provided its analysis. It was unable to determine the composition of the opponent's strength. If the claim of having merely 2 days left to live was true, the risk of mutual destruction loomed large. He, a child of the Dustborn, had spent over a decade stained with blood, and had finally risen to the rank of inspection team leader. He valued his life above all else. Chu Xiao had exploited this very fact to act decisively. Otherwise, a soulless night watchman would have simply fought to the death. It's all a misunderstanding. Wangsu forced a smile. Chu Xiao, rest assured. We operate strictly by the rules. My electronic I must have malfunctioned earlier. Let me recalibrate before we continue the inspection. How does that sound? Chu Xiao regarded Wangsu with an intense gaze. I will grant you 1 minute to recalibrate at the entrance. Now, I kindly ask the inspection officers to wait outside. Chu Xiao did not release his grip, nor did the inspection team members make any move. Wangsu erupted in anger. What are you all doing standing there? Hurry up and get outside. One individual muttered softly, Boss, we were already outside. The hive measured merely 3 square meters. Strictly speaking, the entire inspection team was outside, including Wangsu, whose exoskeleton left only a portion of his body within the hive. Why don't you check the other hives first? Such a simple matter, and I have to instruct you. All right, boss, no problem. The inspection team dispersed swiftly to other hives. Wangsu offered a sheepish smile. Chu Xiao, you just stay at the entrance. We want to run away. I'll call for you in a minute. With that, Chu Xiao released his grip and closed the hive door. Jin Yu attempted to speak, but was silenced by Chu Xiao's raised hand. We have little time. Turn around quickly. Jin Yu obediently lifted her work vest. Chu Xiao activated his energy, placing his left hand upon her spine, moving from top to bottom, as if sensing something. Upon reaching the 7th vertebra, Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, and his energy erupted, his left arm instantly crystallizing. After the earlier incident, Chu Xiao had given up on refining and consuming the dragon egg and instead intended to utilize the characteristics of the primordial unity technique to temporarily simulate the dragon egg as normal bodily tissue. If this failed to evade the inspection team's scrutiny, then he would have no choice but to carve out a bloody path. Outside the door, a trusted confidant quietly approached. Boss, why didn't you detonate the collar and use the strong paralysis current on him? Are you foolish? Wangsu shot him a glare. Given the strength he displayed just now, do you think he would fear the paralysis current from a dog collar? If we provoke him, what if we're both annihilated? After all, he only needed a minute. It was hardly worth risking his life over a mere dustborn. The confidant immediately showered him with flattery. Boss is brilliant. Let's avoid the theatrics, Wangsu replied sternly. The intel from above indicates that there are at least 5 dragon egg parasites within the hive. We have only identified 1 suspect thus far, and there are zeroers causing chaos. Ensure the brothers remain vigilant. If a dragon egg were to hatch in the city, we would be in grave trouble. The confidant patted his chest. Rest assured, boss, we're fully aware of the situation. He then hurried off to another hive. Wangsu took a deep drag from his electronic cigarette, communicating with the combat AI he was symbiotically linked to. Old buddy, help me analyze this. If during the inspection Jin Yu is still a dragon egg parasite, what should I do? 3 seconds later, the electronic voice, accompanied by a chanting background, responded. A zeroer with extraordinary powers is beyond containment. It is advisable to report this for higher level intervention. Understood. Before the minute was up, the hive's door was already opened by Chu Xiao. Captain Wang, we are ready on our end. Please proceed with the inspection. So soon? Wangsu hastily put away his electronic cigarette, feeling inexplicably that Chu Xiao had changed. What happened to your hair? It seems to have undergone quantum transformation. Chu Xiao smiled slightly. Don't you think it looks impressive? Wangsu rolled his eyes. If you had long hair, that might make sense. With your buzz cut, to be frank, you look like a monk. It's rather comical. Jin Yu was about to turn around and lift her shirt, but Wangsu stopped her. We've already seen enough. There's no need to complicate things. I'll just scan her again with my electronic eye, and we can consider this matter concluded. With that, Wangsu activated the scanning program for dragon egg parasites in his electronic eye. After several glances, no alarm sounded. Wangsu furrowed his brow, removing his eye and placing it in a bottle filled with bronze moss. After a bit of maintenance, he reinserted it and examined Jin Yu again, still finding nothing. Strange, could it really be that my electronic eye malfunctioned earlier? Unable to comprehend the situation, Wangsu chose to disregard it and reported the findings to higher-ups directly. Wangsu cleared his throat. Well, it appears Jin Yu is in good health. Given the current unrest in the hives, it's best not to wander around. I have matters to attend to. Feel free to do as you wish. As he feigned leaving, he contemplated how to draft his report. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted at the far end of the hive. Wang Su immediately turned back. Witnessing a bizarre creature, half-human and half-dragon, voraciously devouring the exoskeleton of an inspection team member, electrical arcs crackled and popped. In mere bites, the inspection team member was completely consumed. Damn it! You Devo without the combat instincts brought about by the genetic lock, and devoid of the real-time analysis provided by the exoskeleton combat AI. What uses all that power if it cannot be effectively wielded? I have already reported the situation here to our superiors. In half an hour, the Ash Battalion will arrive to offer support. Our foremost task now is to secure the entrance to the hive, preventing any dragon, particularly that plague variety, whose whereabouts remain unknown, from escaping and infecting Jiangcheng. That makes sense. Jinyu winked at Chu Xiao, suggesting, shall we heed Captain Wang's advice? Nonsense. Chu Xiao leaned closer to Jinyu, gritting his teeth and whispering, are you not aware of your own predicament? If my abilities falter and Wang Su detects the dragon egg within you, what do you think he will do? So you mean? Jinyu instantly comprehended. You are counting on Wang Su's cowardice, thus deliberately inviting him to hunt dragons to create distance between us? The night watchman who unlocks the first stage of the genetic lock will only have enhanced dynamic vision. The other 5 senses remain unremarkable. Wang Su is merely aware that the two of you are engaged in hushed conversation, unable to discern the specifics. Stop whispering. Quickly, follow me to guard the hive entrance that we shall not go. Chu Xiao grinned at Wang Su, waving his hand, wishing Captain Wang great fortune in battle. What a farce. With that, Chu Xiao effortlessly lifted Jinyu in his arms, unleashing his full power for the first time as a first-turn golden core cultivator. A thunderous explosion echoed. Wang Su felt as though a flurry of afterimages danced before his eyes. In the next instant, Chu Xiao had vanished from view, leaving him with no means to pursue. What the hell? The youth of today are utterly reckless with their lives. The hive entrance is equipped with a high-platform particle cannon for fire support. Why drag along a deadweight to seek the plague variety? It's simply outrageous. Wang Su spat in frustration and cursed as he made his way to the hive entrance. Yet, after standing guard for quite some time, he failed to spot a single dragon attempting to escape. Rather, they seemed to be congregating deeper within the hive. Old buddy, what is going on here? In the background, a faint electronic voice recited scriptures. The information is insufficient, and the computational power is inadequate for analysis. The combat AI often encounters unresolvable situations in non-combat scenarios, especially when only the first stage of the genetic lock has been activated. The computational power is influenced by the exoskeleton and the genetic lock itself. The higher the levels of the genetic lock and exoskeleton, the more potent the combat AI's computational capacity becomes. Compared to the calm hive entrance, Chu Xiao's path was nothing short of a blood-soaked battlefield. In the lower districts, the Dust People Hive operates on a base unit of 10,000 in Zone A, where Chu Xiao resides. Nearly all the Dust People have been infected by the plague variety, rendering them dragon-like beings that do not even qualify as juvenile variants of the 5th generation. For the Dust People, these dragon-like entities are akin to monsters. Yet before Chu Xiao, they shatter upon contact. These dragon-like forms, born of the Dust People, are exceedingly weak. With so many hearts, they barely refine a single quantum golden core. The good news is that refining dragon hearts does not consume lifespan. Chu Xiao swallowed the quantum golden core whole. Name: Chu Xiao. Realm: first turn golden core, 55. Combat power: equivalent to 5 individuals with a first stage genetic lock. Danqi: 100. Vitality: 100. Lifespan: 49 hours, initially. Chu Xiao's Danqi had dwindled to 88, and his vitality was a mere 19. However, upon consuming a single golden core, his blue and stamina bars instantly replenished. The refined quantum golden core not only enhances cultivation and lifespan, but also serves as a restorative elixir. Chu Xiao felt a sense of bright prospects ahead. While Chu Xiao reveled in his transformation, Jinyu, clutching a bagua compass, muttered incantations. She was not adept at fortune-telling, nor skilled in the esoteric art of dragon location. It was merely a way to find solace amid hardship. Yet, she indeed possessed a peculiar lucky charm, particularly adept at locating items with uncanny precision, a phenomenon Chu Xiao had witnessed countless times throughout their childhood. Thus, he had trusted her earlier. However, they now faced a dilemma. The source of the dragon disaster is rapidly shifting, and the compass spins wildly, rendering it impossible for me to locate it. Chu Xiao patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. There are still many dragon-like entities within the hive. Let us first tackle some minor foes to level up before confronting the boss. Moreover, according to Wang Su, the Ash Battalion will arrive in half an hour. Whether we can find the source of the dragon disaster is not of utmost importance. Our safety takes precedence. Chu Xiao and Jinyu harbored no excess of altruism. In this cybernetic apocalypse, self-preservation is always the primary principle. Indeed, you have just awakened your abilities, so dealing with minor foes is quite suitable. After all, the source of the dragon disaster is situated deeper beneath the hive. Posing no immediate threat to others, it also provides an opportunity for me to gather the materials needed for the designated ritual. Determined not to be a burden, Jinyu energetically followed in Chu Xiao's wake, picking and choosing as they went. During this time, she observed a rather intriguing phenomenon. The dragon-like being seemed oblivious to her presence, treating her as if she were air. This greatly eased Chu Xiao's mind. It may well be related to the dragon egg implanted within you. The dragon egg within Jinyu is quite peculiar. Despite having been refined and absorbed by Chu Xiao once, it reappeared mysteriously within her after a short while. After Chu Xiao simulated it as normal body tissue, several minutes passed, and yet the dragon egg showed no signs of reverting. It appeared to have fully integrated into Jinyu's original body. Chu Xiao had analyzed it thoroughly and concluded that this dragon egg was likely some form of projection, its origin not residing within Jinyu. Thus, the bizarre phenomenon of reformation following refinement had occurred. Ding ding ding. Success. Jinyu arranged the dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon heads, dragon tails, and dragon wings she had collected into a peculiar formation. Recalling the memory in her mind, standing within the formation, she wore an expression of anticipation. Chu Xiao, however, bore a solemn countenance, hesitating to speak. I understand your concerns, Jinyu stated earnestly. Chu Xiao, while I fear pain, I fear even more being a burden. I too wish to possess strength. If the price for this power is to become a monster, I bear no resentment. With a sly smile, Jinyu quipped, you wouldn't be put off by the prospect of me transforming into a monster, would you? Not at all, Chu Xiao replied without a second thought. Regardless of what form you take, you will always be my dear comrade. Excellent. Jinyu was quite pleased with this response. I had initially intended to say something sentimental, but it seems unnecessary now. Jinyu dusted off her soiled face, her expression turning grave. Closing her eyes, she pressed her hand against her heart and recited the incantation to initiate the designated ritual. All beings, as they are, complete and pure, united in nirvana. Chapter 9. We all have a bright future. As Jinyu's words fell, the formation drawn with dragon blood suddenly illuminated, emanating countless purple auras. An arcane and lofty chant echoed from the void. A torrent of data materialized, weaving around Jinyu into a lotus, gradually unfurling. The previously dissipated purple aura, upon mingling with the data torrent, gradually intertwined into four luminous swords. The four swords merged, and with a gentle stroke through the air before Jinyu, the space rippled as if a rift had been opened. The torrential binary waterfall surged forth from the rift, accompanied by 108 celestial light points, gradually coalescing into an indistinct figure. Clad in blue robes, brandishing a jade sword, with billowing sleeves, the very image of the Lingbao Tianzuan that Chu Xiao had envisioned in his mind. With a clang, the spirit of Lingbao Tianzuan, formed from the data torrent, drew the jade sword from its waist, the tip directed at the space between Jinyu's eyebrows. I, the Lingbao Tianzuan of the upper clear, hereby designate you as one of my 12 golden immortals. Your name shall be Jiangcheng Yuzhen. The Lingbao Tianzuan spoke as though uttering heavenly decrees, and Chu Xiao distinctly heard the resonant sound of Jiangcheng Yuzhen, which elicited a profound and awe-inspiring feeling within him. Due to his role as Jinyu's protector, his consciousness did not enter the realm of the spirit, rendering him unaware of what transpired in his mind's domain at that moment. Once this matter concludes, I must enter and have a thorough discussion with that mirror. Although the designated ritual currently seems ethereal, the matter of the dragon egg implanted within Jinyu weighs heavily on Chu Xiao's mind. This issue will not be overlooked, even if it is a boon to him. This debt must be settled. At that moment, a dragon's roar erupted from deep within the hive. The dragons, initially delving deeper underground, responded en masse, crouching and raising their heads to bellow. The sound was distinctly different from the initial dragon's roar, resembling a cacophony of lizards shrieking. Harsh and piercing, it was exceedingly unpleasant. Chu Xiao's alertness heightened as he scanned the surroundings. Jinyu had now merged with the Lingbao Tianzuan and was in the midst of the designated ritual, and no interruptions could be tolerated. Heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the hive visible to Chu Xiao. The march was synchronized, the rhythm steady and powerful, reminiscent of a well-drilled military unit. He could faintly see the hydraulic steam of the exoskeleton surging, crackling with purple electricity. The Ash Battalion. This was Chu Xiao's instinctive reaction. However, when the figures emerged into the light, he realized his judgment had been flawed. They were a group of night watchmen fully clad in exoskeletons, now adorned with numerous thick veins at the joints. Twisted and sharp-boned spurs have sprouted. From head to toe, dragon scales are densely packed, presenting a terrifying and ghastly sight. It is as though these exoskeletons possess a life of their own. The plague seed is capable of infecting the exoskeletons as well. Unbelievable. Chu Xiao harbored no reservations about the contaminated inspection team. The moment he confirmed their identity, he sprang into action. The Danshi erupted, and his vital energy surged, unleashing a series of sonic booms. He executed a black tiger prowl hard on each of the 5 infected sentinels, tearing out their mechanically distorted dragon-like hearts and refining them in an instant. Chu Xiao's speed was astonishingly swift. At full throttle, he had already surpassed the speed of sound. Even though the inspection team had become considerably stronger after being tainted by the dragons, their dynamic vision could not keep pace with Chu Xiao's velocity. In the span of 3 breaths, the plague-tainted inspection team was completely annihilated. 5 individuals, 1 Dan. It felt satisfactory. Chu Xiao was in good condition, with his progress toward the Golden Dan at 66, and he was not in a rush to swallow the quantum Golden Dan to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he kept it as a restorative potion, just in case. At this moment, the appointment ceremony was drawing to a close. The phantom of the spirit treasure celestial sovereign dissipated, and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Zhen Yu faded entirely. The dragon blood, dragon claws, and other materials used to set up the appointment ceremony transformed into data points, surging into Zhen Yu's brow. Zhen Yu opened his eyes, and within his pitch-black irises, shifting hexagrams emerged. Shimmering with golden light. Chu Xiao, I've succeeded. Zhen Yu dashed over eagerly, unable to contain his excitement to showcase his cultivation achievements. Searching for dragons and dividing gold. Each layer is a new challenge, urgent as a command. Zhen Yu held an 8-trigram compass in one hand, forming seals with the other while reciting incantations. The ball of azure flames, flickering with countless data points, suddenly leapt from the compass, coalescing into a small flame figure that danced before Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was taken aback. Is this it? Zhen Yu was momentarily at a loss. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. This is all I can do for now. Chu Xiao's expression turned peculiar. What practical use does your urgent as a command serve? Don't tell me it's for finding things. It would be more reliable to leverage your koi physique instead. Wait a moment, let me think. Zhen Yu closed his eyes, systematically reviewing his memories. When he opened them again, the earlier excitement had vanished. This isn't really about cultivating immortality. I've become a genuine hybrid. Zhen Yu felt as though the sky had fallen. Chu Xiao, do you think that Spirit Treasure Celestial Sovereign could be some mad scientist researching hybrids? Otherwise, why don't I have a quantum Golden Dan? I can't say for certain, Chu Xiao replied, carefully inspecting Zhen Yu's body and finding nothing unusual, including the dragon egg, which still maintained a normal biological state. Since you're a hybrid, can you transform into a dragon? And what was that urgent as a command about? I can transform into a dragon, but it's easy to genuinely become one. Before reaching the second stage of the gene lock, I wouldn't recommend attempting it. Zhen Yu pointed to his head. All of this comes from the memories in my mind. As for urgent as a command, it seems to be a technique of the 5 elements. Besides this flame figure, I can also wield thunder techniques to AS for the power. You saw it just now. Then how do we enhance our strength? This was a question of great concern for Chu Xiao. Since it's a gene lock, will it be similar to the Sentinels, relying on intense emotions to break through levels? Emotions are the only condition for Sentinels to elevate their gene lock levels. The more intense the emotion, the easier it is to break through the constraints of the gene lock. Dragons inherently possess the ability to ignite human emotions. Battling dragons is the best way to elevate gene lock levels. Additionally, sentinels can exchange merits for emotional crystals through official channels to facilitate enhancements. However, the provenance of emotional crystals is dubious. Aside from official sources, they are only sparsely circulated in the black market of lower districts. That's not all. Jinyu grinned widely. I can refine dragon blood into exquisite elixirs. Consuming this will enhance the unlocking progress of the gene lock, that in terms of mechanism, it's quite similar to your quantum golden Dan. You extract hearts, I drink blood. It's all about not wasting anything. That sounds splendid. Chu Xiao felt a surge of enthusiasm. We both have a bright future ahead. Yet Jinyu did not share the same excitement. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and gestured with the compass that a bolt of lightning materialized from thin air, crashing into the grotesquely fleshed exoskeletons behind Chu Xiao. That a chilling wail erupted, although their master was dead. Those exoskeletons appeared to possess a will of their own. Struck by the lightning, they began to flee desperately toward the depths of the hive. Chu Xiao immediately reacted, unleashing his Dan Shi and leaping 100 meters to stomp on the fleeing exoskeletons, crushing them to pieces. Jianyu's speed was not particularly quick. By the time Chu Xiao finished the battle, she had only just arrived. It seems you are a mage. Your perception is vastly superior to mine. I had no inkling those ghastly things were fleeing. Jianyu beamed with pride. This is what we call a complementary strength. However, Chu Xiao suddenly thought of something. By the way, how did you learn about the Supreme Spirit Treasure Celestial Sovereign? Jianyu's smile abruptly froze. The Black Market, Zhang Beichen, Chapter 10. Kill me, that unscrupulous Taoist who sold you the 8-trigram compass. Chu Xiao's lips curled into a smirk, his tone sharp. It seems another person has joined the list of those to settle accounts with. Let us not worry about him for now. We need to upgrade quickly. Jinyu rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. Having power gives us the leverage to negotiate with those upper-class citizens. Even if negotiations break down, we can commit seppuku on the spot, preventing others from easily manipulating us as experimental subjects. Zhen Yu's exhilaration upon gaining power stemmed from the newfound right to self-terminate. Chu Xiao twitched his lips, finding it somewhat odd, yet understandable. You're right. Upgrading is crucial. Due to being a nullifier, Chu Xiao was unable to unlock his gene lock or utilize the exoskeleton. He sought dragons based solely on instinct. After clearing a substantial area, the efficiency of upgrading had slowed considerably. Now, with Zhenyu acting as a highly perceptive radar, the speed of hunting dragons increased significantly. The two continued down the hive's staircase, clearing each layer meticulously, ensuring no survivors remained before proceeding to the next. Having just grasped the power of cultivation, the pair had unwittingly transformed into adept dragon hunters. One wielded perception to unleash lightning, while the other tore apart dragons. One transformed dragon blood into exquisite elixirs, while the other refined dragon hearts into quantum golden dawn. Chu Xiao and Zhenyu grew increasingly enthusiastic, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Truly, they were a perfect match for their endeavors. Immersed in the exhilarating rush of rapid enhancement, time flew by. They fought their way down to the 9th underground level of the hive. Below that lay the final layer, rumored to be a basement that commoners were forbidden to enter. The once tightly sealed alloy door now lay torn in half by dragons. Chu Xiao tested the fragments of the door, discovering he was unable to destroy them. Below, there were 6 powerful dragon auras. Zhenyu opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light flowing within, his expression grim. 5 are significantly weaker, but the remaining 1 is like the blazing sun in the sky. The moment I sensed it, my head felt as though it was being filled with boiling water. We should flee. Acknowledging that he could not breach the alloy door, Chu Xiao understood the futility of facing such an opponent. Even with their immense power boosts, one at 88 progress toward the Golden Dan and the other at 46 with the first stage gene lock, they did not believe they could single-handedly take on the 6 dragons in the basement. Retreating was undoubtedly the wisest course. Chu Xiao led the way in flight, while Zhenyu soared through the air. Their speeds were surprisingly similar. Half an hour had passed, yet the Ashen Camp had yet to make an appearance. This felt rather peculiar. Zhenyu murmured, could it be that other dragon disasters are occurring within the city, leaving the Ashen Camp unable to provide support? Chu Xiao rolled his eyes, replying irritably, please. Your crow's mouth has always been quite effective. Can you refrain from uttering such ominous words while we're fleeing? Ugh, ugh, ugh. You're the one with a crow's mouth. Zhenyu retorted defiantly, what I'm doing is called objective analysis. It is not a crow's mouth at all. You should learn from me. Oh. Chu Xiao replied sarcastically. Look at how capable you are. Then do enlighten me. What have you analyzed? Jinyu responded with a statement that was anything but ordinary. Jiang City is doomed. Chu Xiao's expression froze. My dear lady, such words are not to be trifled with. I'm not particularly concerned about the lives of those upper-class citizens or elites. However, if Jiang City truly falls, then we are likely to meet our demise as well. Don't be fooled by our reckless slaughter here. If we encounter a fully matured dragon, once it ignites our emotions, I have no idea how we will survive. A fully matured 5th-generation dragon possesses combat capabilities equivalent to 30 individuals who have unlocked a first-stage gene lock. With extraordinary physical repair abilities, it can also incite human emotions, plunging individuals into irrational states. Without AI combat assistance to provide reminders, one could easily lose their sanity without even realizing it. The dragon Jin you sensed earlier in the basement was likely a fully matured 5th-generation dragon. The other 5 could only be considered juvenile forms of 5th-generation dragons. They could handle the juvenile forms, but the matured ones posed no chance of victory. Jinyu stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If my conjecture holds true, the dragon species cannot ignite our emotions. Otherwise, our current emotional state could not possibly remain so stable. The ability of dragons to incite human emotions is not an active skill, but rather akin to a passive aura. The closer one gets, the greater the influence, even irrespective of the dragon's own fate. Even if they are swiftly dispatched by Chu Xiao and Jinyu, as long as the corpses remain, the passive effect will continue to manifest, regardless of being dissected or drained of blood. Thus, in this cybernetic apocalypse, handling dragon carcasses is indeed a technical endeavor, often assigned to those night watchers who are less adept at combat. Chu Xiao found Jinyu's reasoning compelling. A resetter and a hybrid, it seemed quite plausible that they would remain unaffected by the dragon's mental passives. Halt! Jinyu's voice suddenly echoed in Chu Xiao's mind. Someone is approaching. This was a new ability unlocked after her genetic lock reached 30. Known as Jiangcheng Yuzhen.it bore a striking resemblance to the name bestowed by the celestial treasure lord. It could construct a mental network, facilitating communication on a psychic level, akin to telepathy. Currently, she could only connect with one person at a time. Chu Xiao paused, inquiring silently. Ashen Camp? No, there is only one person to as the individual drew nearer. Jinyu's perception sharpened. It is Wang Su. He is near death. Should we save him or not? Both of them still possessed the precious elixir and quantum golden pill, which could serve as restorative agents. However, if consumed by another, they would not enhance their strength. It would be prudent to first ascertain the situation outside before making any decisions regarding his salvation. Chu Xiao and Jinyu quickened their pace and soon reunited with Wang Su. His condition was dire. Despite the absence of external injuries, his complexion was ashen to the extreme. The once robust figure of the general, with his rippling muscles, had all but vanished. Only his exoskeleton shone brilliantly, seemingly animated, covered with flesh. Bone spurs and scales that resembled the inspection squad that Chu Xiao had seen earlier. Wang Su had lost coherence. He could hardly believe that he had not perished in the jaws of a dragon, but was instead on the brink of being consumed by his own exoskeleton. My exoskeleton has been tainted. Please stop put an end to my suffering. Wang Su was not seeking rescue. He wished to die as a human before he became a puppet of his exoskeleton. His first thought was of the resetter who had awakened extraordinary power. Chu Xiao was equally taken aback. This inspection captain, who had always valued his life, was so calmly resigned to death, without a moment's hesitation. He aimed to grant Wang Su a swift release, but thunder acted before him. Jinyu, wielding the Bagua compass, raised her hand and unleashed a lightning strike that left Wang Su charred yet intact. The living exoskeleton that had been clinging to Wang Su seemed particularly sensitive to the lightning. It immediately detached from his body and fled deeper into the hive. After only a few paces, it was crushed under Chu Xiao's foot, and instinctively, he employed the Hunyuan Ichi Ju on the mangled exoskeleton, successfully coalescing a quantum golden pill that shimmered between reality and illusion. Damn, my lifespan, Chu Xiao thought alarmingly, quickly performing an internal check to find that his lifespan had not diminished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The power of habit is indeed formidable. He must exercise restraint in the future. Wang Su, who had been in a daze, regained clarity upon the exoskeleton's departure and the subsequent lightning strike. Without uttering a word, he knelt before Chu Xiao and Jinyu, exclaiming, Benevolent Father and Mother, I humbly bow before you. Chapter 11. My apologies, I lack morality. Wang Su's kneeling took both by surprise. Yet, they did not reject his gesture. Instead, they accepted it with composure. Good, good, good. Jinyu floated in the air, her eyes gleaming. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Captain Wang, indeed a hero. However, your choice of address is a bit off. What do you mean by benevolent mother? Just call me benevolent father. Repeat it a few times. I love to hear it. Chu Xiao twitched his mouth in annoyance. His good brother had begun to indulge in mischief again. Wang Su, undeterred by Jinyu's unreasonable demand, knelt again, as if graced by imperial favor. Thank you both for saving my life. That should suffice. Chu Xiao tossed the quantum golden pill to Wang Su. Hurry and consume this, then explain the situation. Why have the Ashen Camp personnel not arrived? How did your exoskeleton come to life inexplicably? Wang Su, showing no hesitation towards the unverified quantum golden pill, swallowed it whole. Instantly, a warm current surged from his dantian, flowing through his limbs and bones. Miraculously, the genetic lock that had been severed by the exoskeleton began to mend. Though its strength was concerning, it could at least manifest entry-level power. Yet, this was still infinitely better than becoming a complete invalid. Thud. Just as Wang Su stood up, he knelt once more before the two. This time, he not only knelt but also bowed deeply, striking his forehead thrice upon the ground. The grace shown today is akin to a rebirth. From this day forth, I, Wang Su, am your man in life and your ghost in death. I shall follow you both as a loyal son. As the saying goes, 3 times is the charm. The first 2 instances piqued Chu Xiao and Jinyu's interest. But by the third, they felt it tedious, doubting that simply uttering a few words would truly cement Wang Su as one of their own. Chu Xiao expressed his impatience. Enough of this frivolity. Quickly explain the situation. Very well. In this cybernetic apocalypse, establishing trust among individuals is exceedingly difficult. The survival strategy is to be wary of others at all times. Wang Su understood his own shortcomings and did not expect Chu Xiao and Jinyu to treat him as one of their own. He needed to demonstrate his value to survive. Thus, he succinctly relayed all known information. Jinyu quickly distilled 3 key points from his account. First, there are no living individuals around the A district hive. Second, Wang Su cannot establish contact with the Ashen Camp. Third, Wang Su's exoskeleton was likely infected during the violent tail swipe of a dragon hatchling. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiao spoke. Captain Wang, how much credence can we place on your AI after the exoskeleton's contamination by the dragons? Is it possible that your AI did not exceed your permissions to report the situation here to superiors? Wang Su's pupils dilated with realization. That could very well be the case. A dragon disaster in the hive is a matter of utmost importance. The Ashen Camp would typically mobilize at the first sign to prevent further escalation. Even if they required time to prepare their weaponry, the inspection teams in the vicinity of the A district hive should have arrived to assist. They would at least secure the area to prevent civilians from wandering in. Wang Su's belated realization was understandable. The dragons involved were of the plague variety, akin to the biological mother in a bioweapon crisis, a rare breed. Having battled dragons for over a decade, today was the first time Wang Su encountered such a creature. His exoskeleton had been stealthily contaminated, releasing erroneous information and being influenced emotionally by the opponent, making it entirely reasonable for him not to perceive such an obvious logical flaw. Coming to this realization, Wang Su quickly produced the elite wristband symbolizing his status as a resident of the Middle Zone. This device could act as an emergency line, bypassing all permissions to report directly to the Night Watch Commander's office in Jiangcheng. Naturally, such devices should not be used frivolously. Reporting trivial matters could result in losing elite status and being reduced to a mere commoner. After detailing the situation, Commander Lu Chun of the Night Watch immediately issued orders. 5 minutes later, he would lead at least 3 Ashen Camp squads to the scene. You must keep a close watch on the entrance of the A district hive. We cannot allow the plague-type dragons in the basement to step out of the hive. Lu Chen's orders were humane, refraining from sending Chu Xiao and the others into the basement to confront the dragons. Their task was merely to serve as vigilant sentinels at the hive's entrance. Without delay, Chu Xiao grabbed the now lighter Wang Su and sprinted. Within half a minute, they reached the lookout point at the hive's entrance. How do we use the anti-air particle cannon? Jinyu expressed keen interest in this device and wished to try her hand at it. I can unlock the permissions for you. Wang Su leaned against the control panels of the 2 anti-air particle cannons, one on each side. With a beep, the permissions were unlocked. Jinyu, excited, rubbed her hands together and randomly fired a shot into the open space to test the feel. Startling Wang Su. Benevolent father, don't fire recklessly. This thing needs to recharge. We only have 15 rounds. Every shot counts. Looking at the large crater formed by the smoke and debris, Jinyu gained a direct understanding of the cannon's power. It was indeed formidable, yet not overwhelmingly so. She estimated it would be challenging to inflict substantial damage on the large dragon lurking in the basement. Jinyu, feeling disinterested, remarked, "Perhaps you should handle this." "I prefer to rely on my own abilities." With that, she soared to the lookout point alongside Chu Xiao. Observing the troubled expression on Chu Xiao's face, she felt somewhat bemused. "What's wrong? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost again?" "The Night Watch commander is personally leading the team. The dragon in the basement can't cause a ruckus." Chu Xiao shook his head. "I'm not worried about that." "Then what is troubling you?" Jinyu blinked. "Are you worried about our identities?" "Indeed," Chu Xiao replied reluctantly. "If those in higher echelons refuse to let us go, are we truly meant to take our own lives on the spot? If it's necessary, then so be it. Let us depart together into the void, for companionship on the road to the underworld shall spare us from solitude." Though Jinyu appears unafraid of death, the truth is that this fellow is exceedingly terrified of it. This is evident from her reaction when Wang Su uncovered the implantation of the dragon egg within her. Enough of this. After much contemplation, Chu Xiao resolved to seize the fleeting moments to venture into the realm of the spirit platform. "Keep watch for me. I shall close my eyes to gather my thoughts." Jinyu, wearing an expression of confusion, failed to comprehend but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Chu Xiao shut his eyes, allowing a fragment of consciousness to traverse into the ethereal spirit platform. Arriving at that hallowed ground, compared to his previous entry, the venue now featured a phantom composed of torrents of data and binary cascades, seated upon the jade lotus cushion that represented the 12 golden immortals. Despite its form bearing no resemblance to Jinyu, Chu Xiao recognized this phantom as her. From his perspective, a name bestowed by the celestial treasure lord adorned the phantom's head, resonating with a golden chime. "Mirror brother. Let us speak candidly. The dragon egg within Jinyu, was it not you who implanted it?" In response to Chu Xiao's forthrightness, the mirror replied with calm assurance, "She is not a nullifier. The only path to becoming a half-blood among the 12 golden immortals is through the implantation of the dragon egg, which was, in fact, orchestrated by you. Ha." Chu Xiao scoffed. "Your ability to shift blame is remarkable. Are you attempting to morally bind me out of fear that I may be hard to control? I tell you, in this wretched cybernetic apocalypse, my sense of morality has long since been devoured by dogs. If you do not clarify your stance today, do you dare to believe I shall not take my own life right here?" With that, Chu Xiao drew the Qingping sword from the phantom's waist and pressed it against his own neck. "I am not jesting. The my word is my bond." Chapter 12. The forced appointment of the 12 golden immortals faced with Chu Xiao's self-destructive threat. The mirror remained silent, as if the life of a nullifier held no significance to it. Perhaps it simply did not believe that Chu Xiao would truly take his own life with the sword. This exemplifies a common tactic in psychological manipulation, cold violence. Just as earlier, when it had showered him with unconditional praise and flattery, the aim is to exert better control over the other party's psyche. Had Chu Xiao not experienced such manipulation prior to his journey, he might have indeed fallen under the mirror's control. However, possessing a modern mindset and a wealth of experience in countering psychological manipulation, Chu Xiao decisively swung the sword, severing his own head. The head fell, yet no blood was shed. Crack. Though it was Chu Xiao who had beheaded himself, a fissure suddenly appeared upon the mirror. Time began to rewind in an eerie fashion. With each frame that receded, an additional crack emerged upon the mirror. When time returned to the moment before Chu Xiao's act of self-immolation, the mirror could no longer withstand the multitude of cracks and shattered into countless fragments. With a cold laugh, Chu Xiao's left hand crystallized instantly, allowing him to refine the shattered mirror into essence in a mere heartbeat. Moments later, gazing at the illusory golden elixir that had materialized in his Lord Bai. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Bai Luohan's expression remained impassive, and her tone was as frigid and mechanical as a machine. Those awakened with the ability to return to zero cannot be spared. They must all be eliminated. Chapter 13. One plays the role of the villain, while the other plays the hero. Thud. Wang Su knelt, bowing repeatedly towards Bai Luohang, oblivious to the blood seeping from his forehead. "My lord, in my over a decade of service as a night watchman for Jiang City, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly. While I may not have achievements, I have certainly endured hardships. I beseech you. Spare my life. Bai Luoheng raised an eyebrow. Are you also of mixed blood? Wang Su was taken aback and immediately shook his head. No. Then are you a returner? Not that either. Then why should this lord spare you? The disdain on Bai Luoheng's frigid face was palpable. Get out of my sight at once. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Thank you. Wang Su scrambled away. Liu Chun did not intervene. His attention remained fixed on Bai Luoheng. Lord Bai, you are well aware of the situation in Jiangcheng City that a controllable returner and a hybrid will not provoke the dragon's emotions. They are invaluable special combatants. Are you truly intent on executing them indiscriminately? Liu Chun, your words today are rather excessive. Bai Luoheng smiled coldly. This is not characteristic of your usual demeanor. Could it be that you see the shadows of old acquaintances in them, feeling a sense of pity? Liu Chun furrowed his brow. I do not comprehend your words. In any case, I will protect these two, Bai Luoheng declared. Whether you agree or disagree, it is of no consequence to me. Liu Chun beckoned to Chu Xiao and Jinyu, prepared to leave, only to be obstructed by Bai Luoheng, whose blade crackled with purple arcs of electricity. Are you certain you wish to confront me? Liu Chun inquired with a smirk as he observed Bai Luoheng. Enshrouded in her exoskeleton, crackling with energy, Bai Luoheng remained silent, her gaze flickering. We are all striving for Jiangcheng City, so why escalate matters to this extent? Lumiyan interjected, attempting to mediate. My lord, I believe Commander Lu's words hold merit. Recently, there have been undercurrents in the city, and the emotional tax quota for this month is insufficient. There is a significant likelihood of a large-scale dragon invasion. Every controllable combatant is exceedingly precious. Bai Luoheng seemed swayed by Lu Muyun's words, disarming herself yet still wearing a sour expression. However, whether or not they are controllable is not for you to decide. If you wish to spare them. I have one condition. Upon witnessing the other party's concession, Liu Chun seized the opportunity. As Lu Muyun said, I truly care for Jiangcheng City. What is your condition? Bai Luoheng coldly glanced at Chu Xiao and Jinyu. A self-destruct chip must be implanted in them. That way, should they go berserk, we will have means of counteraction. Ha. Liu Chun replied with a knowing smile. I can agree to that, but I have a condition as well. Bai Luoheng responded, Speak. The authority over the self-destruct chips must solely rest with me. You shall have no say in the matter. To Liu Chun's surprise, Bai Luoheng readily acquiesced. Very well, but I want to oversee the implantation of the self-destruct chips. Liu Chun nodded. Agreed. As the negotiations reached a satisfactory conclusion, Chu Xiao suddenly interjected at an inopportune moment. But won't the nanotechnology in my body render them ineffective? Is implanting a self-destruct chip even useful? Lu Muyun smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about that. We will provide you with a version that does not contain nanotechnology. Thank you. Chu Xiao appeared surprisingly compliant, accepting the terms without resistance. Jinyu echoed his gratitude, repeatedly bowing to the three dignitaries of Jiangcheng City, leaving Liu Chun astounded. The mindset of these two commoners seemed excessively optimistic. Lu Muyun expressed satisfaction. Indeed, heroes emerge while young. Such a mindset is a blessing for Jiangcheng City. As long as you work diligently and selflessly for Jiangcheng City, the self-destruct chips will not adversely affect your lives. Bai Luoheng added. I shall award you both with hero medals and revoke your status as commoners. After the chips are implanted, you are to work diligently under Commander Lu, striving for the welfare of the human world. Thus, the matter was resolved amicably. Following the implantation of the self-destruct chips in the surgical room of the Lord's Manor, Bai Luoheng promptly held a ceremony to bestow hero medals upon the two, broadcasting it citywide. The screens across Jiangcheng City were filled with the heroic deeds of Chu Xiao and Jinyu, igniting an inexplicable fervor in the previously desolate city, truly uplifting the spirits of its inhabitants. The two subsequently moved out of the hive and into the special staff dormitory at the Night Watch headquarters. Each residing in a 50-square-meter fully equipped, high-tech home, they finally enjoyed a life where meat was a regular part of their meals. Jinyu, unaccustomed to dining alone, carried his tray to Chu Xiao's room to share meals. Devouring 10 bowls in a whirlwind. Having meat to eat is delightful. If only every day could be like this, I would have no regrets in this life. Jinyu reclined on the sofa, patting his round belly with utter contentment. This must be the pinnacle of life. Chu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy. Going from extravagance back to frugality is challenging. Once a person becomes accustomed to the hardships of hunger and cold, even a little luxury can bring immense satisfaction. But such good days are not plentiful. Chu Xiao immediately doused Jinyu's enthusiasm with cold water. The supplies in the city are scarce. How could we possibly eat like this every day? You must know that Captain Wang Su only has one meat meal a day. and it is limited synthetic meat. Look at what we are eating. Chicken. Have you ever seen a chicken in Jiangcheng City? Actually, I haven't. Suddenly, Jinyu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Chu Xiao, could it be that this is our last supper? More or less. As Chu Xiao picked his teeth, he asked, have you noticed? Wasn't the negotiation process rather too smooth? I realized that early on. Jinyu scoffed. One plays the villain, the other the hero. Plus, Lu Muyun was there to smooth things over. They are clearly trying to win our favor. I estimate that our commander Lu is already on his way here. No sooner had he spoken than an electronic voice from the AI echoed through the room. Chu Xiao and Jinyu, please proceed to the headquarters meeting room. Speak of the devil, Chu Xiao said, beckoning Jinyu, who was still lounging on the sofa. Come on, let us meet the Night Watch commander who holds our fates in his hands. The two, equipped with their newly acquired elite wristbands, made their way to the expansive conference room at the Night Watch headquarters with ease. This meeting room was vast, capable of accommodating at least 500 individuals. Yet at that moment, it was only occupied by Lu Chun and the newly arrived Chu Xiao and Zhen Yu. Liu Chun stood at the podium. Behind him a massive holographic screen displaying footage of an archaeological excavation. The content was straightforward. The Night Owl team had unearthed an ancient tomb, suspected to harbor legendary ancient cultivation technologies. However, as the Night Owl team delved deeper, bizarre occurrences began to unfold. They inexplicably turned on one another, muttering nonsensical phrases like, I have become one, and Master Dao, I have transformed. While chanting, they tore apart their comrades and stuffed the flesh into their mouths, devouring it ravenously. The scene. Lu Chun expressed his conviction. With your individual efforts, you have managed to cleanse nearly 10,000 dragon-turned commoners, and there are no traces of mental contamination. This alone is sufficient to demonstrate your capability for this unique task. However, for the sake of long-term sustainable development, the upcoming 7 days of relevant training is indispensable. This not only pertains to the smooth execution of archaeological work, but also ensures your safety during excavation missions. Chu Xiao nodded. I have a basic understanding of the work situation. Now, let us discuss the matter of benefits and compensation. Is there a salary? How will the salary be calculated during periods without tasks? Who will cover medical expenses in the event of work-related injuries? Will meals consistently adhere to the standards just mentioned? Can we enhance our abilities through emotional crystallization? Or will the merits gained from completing tasks merely be a string of data? Is there a more reasonable avenue for conversion? Upon hearing this series of questions, Jinyu was taken aback. I had not considered any of these points at all. My elder brother here is surprisingly adept at managing affairs. How have I never noticed his talents in this regard before? Lu Chen also appeared momentarily stunned. He had never established a special department during his tenure. This was the first time he had encountered such inquiries, and due to the confidentiality and security of the tasks, he hadn't even brought along a deputy responsible for the Night Guard's internal matters, leaving him without anyone to consult. This left Lu Chun feeling unusually awkward. However, in an effort to maintain his composure, he feigned profundity and tossed the question back. What kind of employee benefits do you desire? Chu Xiao clearly had made plans, provisions for clothing, food, shelter, and medical care, with credit points issued at the highest standards for mid-level elites. Salaries to be paid continuously during non-task periods, and tripled during task periods. Furthermore, and most importantly, we require dragon blood and dragon hearts, hoping to exchange them for merits. Additionally, we must ensure our basic rights to freedom and privacy. That encompasses my demands. Should you be unable to meet these conditions, I kindly ask you to immediately press the self-destruct button, sending us to the afterlife. It would save us time. Liu Chen chuckled. Young man, are you threatening me? What a harsh word to use. Chu Xiao, with a hint of a smile, replied calmly. I am merely stating an objective fact. To prevent unforeseen incidents, it is customary for those in power to eliminate what cannot be obtained. Is it not? I am simply articulating what has gone unspoken. It hardly qualifies as a threat. Very well, quite audacious. Lu Chun's smile turned sharp. Do you realize what consequences await you for being so arrogant in my presence? Chu Xiao brought his fingers together like a sword, resting them against his carotid artery. If it is to be my demise, I can take care of that myself. Jinyu mimicked the gesture. Liu Chen felt a headache coming on. How reckless are these young people to treat their lives so lightly, to speak of death so casually, as if it were nothing. Nonsense. Lu Chen slammed the table. Put your hands down immediately. Shall we proceed with the benefits as you just outlined? Chu Xiao promptly lowered his fingers with delight. Commander Lu, your wisdom and prowess are unmatched. May your fortunes flourish. Enough of the flattery. Liu Chen tossed 2 badges onto the table. These are your identity badges for the special team, granting you special permissions second only to mine among the night guards that I in Jiangcheng. Aside from me, you need not heed anyone else's orders, including that of the city lord, Bai Lung, should she attempt to provoke you. I will handle it. Jinyu scrutinized the badge. Why does this emblem depict a half-dead, half-alive tree? Isn't that rather inauspicious? Chu Xiao shot Jinyu a sidelong glance. This symbolizes the cycle of decay and growth, the balance of yin and yang, embodying the essence of perpetual existence. Are you not a fervent admirer of the cultivation culture? How could you not comprehend this? Jinyu rolled his eyes, too disinterested to respond. Lu Chen opened his mouth, yearning to clarify that he had not intended that meaning, but the words escaped him. Indeed, Chu Xiao is correct. The emblem signifies that very concept. You both should rest well today. I will send you the training schedule for the next 7 days this evening, that if there are no further questions, this meeting is adjourned. Upon leaving the conference room, the two did not return to their special staff dormitory, but headed straight to the lower district's black market. Arriving at a miscellaneous shop named All-Encompassing, the shopkeeper, Zhang Beichen, was a young man dressed as a Taoist priest, his robe filthy and patched over 100 times, with a large screw serving as a hairpin. He was engaged in light-hearted banter with a flamboyant proprietress selling counterfeit medicine next door. Zhang Daozhang. Chu Xiao smiled slightly, revealing a set of bright white teeth. We wish to have a serious conversation with you. Might Zhang Daozhang grant us the honor? Zhang Beichen, jovial and welcoming, replied, Of course. Please, step inside. The two followed Zhang Beichen to the backyard, sitting upon 2 oversized screws. Chu Xiao cut to the chase. The supreme pure Ling Ao Tianzuan. Zhang Daozhang, please explain. How did you come to know this title? Chapter 15. The Taoist master I have become. Zhang Beichen, the proprietor of All-Encompassing, had long adopted the guise of a Taoist priest, though rooted in the black market of the lower district. He was not one of the commoners. It was rumored that he had once been a formidable night guard. After a mishap that resulted in the breaking of his genetic lock, he could no longer wield exoskeletal combat. Tired of the discrimination faced by mid-level elites, he had opened this shop in the lower district. On the surface, he sold various peculiar items, yet in reality, he was a bona fide information dealer, offering reasonable prices and occasionally free services, making him the best source for news among the lower district's commoners. Previously, when Chu Xiao sought to join the Night Owl team for archaeological work, Jinyu had sought information from Zhang Beichen. Observing Jinyu's demeanor of facing death with equanimity, Zhang had suggested she offer a prayer for psychological comfort. Jinyu found this reasonable, leading to subsequent events. Chu Xiao, hearing Jinyu's prayer, designated her as one of the 12 golden immortals. This coincidence left Chu Xiao pondering deeply. Thus, after resolving his own crisis, he promptly brought Jinyu here. Zhang Beichen realized with a sudden understanding. So, the two illustrious heroes have come to my humble abode merely for this matter. To be candid, the rumors circulating about me are not unfounded. I was once a member of a special team directly under the command of the Night Guard commander. During a particular mission, I learned of the title of the Supreme Pure Lingbao Tianzuan. That I am not entirely certain what this title precisely represents, but given the context, it likely refers to one of the supreme deities of Taoism from ancient times. You can tell from my attire that I am an ardent enthusiast of cultivation. During challenging times, I often pray to Lingbao Tianzuan for solace. This, my esteemed heroes, comprises all that I know regarding Lingbao Tianzuan. I hope this information proves helpful. In the afternoon, Bai Luoheng livestreamed the award ceremony for Chu Xiao and Jinyu. Their titles as heroes of Jiangcheng became widely known. However, during the live stream, Bai Luoheng did not reveal their true identities, merely presenting them as role models for the commoners, uplifting their spirits. Chu Xiao tapped his fingers on the screw table, inquiring, Zhang Daozhang, how long have you maintained this habit? Zhang Beichen pondered. It has been nearly a decade. Ever since that disastrous mission that almost wiped out our forces and resulted in our disbandment, I have adopted this habit. 10 years ago, the commander of the Night Guards resigned due to poor judgment, causing significant losses for Jiangcheng and nearly allowing the dragons to breach the city. Subsequently, Lu Chen was parachuted in as his replacement. If all goes well, the special team they just joined is likely a continuation of the one Zhang Beichen was once part of. Jinyu caught the implication in Zhang Beichen's words. So, you were spared due to your invocation of the Supreme Pure Ling Ao Tianzuan's name. No wonder you are a hero of Jiangcheng. Your insight is sharp. After showering praise, Zhang Beichen became serious. Unfortunately, I signed a confidentiality agreement, and I cannot disclose too much about this matter. I hope you can understand. Esteemed heroes. A badge depicting a half-dead, half-alive towering tree was tossed onto the screw table by Chu Xiao. I believe you can share a bit more. Upon seeing the badge, Zhang Beichen's pupils dilated in disbelief as he scrutinized the two heroes before him. Without a symbiotic exoskeleton, yet they are members of a special team. You? Realizing the truth, Zhang Beichen quickly covered his mouth. Esteemed heroes, I assure you that I will not divulge today's conversation. I implore you to keep my secret in return. Chu Xiao grinned. Zhang Daoshang. You are a person of integrity. We would never be the kind of individuals to betray trust. Now, please tell us, what truly transpired during that special mission? Zhang Beichen's expression turned nostalgic, and after a moment, he began to speak. However, the specifics he shared left Chu Xiao and Jinyu rather unimpressed. The reason was simple. The events Zhang Beichen described had already been laid bare on the holographic projection screen. The only surprising revelation was that Zhang Beichen was indeed the one who had torn apart a teammate and repeatedly chanted, Taoist Master, I have become. On the holographic projection, Zhang Beichen's face was smeared with blood and flesh. A stark contrast to his current appearance as a Taoist priest, rendering both Chu Xiao and Jinyu unrecognizable moments ago. After you devoured your teammate, did your gene lock break? Jinyu inquired with curiosity. Gene lock, that must pertain to genetics, right? Can one still survive if it breaks? I am uncertain, Zhang Beichen replied, shaking his head resolutely. In any case, I have not perished. By the way, Jinyu. Zhang Beichen fidgeted with his hands, exuding an aura of nervousness, as if grappling with unspoken words. Speak freely, Jinyu urged. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Beichen seemed to resolve himself. You must be a hybrid, correct? Jinyu did not respond but turned to glance at Chu Xiao. From this simple reaction, Zhang Beichen confirmed his suspicions. Before Chu Xiao could voice his thoughts, Zhang Beichen suddenly turned his back, lifting his soiled Taoist robe to reveal his back to the two. A fiery red dragon scale protruded defiantly, surrounded by purple-black veins that resembled venom, steadily encroaching upon the surrounding healthy tissue. Chu Xiao's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Is this condition voluntary or inexplicably manifested? Zhang Beichen lowered his robe. A look of distress crossing his face. I am acutely aware of the mortality rate of dragon egg parasites. I would never jest with this life I have salvaged. Yet, just prior to the commencement of the conferral ceremony, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind, claiming to be Lingyao Tianzuan, designating me as one of the 12 golden immortals, instructing me to eliminate those who usurp the title of Tianzuan. Then, my back began to itch, and I inexplicably became a dragon egg parasite. This is something I dare not share with others, fearing the inspection team would learn of it and eliminate me. Jinyu, you must be aware of this predicament. Correct. If I complete the ceremony dictated by that voice in my mind, will I stabilize into a hybrid like you? Given the gravity of their discussion, both men felt no need for further concealment. Affirming Zhang Beichen's thoughts, this rekindled a glimmer of hope in Zhang Beichen's otherwise dismal existence. Wonderful. With your affirmation, I can finally boldly attempt that ceremony. His ceremony slightly differed from Jinyu's, yet the variations were minimal. It required neither dragon blood nor dragon heart, only dragon scales and spine. He had already procured the necessary materials through his own channels. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, we shall stand by your side. Should you tragically transform into a monster, we will intervene. Thank you, brave heroes. Zhang Beichen bowed in gratitude, eager to lead them to the courtyard for the ceremony when a voice, laced with malice, interrupted. Zhang Beichen. Have you arranged for those two commoners? The speaker was a tall, gaunt man, half machine, half flesh, his symbiotic exoskeleton betraying his identity. The electronic eye fixated on Zhang Beichen glowed a menacing crimson. If you delay our Night Owl Squad's archaeological endeavors, do you comprehend the consequences? Chapter 16. The aspiring Chu Xiao, the vice captain of the Night Owl Squad, displayed a flamboyant demeanor and boisterous speech, completely disregarding the two living individuals in the courtyard. Zhang Beichen's brows furrowed tightly. Vice Captain Qin, I have already communicated with your Captain Li regarding the accompanying commoners for the archaeological expedition. The two commoners who wish to join have now become heroes of Jiangcheng and will likely not participate in this operation. Captain Li has expressed his understanding of this. Did he fail to update you? Stop the pointless chatter. Qin Xiao stepped across the threshold, the joints of his exoskeleton emitting a piercing hydraulic sound as he seized Zhang Beichen by the collar. Those pampered lapdogs from the upper district can step over the corpses of commoners to become heroes of Jiangcheng, awarded by the city lord, and that's impressive, is it? I don't care how you negotiated with the boss. You must procure two commoners for me. Otherwise, you might as well close the shop. Gazing at the metallic claws mere inches from him, Zhang Beichen remained indifferent, devoid of any fear or anxiety. He replied coldly. I am eager to see how you intend to close this shop. Humphed at a malicious grin curled Chu Xiao's lips. The originally 3-inch-long metallic claw suddenly shot forth, extending toward Zhang Beichen's throat, only to be halted by a crystalline left hand. Crack! The claw, capable of piercing the scales of a fully grown 5th-generation dragon, shattered upon impact. Chu Xiao's pupils constricted in terror as he stumbled back, incredulously staring at the frail youth who had intervened. You are hybrids? Chu Xiao felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the city lord bestow the title of Jiangcheng hero upon hybrids? Who are you truly? Didn't you just say it? We are heroes of Jiangcheng. Chu Xiao responded with a warm smile, appearing entirely innocuous. Of course, we were once commoners wishing to accompany you on the archaeological expedition. Just provide us with a time and place, so as not to waste your Night Owl Squad's precious time. Skepticism flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. He was well aware that this archaeological endeavor had been cancelled by the boss. And he knew that Chu Xiao and Zhun Yu were the commoners who had sought to leave the city with the squad. The reason for barging into the shop, seeking trouble, was simply due to his own baser instincts. The clean and striking Zhun Yu possessed an appealing visage, with an oval face radiating charm, and coupled with his impressive physique, he stood out in the lower district's black market. Night watchman like Chu Xiao, with commoner origins, often developed psychological distortions due to prolonged chemical castration. After regaining their vigor, their reproductive urges typically surged. Moreover, night watchmen seeking to unlock higher-tier gene locks required intense emotions to support their endeavors, with emotional crystallization being exceedingly costly. Consequently, a trend emerged among night watchmen to indulge in hedonistic practices, amplifying their desires to stimulate their gene locks and achieve unlocking. Nothing incites emotions more than illicit activities, violence, and lawlessness. Unfortunately, even in Jiangcheng, the law still prevailed. While commoners were chemically castrated and lacked the right to end their lives, others were similarly prohibited from harming or infringing upon them. One could humiliate a commoner, treating them as less than human, but to take their life necessitated a legitimate justification. Otherwise, the AI embedded within the symbiotic exoskeleton would report to superiors. In Jiangcheng, there was no concept of imprisonment for crimes, nor any death penalty. In this post-apocalyptic world, human resources were invaluable, particularly those who had unlocked gene locks and exhibited high synchronization rates. Thus, lawbreakers among the night watchmen typically found themselves assigned a new role, becoming precious test subjects in clandestine laboratories. Caught in a web of survival, they devised a method to evade legal repercussions, recruiting commoners under the guise of archaeological expeditions, allowing them to temporarily disable the AI of their exoskeletons outside the city and indulge in their whims. Utilizing extreme and cruel measures, they aimed to magnify their emotions and enhance the strength of their gene locks. Once concluded, they would reactivate the AI, feigning exploration, and return to the city to draft a report, thus burying the matter. The approach was hardly sophisticated. An investigation would yield conclusive evidence. Yet, no one would jeopardize their standing over a few expendable lives. After all, they too sought advancement. In a sense, this was merely ambition. In the wrong circumstances, one might find themselves embroiled in a similar pursuit, making it hardly worthwhile to dwell on such matters. It was a tacit understanding. As long as everyone played their part, all would be well. This sort of gossip had circulated within the commoner community for some time. Yet, for the sake of achieving a leap in social status, there were always those unafraid of death who dared to gamble. Chu Xiao understood the intricacies of this situation. Initially wishing to leave the city to evade body inspections, he was essentially drawn to this very point. Should the opposing party wish to harm him, he could dispose of them without a trace of guilt. In light of the current outcome, Chu Xiao recognized that this decision had been rather immature. Had he known that the higher-ups sought individuals with his unique talents, his immediate reaction upon discovering his abilities would have been to promptly surrender himself to the state. Even if implanted with a self-destruct chip, it would be 1,000,000 times better than evading capture, living in constant dread of exposure. Just moments ago, Chu Xiao and Zhun Yu had communicated telepathically. Since the adversaries had come seeking trouble, they would take this opportunity to have some fun before the official training commenced. This served a dual purpose, laying the groundwork for the upcoming special task while simultaneously ridding society of a menace. A win-win situation, indeed. Now, witnessing Chu Xiao's fluctuating expressions, Jin Yu playfully bounced in front of him. Smiling brightly, Vice Captain Qin, do not wear such a grim expression. That arm of yours is merely the latest experimental prototype, a work in progress. We truly are not hybrids. Otherwise, how could the city lord have conferred upon us the title of Jiangcheng heroes? Qin Shou's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder these two had survived the hive dragon calamity. They were mere test subjects. If things got out of hand, it would only make the experience all the more exhilarating. At least they wouldn't resemble ordinary commoners who would perish before the fun truly began, failing to evoke any emotional response. Noticing Qin Xiao still hesitating, Jinyu audaciously shook his mechanical arm. Vice Captain Qin, you should agree to our request. We are truly eager to follow the Night Owl team and venture beyond the city to broaden our horizons. At this, Qin Xiao immediately became animated. His mind audibly hijacked by his lower half, leading to a remarkable lapse in intellect. All right, we shall assemble at the East Gate at 8 this evening. Having spoken, he forcefully extricated himself from Jinyu's delicate grasp and dashed away without a backward glance. The smile on Jinyu's face faded entirely, and with a look of disdain, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Zhang Daolong, do you have any water? I need to wash my hands." "Indeed, I do." Zhang Beichen produced a large measuring cup filled with boiled purified water. "Feel free to wash as you wish." Nevertheless, Jinyu showed restraint in her washing, using only about 50 milliliters of that precious water. Observing Jinyu's apparent discomfort with her uncleanliness, Chu Xiao shook his head in exasperation. "It's not as if we must excavate outside the city. There's no need to employ the wiles of a beauty, is there?" "Humph, what do you know?" Jinyu's demeanor shifted to one of menace. That person was merely pretending to trouble Zhang Daolong. His thoughts were entirely consumed with pursuing me. If I do not eliminate him, my heart cannot remain clear. Chu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. "You can perceive that. Surely you cannot see images as well? That's none of your concern," Jinyu declared resolutely. "In any case, I shall kill this Qin Xiao." Chu Xiao patted Jinyu's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "While he certainly deserves killing, it's best to refrain from employing beauty tricks in the future." "What is this?" Jinyu suddenly smirked. "Are you feeling tempted?" "Huh." Chu Xiao laughed. "Who would ever harbor feelings for their own brother? It's merely rather distasteful to witness. It's a bit out of character. Get lost." Jinyu kicked Chu Xiao in the rear. Chu Xiao, unaffected, merely watched as Jinyu hopped on one foot, grimacing in pain. "Damn you, Chu Xiao. Is your backside made of titanium alloy? How can it be so hard?" Chu Xiao pressed down on Jinyu's little head. "Enough of that, we must focus on the matter at hand. It's time for Zhang Daolong's designated ritual to commence." Chapter 17. Aberration under Zhang Beichen's guidance. The two entered a basement that was considerably more spacious than the general store itself. At the center of the basement stood an altar inscribed with the ancient script proclaiming the supreme clarity spiritual treasure celestial sovereign. The offerings upon the table were plentiful: longevity peaches, roasted suckling pigs, an array of fruits, and incense candles. Yet, without exception, all were replicas crafted from inexpensive composite materials, devoid of authenticity. Beneath the offering table lay a jade cushion. This was where Jinyu had prayed previously. Rendering the scene before her familiar, however, compared to the midday hours, a bronze cauldron, towering to the height of a person, had been added. Within the cauldron was a dragon's spine steeped in an unknown liquid, while beneath it sprawled a reversed pentagram fashioned from dragon scales. Upon witnessing this sight, Jinyu could not help but inquire, "Zhang Daolong, how come your designated ritual incorporates Western black magic in the era of mobile city-states?" Distinctions between East and West remained. The Jiang city they currently inhabited was a satellite city under the Eastern Alliance. While they frequently undertook triad movement due to dragon activities, natural disasters, and energy issues, their operational range did not extend beyond the Eastern Alliance's territorial boundaries. In Jiang City, one typically only encountered Western faces on television. Zhang Beichen offered a resigned smile. "My memories are as such. I dare not be careless." Chu Xiao stroked his chin. "Perhaps the designated rituals of the 12 golden immortals vary. Perhaps." Jinyu was not entirely certain. Both she and Chu Xiao harbored intentions to recruit Zhang Beichen. On their way to the basement, they had already disclosed their identities as 12 golden immortals to him, as long as Zhang Beichen could safely complete the designated ritual and become a hybrid. They could introduce him to Lu Qian, who would undoubtedly welcome Zhang Beichen, the sole survivor from that era, in his pursuit to excavate the ancient ruins suspected to harbor a civilization of cultivation. This would significantly enhance the likelihood of success for their unique mission. Even if it did not succeed, the chance of survival would at least be marginally improved. I am indebted to you both for your support. Zhang Beichen shed his patched robe, revealing a ghastly back. The once fiery red scales had transformed into a dark crimson hue, and the encroachment of purple-black veins had significantly expanded, under the flickering light of the electronic candles. A sinister sheen was cast. Supreme Clarity's edict. The spiritual treasure is illuminated. Designated ritual commence. As the incantation resonated, a sudden gust swept through the basement, which should have been devoid of wind. 36 bronze lamps around the reversed pentagram gradually ignited. The dragoness spine within the cauldron abruptly stiffened, resembling a striking cobra, and shot forth from the cauldron, effortlessly penetrating Zhang Beichen's spine. Such a bizarre spectacle ignited a sense of foreboding in the hearts of the two. Did my designated ritual appear so sinister as well? Jinyu questioned her own existence, hastily seeking confirmation from Chu Xiao. No, Chu Xiao appeared perplexed. Your designated ritual primarily involved the spiritual treasure Celestial Sovereign bestowing you a name. Overall, it emanated an ethereal aura, yet Zhang Daolong's designated ritual. With the howling winds and that dragon spine penetrating his body. If anything, it resembles the hatching of a dragon egg. Jinyu adopted a serious demeanor. Should we interrupt? Chu Xiao shook his head. Let us observe for now. Be ready for battle at a moment's notice. If things go awry, I shall refine the dragon egg within him. Having consumed the mirror of clarity, Chu Xiao had gained an additional decade of life. Refining a dragon egg would only require the expenditure of a single day's lifespan, a trivial cost. They refrained from speaking aloud, communicating instead through their thoughts to avoid disturbing Zhang Beichen. Suddenly, all the bronze lamps erupted in a blinding flash, and within the violet-blue flames appeared distorted human faces. A bloodied spine was forcibly extracted from Zhang Beichen's tailbone by an invisible force. Cold sweat immediately enveloped him, and the excruciating agony of having his bones pulled sent forth a cry of anguish reminiscent of a dragon. The dark red scales on his back began to ooze a viscous, tar-like black liquid. His previously neatly trimmed nails grew uncontrollably, transforming within moments into outright dragon claws. Not good. Jinyu heightened her perception. The dragon egg within him is being eroded by the black liquid. That substance. Is altering the designated ritual. Before she could finish her thought, Zhang Beichen suddenly turned around. His left eye gleamed with a dark golden slit, while his right eye flowed with a viscous black liquid. The liquid dripped from his dragon scales onto the ground, immediately corroding it into bubbling, smoking pits. Take action. Be cautious of that black liquid. Chu Xiao summoned his Danqi. The golden patterns of the Hunyuan Ichi Ju swiftly coursing beneath his skin. Aiming to refine the black liquid that was distorting the designated ritual, Zhang Beichen's back erupted, revealing a mass of flesh that burst open, extending hundreds of sharp, barbed tendrils. Each tendril bore a hook with a single slit eye. The situation escalated rapidly, and Chu Xiao could only manage to block the assault with his crystallized left hand. Boom. Chu Xiao felt a surge of sweetness in his throat as blood trickled from his mouth. Hurled against the basement wall by the combined force of hundreds of tendrils, creating a horrifying human-shaped crater, the sheer strength of the opponent exceeded his expectations, even before fully transforming into a dragon. He possessed nearly the strength of a fifth-generation adult. Unable to confront directly, he needed to find a way to reach the source, the black liquid that eroded the dragon egg. That was where the true threat lay. Chu Xiao wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and communicated through thought. Restrict his movements. Do not engage in a contest of strength. Jinyu, already maneuvering with lightning magic, promptly shifted to ice spells upon hearing Chu Xiao's mental message. Swift as a command, Jinyu conjured an ice sword in the void and inscribed a symbol toward the dragon-transformed Zhang Beichen. Snow and wind materialized, and suddenly, the basement was blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes. Zhang Beichen's movement slowed considerably, ice forming upon him, an omen of impending entrapment and frost. Chu Xiao swiftly darted into the fray, seizing the ice crystal chains thrown by Jinyu, binding Zhang Beichen in a twisted form. Roar! The roar of the dragon reverberated as Zhang Beichen exerted tremendous force, nearly shattering the ice crystal chains that bound him. Jinyu strained to channel her spiritual energy, her egg-shaped face reddening with exertion. Hurry and act. I cannot hold him for long. In the midst of their exchange, Chu Xiao's crystallized left hand had already made contact with Zhang Beichen's third vertebra. Channeling all his might into the Hunyuan Ichi Ju, golden patterns coalesced into a vortex centered upon Zhang Beichen's third vertebra, forcibly drawing in the scattering black liquid, transforming it into a torrent of azure data. The black liquid emitted a malicious, piercing shriek, flailing in the air as though attempting to escape the immense suction generated by the golden vortex, but it was all in vain. That said, Chu Xiao found himself in a precarious situation. Just because the black liquid was powerless against the golden vortex did not imply that the hundreds of tendrils behind Zhang Beichun would remain passive, while Chu Xiao refined the source of the black liquid. He was simultaneously pierced by the hooks of the tendrils. Were it not for his unique genetic sequence, which rendered him somewhat toxic to those tendrils, he might have been completely consumed before he could finish refining the source of the black liquid. As the last drop of black liquid transformed into a torrent of data, the dragon-like aberration on Zhang Beichun dissipated, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Unlike the previous occasion of refining the dragon egg within Jin Yu, this time only a pure state of restoration had occurred. This time, Chu Xiao found himself in possession of a quantum elixir, straddling the realms of illusion and reality that it had, astonishingly, cost him an entire year of his lifespan. He was eager to discover just how much this quantum elixir could enhance his cultivation. Chapter 18. The Qingping Sword Embryo. As the golden elixir was swallowed, Chu Xiao felt a celestial explosion of starlight within his mind. A warm current meandered through his body, coursing to his limbs and bones. His body, pierced by long, grasping tendrils, rapidly healed, forming scabs that eventually fell away to reveal skin as tender and fresh as that of a newborn. Moments later, his complexion returned to its normal hue. Name: Chu Xiao. Realm: First turn golden elixir, 77. Combat power, 7.7, equivalent to a first-tier gene lock exoskeleton warrior. Dan Qi, 100. Vitality, 100. Lifespan, 12 years. The quantum elixir, forged from black liquid, had remarkably boosted his golden elixir progression by 11. Moreover, it had added a full 3 years to his lifespan, a splendid profit. Not only that, it appeared that his star essence had increased as well. Chu Xiao was overjoyed and could hardly wait to enter the ethereal realm of his mind. At that moment, Jin Yu had completed checking Zhang Beichun's physical condition, confirming that he was unharmed and would awaken shortly. In addition, there was another piece of good news. Zhang Beichun's anointing ceremony had not failed. He was now a legitimate hybrid. However, due to the influence of the black liquid, the power of his bloodline was rather weak, and his actual combat ability was likely unimpressive. With this, Zhang Beichun's anointing ceremony had come to a definitive conclusion. You observe one thing, and I meditate in silence, ignoring Jin Yu's disdainful glance. Chu Xiao immediately entered the ethereal realm. Arriving at the designated dojo. In the upper left corner of his vision, the quantity of star essence had at last achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1. He focused on the starry point at the center of the celestial treasure, Heavenly Sovereign's forehead. Opening the skill tree interface. 3 branches were available for selection behind the Hunyuan Ichiju, Qingping Sword, Hunyuan Golden Daodu, and 6 Souls Banner. Among them, the Hunyuan Golden Daodu and 6 Souls Banner required 10 points of star essence, while the Qingping Sword demanded only 1 point, leaving no room for choice. The Qingping Sword it would be. After all, it was preferable to being unarmed. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao illuminated the starry point representing the Qingping Sword. Memories related to its crafting surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In an instant, he grasped all the methods necessary for forging the Qingping Sword. However, this knowledge cast a grave expression upon his face. The embryonic form of the Qingping Sword required the spine of an adult 5th-generation dragon. Once the sword embryo was formed, he could continue the refinement process. With his current first-turn golden elixir prowess, he could at most forge a first-tier Qingping Sword. To create something from nothing, he would need a staggering 15 spines from adult 5th-generation dragons. To hunt down a single adult 5th-generation dragon. At least a team of 30, equivalent to a first-tier gene lock squad, would be required. While the combat capability of an adult 5th-generation dragon could not be simply equated to that of 30 first-tier gene locks, it would undoubtedly far surpass Chu Xiao's current individual power, especially in terms of strength. The human form was utterly incomparable to that of an adult dragon. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if Chu Xiao possessed the strength to slay dragons, he would still need to locate an adult dragon. Under normal circumstances, dragons would not proactively attack human settlements. To hunt dragons, one must venture beyond the city. Yet outside the city lay the dragon's territory, compounded by the pervasive radioactive gases, significantly increasing the dangers of dragon hunting. Although the Night Owl Squad frequently conducted archaeological reconnaissance, encountering an adult dragon, even if it were merely a 5th-generation type, would leave them with no chance of survival. Unless someone in the squad had unlocked the 2nd-tier gene lock, they might barely manage to escape unscathed. As for preserving the lives of their teammates, That was simply out of the question. Once the Qingping sword embryo was successfully forged, it could be utilized as a storage item. In this cyber wasteland. It possessed irreplaceable functionality. He needed to devise a method to expedite its creation. Chu Xiao stroked his chin, pondering. I wonder what grade of dragon spine Zhang Daolong used for the anointing ceremony. If it is that of an adult 5th-generation dragon, I could procure it through his channels. If all else fails, I would have to shamelessly seek assistance from Lu Qin. Having concluded his thoughts, Chu Xiao cast a glance at the 12 data phantoms in the dojo. He noticed a new name. Hu Xiao Long Yin, appearing above the data phantom next to Zhen Yu. It was likely the newly anointed Zhang Beichen. Such matters could easily be clarified with a simple inquiry, and he had no intention of speculating idly. Promptly returning to the real world, upon seeing Chu Xiao open his eyes, the just-awakened Zhang Beichen immediately rose and respectfully bowed to him. Thank you for your heroic rescue. Chu Xiao accepted the gratitude with composure. I am not one for beating around the bush or engaging in empty pleasantries. Our assistance to you is not entirely altruistic. We have other motives. Zhen Yu has already briefed Zhang Beichen. He comprehended Chu Xiao's words at once. As long as the commander of the night watchman agrees to my participation in your special mission, I shall not hesitate. Zhang Beichen clenched his fists. A decade has passed, and I too yearn to uncover the truth behind the annihilation of our forces. Chu Xiao reconfirmed Zhang Beichen's golden, immortal title. As he had surmised, it was indeed Hu Xiao Long Yin. Although both were hybrids, Zhang Beichen's path diverged from Zhen Yu's, who could only freely control dragon transformation at the second stage. Zhang Beichen's focus was the mastery of dragon transformation. He practiced the 9 dragons nurturing body method, refining dragon scales and bones into qi-enhancing elixirs, a conventional means to strengthen his gene lock. Only upon reaching the second-tier gene lock would he unlock spellcasting abilities. Thus, he was the complete antithesis of Zhen Yu, a true physical cultivation master. Chu Xiao chuckled. 1 warrior, 1 mage. All we need now is a support and a healer to complete our team. Zhang Beichen, however, managed a wry smile. My anointing ceremony encountered some issues. Although I have become a hybrid, my gene lock is not fully activated. I must collect dragon bones, scales, and blood from 9 different dragon species to refine the qi-enhancing elixir. Only after consuming it and operating the 9 dragons nurturing body method can I fully unlock my gene lock. Until then, I am essentially powerless. The special mission will not commence for at least another week. So there should be time. Chu Xiao gestured toward the neglected vertebra lying nearby. Zhang Daolong, do you still require this vertebra? This vertebra was extracted from Zhang Beichen's body after the dragon's spine was forcibly drawn out by an unseen force. Chu Xiao discovered that this vertebra perfectly met the conditions for crafting the Qingping sword embryo, effectively equivalent to that of an adult 5th-generation dragon. Originally, he had intended to refine this vertebra into the qi-enhancing elixir. But alas, his current strength was insufficient for the task. Zhang Beichen generously replied, since the hero desires it, take it freely. Thank you, Zhang Daolong. Chu Xiao expressed his sincere gratitude. In the future, refrain from calling me a hero. Simply address us by our names. Agreed. Subsequently, Zhang Beichen explained the precautions for archaeological expeditions and the specifics regarding the Night Owl Squad. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao diligently focused on refining the Qingping sword embryo. Half an hour later, a melodious sword hum resonated through the basement. A bronze ancient sword, entwined with binary runes and torrents of data, floated before Chu Xiao. The Qingping sword embryo had been successfully forged. Chapter 19. Reforging Humanity's Glory. We are duty-bound. Item. Qingping sword. Status. Sword embryo. Function. The sword body contains a 5-cubic independent space, incapable of holding living beings, with absolute preservation. Characteristic 1. Can be nurtured within the golden elixir, with a chance of generating additional attributes. Characteristic 2. Infusing Dan Shi into the sword body can cause temporary electronic paralysis upon inflicting wounds. Characteristic 3. Non-zero individuals cannot utilize it. Materials needed for the next stage. Adult 5th-generation dragon spine 03. Note 1. The size of the independent space increases as the Qingping sword's completion grows, with a chance of generating new attributes upon breaking through major stages. Note 2. Can command the extermination sword array, amplifying its power by 100. Quite intriguing. It even comes with an explanatory note. Clear and straightforward. Unfortunately, the extermination sword array is far too distant from my current skill tree. I shall have to address that later. With a mere thought, Chu Xiao absorbed the Qingping sword embryo into his golden elixir for nurturing. At that moment, Zhang Beiqin had finished relaying the essential information regarding tonight's archaeological expedition to Zhenyu. There were 2 points that required special attention. The first was that the air outside the city was laden with radioactive substances. Ordinary individuals, without specialized gas masks, would swiftly mutate into monsters. The night watchmen, equipped with exoskeletons, were unaffected. Hybrids likely shared this immunity, but whether Chu Xiao, as a zero, required protection remained to be tested. Zhang Beiqin suggested that Chu Xiao return to the headquarters of the night watchmen for a test. They had a dedicated training facility. The second point was that the Night Owl squad, led by Chu Xiao, was codenamed Vulture and consisted of 5 members, aside from the captain, Li Guanquan, and the deputy captain. Chu Xiao, who possessed some strength, the other 3 were unworthy of names. All were malevolent individuals. Their demise would serve the greater good. However, one must exercise caution around Li Guanquan, for he was deeply suspicious. If he sensed something amiss, he might abandon his comrades and flee. Should he return to the city to inform on them, the situation would become quite troublesome. If combat became necessary, Li Guanquan must be prioritized for elimination. As for where the Vulture squad intended to conduct their archaeological endeavors, Zhang Beiqin was uncertain. Based on past practices, if their goal was merely to slaughter the dust folk for the sake of enhancing their gene lock progression, the Vulture squad would likely avoid perilous locations. Chu Xiao understood that they possessed some strength and were not mere ordinary dust folk. One might entertain certain thoughts, genuinely endeavoring into archaeological excavations and exploring ancient relics. Relegating you to the role of mere cannon fodder, Zhang Beiqin suggests feigning weakness, adopting a guise of innocence, to diminish the risks posed by this reckless group, who might unwittingly stumble into ruins mistaken for dragon nests. Oblivious to the peril that awaits them. It certainly sounds perilous. Zhenyu appears somewhat hesitant, glancing at Chu Xiao. Should we reconsider this foolhardy venture? My dear brother, such fear of death is rather uncharacteristic of you. Chu Xiao, nonchalant, responds, if we could perish simply by accompanying the Night Owl team outside the city, then undertaking a special mission would undoubtedly lead to swifter demise. Since death is inevitable, it is better to embrace an early departure. In our current predicament, clinging to life serves no purpose. Let us regard life and death with indifference. If one is dissatisfied, let them act. Let us act decisively. Furthermore, as long as we do not encounter adult dragons, are not the juvenile ones easily vanquished? This presents a wealth of experience for leveling up. The mobile city-state adheres to a cycle of moving for 7 days and resting for 14. Unless dragon activity is unusually high or the mobile city-state faces an energy crisis, it must venture into hazardous zones to replenish its resources. Generally, there are no dragons exceeding 5 generations within a 50-mile radius of the mobile city-state's resting place. Quite reasonable. Jinyu puffs out his chest with pride. We are the lucky ones. With us present, encountering an adult dragon is simply impossible. Such statements are ill-advised. Zhang Beiqin wears a grave expression. It is better to exercise caution when venturing outside the city for archaeological pursuits. Heed the sage's words. Jinyu wholeheartedly agrees, producing a divination compass and ostentatiously attempting to gauge the auspiciousness of this archaeological endeavor. At that moment, the elite wristband on Chu Xiao's wrist suddenly illuminates. Upon checking, he sees a video call from Lu Qin. I have received word that you will be embarking on an archaeological expedition outside the city with the Vulture team at 8 o'clock this evening. This team has a notorious reputation among the night watchmen. The captain, Li Guangkong, is exceedingly suspicious, possessing strength close to a second-tier genetic lock, with combat prowess comparable to Wang Su. Exercise extreme caution when venturing outside the city. All personnel involved in reconnaissance and archaeological activities with the Night Owl team must report to their superiors. It is entirely reasonable that Chu Xiao and Jinyu are the focal points of Lu Qin's attention. As the information reaches him promptly, Liu Qin's call indicates tacit approval of their undertaking, thereby sparing them the hassle of persuading him to grant them leave. Thank you, Commander Liu, for your concern. Shortly, Jinyu and I wish to borrow the training grounds to assess our adaptability to the external environment. Would this be convenient? Feel free to use it, Liu Qin reiterates. You are members of a special team, possessing privileges second only to mine within the Night Watchman's hierarchy. Henceforth, these trivial matters need not be reported to me. Should you have any requests, simply present your badge, and assistance will be forthcoming. Thank you for clarifying, Commander Liu. Chu Xiao introduces Zhang Beiqin. Outlining his intentions, Liu Qin readily agrees. I could not ask for a better addition than the sole survivor of the former special team. Moreover, This individual has now become a hybrid. It requires dragon scales, bones, and blood from 9 different dragon species to fully activate the genetic lock. Correct. Allow him to accompany you back to the Night Watchman's headquarters. I will ensure everything is prepared. The smooth progression of events stirs an unusual sensation within Chu Xiao. Jinyu shares a similar sentiment, perhaps even more profoundly. Is it not overly generous of Lu Chen towards us? Does he not find it curious how you continually encounter hybrids? Jinyu is perplexed. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiao, tired of contemplation, bluntly raises the question. Lu Chen's lips twitch slightly, clearly taken aback by Chu Xiao's candor. This is in stark contrast to what Lu Muyun had conveyed. Chu Xiao's straightforwardness is quite unconventional. Given this, Lu Chen chooses to drop the pretense. To speak candidly. Those awakened with the extraordinary power of the nullifier possess an inexplicable allure for hybrids at the genetic level. For hybrids, the nullifier serves as a natural leader. Thus, over time, hybrids are increasingly drawn to the nullifier, and nearly all nullifiers opt to rise against the existing power structures. This is a presence that the ruling class must extinguish. This explains the fundamental reason why the Lord of White City seeks to eradicate you. Rebellion, a path previously unconsidered. It seems ripe for exploration. Chu Xiao feels as though an additional main quest has materialized. Promptly declaring with conviction, "Rest assured, Commander Lu. I am of Jiangcheng in life and will become its ghost in death. To restore humanity's glory is our unyielding duty." Excellent. Lu Chen beams with satisfaction. The human realm requires individuals like you. Pursue your aspirations without restraint. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the burden for you. Chapter 20. The celestial puppet. You may find it hard to believe, but the most predominant mode of transportation within Jiangcheng is, in fact, the bicycle. In the era of mobile city-states, there are no buses, let alone flying shuttles. The sole form of public transport is the bicycle, freely accessible to all citizens of Jiangcheng. This not only serves the primary purpose of conserving energy and alleviating pressure on the city's air purification systems, but also enhances the physical fitness of the populace. Those without rights are not considered citizens. It perfectly aligns with the high-tech yet low-living conditions of a cyberpunk world. Had Jinyu not become a hybrid, he might have struggled for half a day to learn to ride a bicycle. Half an hour later, the trio arrives at the entrance of the Night Watchman's headquarters on their bicycles. "Foster father," an excited voice suddenly calls out. Zhang Beichen nearly loses his grip on the handlebars. Turning to see Wang Su, who seems eager to kneel before Chu Xiao and Jinyu, his face a portrait of confusion. Chu Xiao, accustomed to Wang Su's theatrical displays, muses, "Captain Wang, are you truly waiting here to greet us?" "Indeed, it must be so." Wang Su beams. "Thanks to the attention of my 2 foster fathers, I have been promoted from captain of the inspection team to the logistics captain of our special team, responsible for all logistical matters for the team. I just received a work notification from Commander Lu, ensuring the successful completion of our tasks." "Ah, then you might soon have another foster father." Jinyu finds this amusing. Gesturing to Zhang Beichen, who has just secured his bicycle, "This is Zhang Daolang, who will henceforth be a member of our special team. Call him foster father." "Certainly, foster father. No problem, foster father." One must admit, Wang Su possesses a certain talent for shamelessness. Without hesitation, he calls out to Zhang Beichen with heartfelt sincerity. "Foster wait." Zhang Beichen, on guard, replies, "I am not one to haphazardly accept children. You may address me as Zhang Daolang. There is no need to call me foster father." Wang Su, with utmost seriousness, begins to spout nonsense. "No wonder you are so distinguished and imposing. It turns out you are the legendary Zhang Daolang. I have long admired your name, which resonates like thunder in my ears." "Stop, stop, stop." Chu Xiao quickly interrupts Wang Su's grandiloquent speech. "We must attend to matters at hand. Let us dispense with the frivolities." "Certainly, foster father. No problem, foster father. Please, 3 foster fathers, this way." Wang Su enthusiastically leads the 3 to the training grounds to test Chu Xiao and Jinyu's adaptability to the external environment, before taking Zhang Beichen to another location. "Commander Lu, I have brought Zhang Daolang." Lu Chen does not turn around, simply waving his hand dismissively, prompting Wang Su to take his leave. The gate secured with a metal combination lock closes. Zhang Beichen saunters in. Seemingly quite familiar with this exclusive space belonging to Lu Chen, he plops down onto a nearby sofa, picking up a glass of red wine and swirling it. How nostalgic. Lu Chen, after a decade apart. "You have not aged a day." The two are, in fact, old acquaintances. Lu Chen turns to observe Zhang Beichen, clad in a patched robe, and his lips twitch. "Your transformation is quite remarkable. Have you truly become a Taoist?" "Do not concern yourself with such trifles." Zhang Beichen sips from his glass of red wine. "As you anticipated, the emergence of the nullifier coincides with the appearance of the celestial treasure. And I have successfully become one of the 12 golden immortals appointed by the celestial treasure. I have effectively infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Excellent, as expected of the sole survivor from that time. Lu Chen is quite pleased with this outcome. The items you requested will be delivered shortly. You may conduct your whatever it is, the 9 dragons cultivation method. Here, I will stand guard for you. Zhang Beichen, however, remains unhurried, placing his glass down and fixing his gaze on Lu Chen. Before that, could you elucidate why I possess black water within me? Black water? Lu Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. That substance was not utilized for the human dragon transformation experiments. Was it? How could it be within you? The human dragon transformation experiment, as the name implies, aims to transform humans into dragons and vice versa. This concept was inspired by the plague species and advanced dragons capable of human form. The black water excavated from underground theoretically facilitates such transformations. However, it was sealed off a decade ago due to a particular incident. Zhang Beichen let out a scoff. Stop pretending to be oblivious. Lu Chen, am I not familiar with you? Do you truly believe yourself to be a simpleton? Allow me to share a truth. He Shui possesses the capacity to manipulate the appointed ritual and to usurp what rightfully belongs to others. If there are those behind you seeking to seize the position of the 12 golden immortals through this, you may freely convey this outcome to them. However, let me forewarn you, the Supreme Celestial Venerable is not so easily deceived. Should the quantum heavenly punishment be invoked, the entire city shall turn to ashes. I advise you to refrain from playing with fire. Lu Chen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Old Zhang, I must confide in you. I am entirely unaware of the matters regarding you. However, I can investigate immediately and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. There's no need. Zhang Beichen waved his hand dismissively. I have already completed the appointed ritual. He Shui poses no threat to me. You should focus more on your own concerns. That Lu Muyan is no simple character. Exercise caution. I am aware of that. Lu Chen shifted the topic. What is your opinion on Chu Xiao? Could he possibly be the Celestial Venerable? Impossible. Zhang Beichen replied with certainty. Oh, the Celestial Venerable. The nullifier resembles more of a beacon, an entity capable of projecting the Venerable's power into our realm. Rather than being the Celestial Venerable himself, it is more accurate to say he is the Venerable's representative in this world. Consider the nullifiers of past generations. In the end, they all sought to extricate themselves from the influence of the Celestial Venerable. From this perspective, it is evident that the so-called nullifier is merely a puppet of the Venerable. Oh, by the way, Zhang Beichen changed the subject with a smile. During our video call earlier, you were deliberately implying something, weren't you? Suggesting that Chu Xiao should dare to resist, not only against the power structures of this world, but also against the Celestial Venerable who imparts strength upon him. Lu Chen quickly shook his head. I did not. I never said such a thing. Don't you dare slander me. Hee hee. Zhang Beichen chuckled silently. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. I knew I could not conceal anything from you. With you around, it feels like our special team stands a better chance of survival. Watch your words. Zhang Beichen downed his glass of red wine. Hurry and procure the materials I requested. I can hardly contain my eagerness for the Dragon King to return. Chapter 21. Would you be so kind as to engage in some genetic pairing with me? Radiation toxin resistance? Excellent. Physical fitness test? Excellent. Mental resilience? Excellent. Unable to utilize symbiotic nanotechnology? What a pity. The staff member in charge of the testing was Jean Cece, the chief technical consultant from the Night Watch headquarters. A charming girl with twin ponytails, standing at a mere 1.5 meters tall. Her long legs were accentuated by her white lab coat. She wore an expressionless face, yet it seemed she was quite regretful. It is such a shame that with your impressive physical qualities, you cannot enjoy the benefits of nanotechnology. Truly unfortunate. The essence of the genetic resonance test is to assess the synchronization rate between genes and nanobots. The higher the synchronization rate, the faster one can unlock genetic locks with the help of nanotechnology. The genes of hybrids are not pure, even if one previously had a remarkably high synchronization rate. After becoming a hybrid, they would be eroded by dragon genes, resulting in ineffective synchronization. As for the nullifiers, their synchronization rate is 0, even if nanobots enter their bodies. They would simply become paralyzed and unable to function. This rendered Chu Xiao incapable of enjoying even the medical services provided by the nanobots. Fortunately, he could refine the mechanical heart of a dragon into a quantum golden elixir, using it as a restorative potion. I think it's all right, Jinyu remarked nonchalantly, patting his robust chest. I still prefer being tough myself. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes. Oh yes, you're the toughest. Go to hell. Jinyu kicked out. but Chu Xiao did not evade, meeting the attack head-on. Hiss. Jinyu winced, clutching his foot. Damn it, I forgot your backside is akin to a titanium alloy. Watch your words. Chu Xiao pointed at Jean Cece. You're grown up now. Could you not behave like this young lady? Young lady? Jinyu pondered. I once stumbled upon an ancient tome in the black market that described a young lady as Lin Dayu pulling up willow branches. Now, isn't that the pinnacle of femininity? Am I not feminine enough? Chu Xiao opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from responding, as he found it difficult to explain. The commoners had no access to education. The concept of 9 years of compulsory education was non-existent. Discussing Dream of the Red Chamber with an illiterate? It sounded utterly fantastical. Just then, Wang Su approached, prompting Chu Xiao to quickly change the subject. Captain Wang, how goes the situation with Daoist Zhang? One word. Marvelous. Wang Su replied with a smile. Commander Liu is quite courteous to Daoist Zhang. As for you two adoptive fathers, everything should be going smoothly, right? Very smoothly, Jean Cece interjected, scrutinizing Wang Su from head to toe. I never expected the nullifier's adopted son to be so unappealing. Chu Xiao, is your taste in aesthetics questionable, or do you simply enjoy this kind of flawed beauty? With utmost seriousness, Chu Xiao declared. Don't misunderstand. My aesthetic sense is perfectly normal, free from any peculiar inclinations. Captain Wang's affinity for calling people adoptive fathers is merely a personal expression of his artistic behavior. Please do not project it onto others. Oh, Jean Cece responded with a newfound understanding, suddenly interjecting in an extremely serious tone. Would you be so kind as to engage in some genetic pairing with me? The assembled crowd was instantly petrified, including Fei Yong, who had just returned from hunting dragons. As the commander of the Ashen Camp and a second-tier genetic lock strongman. He had just hunted down a mature 5th-generation dragon and brought a few surviving brethren for physical testing. Upon entering, he overheard this astonishing proclamation. Fei Yong felt the world collapse around him. Cece, you cannot say such things. If you wish to engage in genetic pairing, you may seek me out. I am willing. I am indeed willing. Jean Cece shot him a glance, her expression unyielding. I apologize, but your genetic sequence is not within the scope of my pairing criteria. I kindly ask you to refrain from making such nonsensical statements in the future. Fei Yong was incensed. As the chief technical consultant of the Night Watch headquarters, Jean Cece was of high standing, while Fei Yong was merely an elite in a lower tier, despite the vast disparity in their power. He had no right to overstep. Even as rage consumed him, he could only vent his frustration elsewhere. Chu Xiao, I challenge you to a duel. Fei Yong, driven nearly mad with jealousy, glared daggers at his rival. To the death? Isn't this unreasonable? Chu Xiao felt utterly innocent. I haven't said a single word. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Fei Yong hesitated. His subordinate whispered, Boss, this guy really hasn't said anything about wanting to pair with consultant Cece. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Fei Yong forced himself to ask, Then let me inquire. Do you wish to engage in genetic pairing with Cece? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiao replied. I do not wish to. Fei Yang's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. Suddenly stepping forward, he seized Chu Xiao by the collar. Cece is so wonderful. On what grounds do you refuse? Chu Xiao had not anticipated Fei Yang's sudden aggression, nor the speed with which he moved. Yet, he remained calm and composed. The reason is quite simple. I harbor no such worldly desires. Fei Yong was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton. But Jean Cece unexpectedly chimed in. My proposal for genetic pairing is solely for the advancement of humanity, devoid of any desires. Fei Yong was consumed by fury, feeling his genetic lock strength surge dramatically. Chu Xiao, regardless of your willingness to engage in pairing with Cece, I shall duel you. To the death. Wang Su interjected sternly. Captain Fei, Chu Xiao is a member of the special team. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Jinyu remained silent, yet his grip on his lightning technique revealed his discontent. Special team. So what? Fei Yong was fervently agitated, his reason drowned beneath a tide of emotion, commonly referred to as losing one's wits. Jean Cece furrowed her brows. This is a consequence of dragon hunting. If we do not allow him to vent this emotional turmoil, his genetic lock may snap under the strain. He requires an immediate injection of an emotional stabilizer. She cast a glance at Fei Yang's subordinates. What are you all waiting for? Quickly administer the stabilizer to your commander. We want it too. The subordinates threw up their hands in exasperation. But we used up all the stabilizers during the dragon hunt. We have no supplies. While the training ground possessed emotional stabilizers, retrieving them from the medical room would require no less than 10 seconds. and 10 seconds was the critical window for administering the stabilizer. It wasn't that the stabilizer would lose its efficacy after 10 seconds. Rather, after that time, the Night Watch would be entirely consumed by emotion, spiraling into madness, utterly uncooperative with any treatment. This is a disaster. Wang Su realized the gravity of the situation. Fei Yang is a second-tier genetic lock strongman that if he goes berserk, no one will be able to stop him for a considerable time. Jinyu erupted in a furious tirade. What nonsense is this about Night Watchmen? They are nothing but a horde of lunatics ready to snap at any moment, if Chu Xiao were to meet with any misfortune. I would go mad on the spot. As the golden 10 seconds slipped away, Chu Xiao flashed a grin. If you wish to contend, then let us contend. Upon hearing this, Fei Yang's bloodshot eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, finally pulling him back from the brink of complete madness. Releasing his grip on Chu Xiao's collar, Fei Yang's lips curled into a sinister smile. What a man! You have guts. Life and death be damned. Yet Chu Xiao looked on with disdain. Spare me the melodrama of life and death. It is merely a waste of manpower. Why not stake something worthwhile? If I win, I want the corpse of that adult 5th-generation dragon you hunted. If I lose, you can kill me. What do you say? No way, Fei Zhang retorted, his romantic notions clashing with the harsh reality. The corpse of an adult dragon is far too valuable. I can only select one vital organ as my trophy. The rest is beyond my authority. Chu Xiao pondered for a moment. Then I shall take the dragon's spine. Very well. Fei Yang's wild demeanor was fully revealed. I can hardly wait to land a fist on you. Don't let me down, Guilings. Chapter 22. Perhaps this is what it means to be a night watchman. Since Chu Xiao agreed to duel Fei Yang, the latter's rationality gradually returned to a manageable state. As long as he wasn't provoked, Fei Yang would not spiral into madness again. All that remained was to enter the holographic simulation chamber and fully vent his emotions, thus resolving the lingering effects of dragon hunting. There was no need to settle it through a duel, especially with Lu Chen arriving with emotion stabilizers. Yet, Chu Xiao chose not to take this route. He stepped onto the stage, determined to see the duel through to the end. According to Captain Wang, this fellow was a second-tier gene lock powerhouse. Was there any chance of victory? Jinyu's voice echoed in Chu Xiao's mind. Whether there was a chance or not would soon be revealed. Chu Xiao remained indifferent. With Commander Lu watching, Fei Yang cannot kill me. Besides, there is no real cost involved. I might as well gain experience in tackling challenges above my level. If I win, I could obtain the spine of an adult 5th-generation dragon. All in all, it's practically a freebie. Jinyu smirked. As expected of you. Your plan is foolproof. Fei Yang, confident in his status, refrained from deploying his exoskeleton armor. My second-tier gene lock is on the verge of breaking into a higher tier. In this duel, I shall not employ any nanotechnology, including combat AI. If you still lose, don't claim I was unfair. Before the activation of the 3rd-tier gene lock, the strength of a night watchman was 80% derived from the symbiotic exoskeleton's associated nanotechnology. Unless one awakened extraordinary powers upon the first activation of the gene lock, refraining from using any nanotechnology was akin to crippling oneself. Entirely unnecessary. Chu Xiao firmly rejected Fei Yang's good intentions. My current combat power is equivalent to that of 7 first-tier gene lock powerhouses. You are free to unleash your full strength. I take full responsibility for my life and death. What a brave declaration of self-reliance. Fei Yang ceased his prattling and immediately activated his exoskeletal armor. In mere moments, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall armored warrior. With a resounding hum, a light purple particle blade materialized in Fei Yang's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Wang Su immediately shouted, Captain Fei, Chu Xiao is a Guilings and cannot utilize nanotechnology. Is it not somewhat excessive to employ a weapon against him? One of Fei Yang's subordinates retorted, What do you mean excessive? He himself said to give it our all if we don't use the particle blade. How can we claim to be giving it our all? This is called respect. Do you understand? Exactly. Another subordinate chimed in. Giving it our all is the greatest respect for our opponent. This is the mark of a true general. TCH, Jinyu scoffed, disinterested in further discourse. Earlier, she had harbored some concerns, but with Lu Chen's arrival, those worries dissipated. She simply wanted to watch the spectacle. Observing Fei Yang fully armed, Chu Xiao smiled slightly, his right hand gripping nothingness. A bronze ancient sword, entwined with streams of data and binary cascades, materialized out of thin air, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. What is this weapon? It appears quite formidable. Was it not said that Guilings could not utilize nanotechnology-related dark technologies? What then was this suddenly appearing bronze ancient sword? A legendary artifact from ancient cultivators. Fei Yang's subordinates were utterly dumbfounded. One particularly composed individual remarked, it likely has nothing to do with ancient cultivation civilizations, but rather is an incredible power awakened by the Guilings himself. Another subordinate scratched his head. How can you tell? The calm subordinate confidently asserted. Ancient cultivation civilizations are ethereal and refined. How could they possibly be encircled by torrents of data? This fusion of ancient aesthetics and technology is clearly a product of mixed abilities. It cannot be an artifact of ancient cultivation civilization. While Fei Yong's subordinates engaged in fervent debate, Jean Cece donned tactical goggles, typing furiously on a projected keyboard before her, her hands moving so swiftly they left afterimages that on the stage, Chu Xiao had already clashed with Fei Yong. The clang of metal rang out endlessly, sparks flying. Each collision produced an exaggerated sonic boom, the air seeming to ignite in localized bursts. Their speed was astonishing, far beyond the perception of non-combatants. After exchanging blows for several rounds, a sudden crack echoed as Chu Xiao severed Fei Yong's particle blade with a single strike. The particle blade, resembling an energy lightsaber, was actually composed of countless nanobots vibrating in high frequency. The greater the synchrony with the gene lock phase, the stronger the particle blade became. Under equal conditions, it was impossible for a particle blade to be severed, unless Fei Yong had run out of power. If he had run out of power, it would certainly mean the boss was out of juice. One subordinate could not accept this outcome and cried out in disbelief, but the ensuing scene left him utterly despondent. Fei Yong's exoskeletal armor had been dismantled by Chu Xiao. One strike, just one strike. And Fei Yong had reverted from an armored warrior to an ordinary human form. The torrent of data glitches flickered on his symbiotic exoskeleton. Fei Yong's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. The exoskeleton has been paralyzed? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I refuse to accept it. A potent mixture of unwillingness and rage surged within Fei Yong, causing his muscles to swell violently, his stature rising by 3 inches. Veins bulging, every pore oozing blood. This was a classic manifestation of overwhelming emotion causing the gene lock to nearly shatter. In this state, the night watchman's synchrony rate would temporarily reach 100, disregarding all pain. Briefly enhancing his strength, the once paralyzed symbiotic exoskeleton suddenly erupted with crimson currents, severing the torrent of data, just as the exoskeletal armor was about to rearm Fei Yong. A syringe containing an emotion stabilizer was thrust into his carotid artery. Lu Qin had made his move. In a single breath, he administered an emotion stabilizer into each of Fei Yong's major arteries, 17 doses in total, finally subduing him and sending him off to the medical room. Although Fei Yong's subordinates were loath to accept the reality of their leader's effortless defeat at the hands of Chu Xiao, they had no time for complaints, hastily transporting Fei Yong away from the training ground. The night watchman was woefully fragile. Once the exoskeleton was paralyzed, his physical capabilities felt inferior even to a juvenile 5th-generation dragon. This power structure felt fundamentally flawed. The battle had left Chu Xiao feeling quite bored. Jinyu's inner voice resonated at the perfect moment. I expected a spectacular challenge above your level, and this is the outcome, to which Chu Xiao could not offer a fair assessment. Perhaps this is what it means to be a night watchman. While they communicated through their thoughts, imperceptible to outsiders, Lu Qin and Jean Cece watched with fervent excitement, flames of enthusiasm burning in their eyes. Lu Qin inquired. I heard your wager with Fei Yong was the spine of an adult 5th-generation dragon? Indeed, Chu Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Commander Lu, you're not suggesting the wager is now void, are you? No. You misunderstand. Lu Qin's lips curled into a smile. What I mean is, you shall gain not just the spine of an adult 5th-generation dragon, but everything. Chapter 23. My door is always open for you. At the headquarters of the Night Watchman, 10 levels underground, a special processing room was designated for handling dragon corpses, the principal battleground for the cleanup team. The adult 5th-generation dragon carcass hunted by Fei Yong was stored here, submerged in a deep blue solution akin to formaldehyde, yet to be dismantled by the cleanup team. For humanity, dragon corpses represented both danger and wealth. Lu Qin led Chu Xiao and the others to stand upon the walkway, gesturing grandly. Among them, the dragon heart and dragon spine are the most crucial, serving as the core materials for crafting exoskeletons. One is transformed into the primary power source, while the other forms the exoskeleton itself. The strength of the exoskeleton fundamentally derives from the strength of the dragon spine. The remaining components, after special processing, will become raw materials for crafting nanobots. It is no exaggeration to assert that the dragonkind underpins the entirety of the human realm. Take, for instance, this mature 5th-generation specimen hunted by Fei Yong. Its dragon spine can be fashioned into a second-tier exoskeleton. Only those Night Watchers who have unlocked the second-tier genetic lock possess the capability to wield it. Fei Yang's pursuit of the dragon was not solely for the mission at hand, but also to enhance his own symbiotic exoskeleton. Regrettably, he is a romantic at heart, thus squandering such a splendid opportunity. During the journey, Lu Chun conveyed much to Chu Xiao, including the reasons behind his effortless triumph over Fei Yang. Beyond the unique characteristic of the Qingping sword embryo, which can induce electronic paralysis, the primary factor lies in Fei Yang's depletion of energy. An exoskeleton devoid of power must rely on its wielder for energy supply, which translates to double the consumption for a Night Watcher. Fei Yang had just returned from a dragon hunt and was in a state of utter exhaustion, had it not been for his emotional turmoil, which triggered the genetic lock and forced the release of unique bioelectric energy within him. He likely would not have been able to deploy his exoskeleton at all. In essence, Chu Xiao's recent adversary was a drained warrior, consuming resources at double the rate of a second-tier genetic lock user. This was a stark contrast to a fully energized second-tier Night Watcher. Liu Chen expressed these concerns to prevent Chu Xiao from becoming overly arrogant and complacent, potentially leading to a disastrous misstep when departing the city with the Vulture Squad that evening. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao remained largely unresponsive, while Wang Su eagerly interjected, insisting on joining the sortie to ensure the safety of his two adoptive fathers. The other three promptly rebuffed him. Focus on your duties as the logistics captain. They have a specialized mission, so why fret unnecessarily? Lu Chen remarked. Wang Su immediately retorted with earnest conviction. Understood, Commander. I will absolutely heed your command. Commander Lu. Lu Chen cast a keen glance at Wang Su, remarking, You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself. He then turned to Chu Xiao. Previously, I examined the dragon corpses in Area AS Hive. It seems you have considerable expertise in heart extraction and bloodletting. Did you handle this mature 5th-generation specimen yourselves, or did you enlist the cleanup squad? Chu Xiao exchanged a glance with Jinyu before responding. Let the professionals handle it. We only require the dragon blood, heart, and spine. The scales and remaining bones can be left for Zhang Daoshan. The rest of the components, I would appreciate your assistance in exchanging for merit points. Earlier, when discussing the significance of the dragon heart and spine, Chu Xiao had already inquired of Lu Chun about the possibility of trading other parts for the dragon spine. The conclusion was affirmative, albeit with insufficient value. Setting aside the dragon heart and spine, the total value of all other components combined would still not reach 1% of the worth of the heart and spine. It would be more prudent to exchange for merit points, as there might be valuable items to unearth among the antiques. Within the Night Watcher system, the Night Owl Squad primarily undertakes reconnaissance and archaeological excavation tasks. The warehouse is filled with numerous latent artifacts of ambiguous worth-collecting dust. Such artifacts typically require minimal merit, and fortunate finds are not uncommon. Perhaps they could uncover some leads regarding Linghao Tianzuan. I did not expect you to be so considerate of your teammates. I have not misjudged you, Lu Chen remarked, patting Chu Xiao's shoulder with satisfaction. That tonight's operation is not about eliminating malignant forces or archaeological adventures. The priority is simply to return alive at this juncture. The cleanup squad had already brought over the heart, encrusted with bronze moss. Chu Xiao, unreserved, immediately proceeded to refine the half-mechanical, half-flesh dragon heart before the gathered individuals, transforming it into a quantum golden pill and swallowing it whole. The progress of the golden pill surged from 77 to 80, no longer the mere 5 it had been. This likely indicated the onset of marginal returns. The dragon spine was still in the process of being peeled, and the dragon blood continued to flow. Jinyu, unable to contain himself, employed his divine powers to swiftly refine the dragon blood into a delectable elixir. Consuming it all in full view of the assembled, Liu Chun appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Indeed, your deduction was correct. These higher-ups possess more insight into Linghao Tianzuan and the 12 Golden Immortals than we had anticipated. Jinyu's thoughts resonated within Chu Xiao's mind. Their overt actions were deliberate, aimed at validating this hypothesis. If Lu Chun held no knowledge regarding Linghao Tianzuan, then Chu Xiao and Jinyu should have been confined to a laboratory for study. The mere fact that they were freely moving about demonstrated the others' intimate understanding of them. Should they inquire about the matter of the stolen title of Tianzuan, there was no need. Chu Xiao communicated through thought. From Wang Su's description, Zhang Beichen and Lu Qin's relationship is quite complex. It is highly probable that Lu Qin is already aware of the title of Tianzuan being usurped. However, judging by his current demeanor, it seems he has no intention of hinting at anything covert. Our inquiries would be futile. As they conversed, Chu Xiao seamlessly integrated the colossal dragon spine sent by the cleanup squad into the Qingping sword embryo. Only 2 more dragon spines from mature 5th-generation specimens remain to progress to the next stage. You likely lack professional combat training. In the absence of AI-assisted combat, practical experience is of utmost importance. Shortly, I will have Advisor Jean arrange for a holographic simulation chamber according to your circumstances. We will return to the training ground. Jean Cece stood before the holographic simulation chamber, holding a tablet. Clearly having awaited their arrival for some time, I have completed the entry of your foundational data. Upon entering the holographic simulation chamber, I will adjust the data in real time based on your combat performance. Should you find yourselves facing an opponent of excessive strength, you may press the emergency button nearby. I will forcibly awaken you. Are there any questions? Both Chu Xiao and Jinyu shook their heads. Jean Cece nodded slightly and opened the doors of the 2 holographic simulation chambers. Jinyu eagerly dove inside. While Chu Xiao took a moment, suddenly, Jean Cece spoke. Gui Lingjia, are you truly not considering my earlier suggestion? I apologize, but I possess a certain fastidiousness in this regard, and thus cannot acquiesce. Chu Xiao replied, somewhat perplexed. However, as the chief scientist of the Night Watchers, you could certainly utilize my hair to cultivate reproductive cells for your grand endeavors. Why resort to such a primitive method of breeding? As far as I know, the vast majority of common folk are test tube babies. The technology in this domain should be quite advanced. Jean Cece regarded Chu Xiao intently before responding with a stoic expression. It appears you lack understanding of the current human world. Whether through cloning technology or cell cultivation, the individuals produced will invariably lose the extraordinary abilities inherently possessed by their original hosts. To ensure that offspring inherit exceptional traits, one must revert to the most primal reproductive methods. Even so, the probability of inheritance is nearly 0. Chu Xiao's confusion deepened. If the probability is nearly 0, then why pursue breeding with me? Surely it cannot be that you have developed an infatuation? Jean Cece shook her head. My motives are purely for the sake of the human realm, devoid of any desires. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Should there come a day when you, driven by hormones, feel the need to release, you may seek me out. My door is always open to you. Chapter 24. I consider you a brother, yet you harbor such thoughts about me. Observing Jean Cece's serious demeanor as she uttered such bold words, Chu Xiao felt a profound respect. Advisor Jean, you are a true scientist. Greatness requires no further elaboration. Upon hearing this, a fervent light ignited in Jean Cece's eyes. Have you agreed? No. Chu Xiao replied with utmost seriousness. I merely hold great admiration for you. Your readiness to sacrifice for the human world is commendable. I am but an ordinary person, wishing only to enjoy tender moments with my beloved. And Jinyu? Jean Cece's eyes lit up with a sudden realization, her fervor intensifying. The offspring of a Gui Lingjia and a hybrid. My heavens, an entirely uncharted path. Perhaps the genetic sequence of a Gui Lingjia could resist the genetic encroachment of dragons, shattering reproductive barriers. Should they produce offspring, I cannot even fathom their potential. How about you forego the combat simulation and hasten to procreate? I will arrange accommodations for you, ensuring your utmost comfort. What the hell? Chu Xiao was left bewildered. Advisor Jean, you have misunderstood. Jinyu and I have grown up as brothers, sharing everything since childhood. We have been chemically castrated for 18 years. How could there be any romantic feelings? That is a valid point, Jean Cece conceded. Having been born into the upper class, and thus overlooking the reality of chemical castration faced by common folk, that I may have been hasty. However, should any sparks ignite between you, do ensure to procreate. I can assist in enhancing the success rate. Advisor Jean, I advise you to abandon this naive notion, Chu Xiao asserted firmly. Women only serve to hinder my sword-drawing speed. Jean Cece ceased further discussion, seemingly relinquishing the idea. Once the doors of the holographic simulation chamber closed, she promptly called Lu Qin. Commander Lu, I have a bold idea. Jean Cece intended to add aphrodisiacs to Chu Xiao and Jinyu's meals to facilitate procreation, sending Lu Qin into a panic. Absolutely not. The Gui Lingjia is exceedingly unique. Should any offspring emerge, even if merely a fertilized egg, they will instantly lose the characteristics of a Gui Lingjia. Furthermore, it would attract quantum retribution, obliterating the offspring and everything within 100 kilometers. Your thoughts are exceedingly perilous. You must swiftly dispel such notions. Jean Cece had never witnessed Lu Chen so agitated. And in an instant, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Have you not conveyed this matter to the guru? Lu Chen appeared somewhat embarrassed. I forgot. Once they finish their simulations, I will inform them. Jean Cece acknowledged this point 3 hours later. The door of the holographic simulation chamber opened. Jinyu stretched languidly, her face aglow with excitement, exclaiming, "Combat! Delightful! Just moments ago." She had wielded an ice sword within the simulation, summoning thunder with a mere gesture, defeating hundreds with ease that in terms of exoskeletal prowess. She was indeed invincible at her level. Yet, when faced with the juvenile forms of the fifth-generation species, she began to struggle. She could only contend with 3 at a time, finding it exceedingly difficult to dispatch them. Ultimately, her close combat abilities were lacking. The elemental techniques proved inadequate to inflict fatal harm upon the dragonkind, who possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, unless she could precisely control the elemental arts and target the dragon's critical vulnerabilities. This would be the focal point of Jinyu's forthcoming training simulations. As for the adult 5th-generation species, Jinyu found herself nearly incapable of breaking through their defenses, which was particularly embarrassing. However, this did not diminish her enjoyment of combat. On the other hand, Chu Xiao's circumstances were far more favorable. With the chinkping sword embryo in hand, she could cleave through foes as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Even against adult 5th-generation species, she possessed lethal potential. However, she could not engage them head-on and had to rely on stealth and opportunistic strikes. A single hit from an adult 5th-generation species would likely result in dire consequences, either death or severe injury. Lacking exoskeletal armor, Chu Xiao's physical resilience was indeed somewhat inadequate unless she employed Danqi for protection. Yet, this would lead to exorbitant consumption, directly proportional to the intensity of the opponent's attacks, relegating it to a last-resort defensive measure. How she wished for a dedicated protective technique. The Hanyuan Ichiju, aside from refinement and simulation, seemed to offer no other functionalities, truly absurd. Chu Xiao felt as though she had acquired a counterfeit version. During the upcoming break, she intended to delve into the skill tree at the Lingai Daoist temple. Strengthening her physical form was imperative. Observing Chu Xiao's earnest contemplation, Jinyu grinned mischievously. You're so serious. Are you pondering how to conceive with advisor Jean later? Chu Xiao shot her a sidelong glance. What on earth occupies your mind? Can you not be more serious? Tsh, aren't all men like that? Jinyu feigned understanding, her expression one of playful gossip. When I entered just now, you chatted with advisor Jean for quite a while. Surely it wasn't merely about conception. Indeed, that was part of the discussion, but not with her. Then with whom? Chu Xiao grinned slyly. With you. Ha ha ha. Surprised, are you? She even claimed she could help us indulge in smooth pleasures. Clearly, she's quite experienced. Not with a bro, surely. Jinyu's eyes widened. I consider you a brother, and you actually wish to sleep with me? Not my desire, but advisor Jin's wish. Chu Xiao gestured for Jinyu to remain calm. But fret not. I have firmly declined. A staff member, observing the silent exchange between Chu Xiao and Jinyu, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Advisor Jin, are they communicating telepathically? It certainly appeared so. He hastily noted it down. Jean Cece issued a brief instruction before sending a message to Lu Chen. Soon, Chu Xiao's elite wristband chimed. It was a video call from Lu Chen. Little Chu, there is something crucial I must clarify. Above all, do not endanger any lives. You must maintain your virtue. Initially puzzled by the phrase about endangering lives, the latter part regarding virtue immediately clarified matters for her. You mean I must not engage in intimate relations? I still need to take precautions. Lu Chen replied earnestly. You must not have any offspring, not even a single fertilized egg. Otherwise, you will lose your Gue Zero traits, attracting quantum retribution that would annihilate all life within 100 miles of your progeny. My advice is to steer clear of women. If you cannot resist, seek a man instead. Chu Xiao's lips twitched. Commander Lu, you truly aren't concerned that I might prefer men to receive such advice. You are indeed remarkable. Wait a moment. Jinyu suddenly exclaimed. Commander Lu, since not even a fertilized egg is permissible, how can he pursue men? What if someone secretly retains his genetic material for artificial insemination? Wouldn't that still lead to disaster? Lu Chen remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. You raise a valid point. Chu Xiao, you should indeed restrain yourself. A cautious approach is essential. If all else fails, perhaps consider a surgical procedure? Chu Xiao chuckled softly. It seems that not only must she seek a protective technique, but also a method for refining essence into energy. Otherwise, the prospect of her genetic material being surreptitiously taken during slumber would certainly lead to chaos. Chapter 25. Black Immortal. There is absolutely no way I would consider such a procedure. Chu Xiao promptly rejected Lu Qin's suggestion. Having a sword and not using it is akin to not having one at all. She understood this distinction clearly. After a brief respite, Wang Su escorted the two to the exclusive cafeteria for special operatives. This facility had been temporarily erected in the open space between Chu Xiao and Jin Yu's rooms in the special staff dormitory. Originally, the special team lacked an exclusive cafeteria, a benefit that Chu Xiao had fervently advocated for. How swiftly it has been implemented. Our Commander Lu truly excels in leadership, Jin Yu, with a mouthful of chicken leg and baby bok choy, her cheeks bulging, remarked, I never expected such culinary skills from you, Team Wang. You must have indulged in quite a bit of the fare behind the scenes, haven't you? Absolutely not, Wang Su quickly countered. I learned these skills during the civilian era. Do not slander my honorable foster father. The civilians were merely expendable members of human society, each with their own roles. Wang Su had previously been responsible for cooking for middle-tier elites, but due to his exceptional skills, he was later reassigned to serve the upper echelons. Thus, he became intimately familiar with the scarce ingredients of the apocalypse, and his cooking methods were indeed superb. Chu Xiao slurped a mouthful of noodles. Team Wang. Calling your foster father so frequently. Aren't you worried about drawing strange looks from others? Let them look. It's none of my concern. Wang Su replied nonchalantly, retrieving 2 packages from beneath the counter. Inside were compressed biscuits, purified water, and 2 purification masks. When venturing outside the city, one must maintain appearances. From what I understand about the Vulture Squad, they will undoubtedly attempt to seize your supplies. Wang Su produced 2 bottles of purified water. I made some modifications to the packaging. Let them take it if they wish. Truly commendable, Team Wang. Jin Yu gave Wang Su a thumbs up. No wonder Commander Lu entrusted you with logistics. Your survival instincts are remarkable. Ha ha ha. Not at all. Wang Su is in high spirits. I owe it all to my 2 foster fathers. As long as you both remain well, I can enjoy a comfortable life in the special team. Of course, I must take good care of my foster fathers. Only then can my good days continue. Wang Su's words were sincere. Working in logistics was infinitely safer than patrolling. The pay was higher, the benefits better, and there was no need for life and death struggles, making it Wang Su's ultimate aspiration. For this reason, he had not reapplied for a symbiotic exoskeleton. Now, his back felt free and light, as if the air had become far sweeter. Chu Xiao summoned the Qingping sword embryo, placing the unpackaged biscuits and water within the sword, leaving only the packaged items behind for safety. You can store items in this thing? Jin Yu curiously prodded the blade. How large is the space? Can it hold everything from home? Just 3 cubic meters. For now, I can only store essential items. Chu Xiao cast her a sidelong glance. You're already a golden immortal. Don't you know the method for crafting storage tools? I do, but I need to break through the 2nd-tier genetic lock to unlock it. Jiang Yu sighed. Furthermore, it can only hold liquids, which is quite impractical. Holding liquids? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow. It wouldn't happen to be a gourd, would it? Jin Yu froze. How did you know? A guess. After indulging in a feast, the time reached 6:30 in the evening. The two returned to their rooms, rested for an hour, and then set off on bicycles to meet the Vulture Squad at the East Gate. Initially, Jin Yu had intended to hop over to Chu Xiao's room for some snacks and chit-chat. However, recalling Lu Qin's earlier words, she promptly abandoned that idea. His second brother had long since awakened. Henceforth, she must be mindful of the distinctions between the sexes. I cannot jeopardize my good son. The first thing Chu shouted upon returning to her room was enter the Taoist temple located in the Lingai space. The good news, the previously suspended mirror was now empty, showing no signs of recovery. The bad news, of the 12 golden immortal phantoms beneath the temple, only 3 remained. The other 9 had vanished without a trace. Had they been unable to withstand the selection ceremony and been directly eliminated? Chu Xiao recalled the black water capable of altering the selection ceremony. Upon returning to the Night Watch headquarters, she had inquired with Zhang Beichan, who was entirely unaware of the black water situation. Now, witnessing such circumstances within the temple, was it possible that the forcibly selected 12 golden immortals had their ceremony manipulated by the black water during the selection process? It was no wonder Chu Xiao entertained such thoughts. The 3 golden immortal phantoms before her, aside from Jin Yu and Zhang Beichan, who shone brilliantly, the remaining one was pitch black and exuded an aura of malevolence. In the absence of a torrent of data or a binary waterfall, there flowed a viscous, asphalt-like black liquid that intertwined and bubbled ominously. The visual effect was rather eerie. Most unsettling was the fact that the enigmatic figure above had no name. Merely a question mark. which sent a chill down Chu Xiao's spine. What if this malevolent entity were to spring forth and inflict harm upon my mind? I must remain vigilant. Chu Xiao cast a glance at the astral projection of Lingyao Tianzuan, drew the Qingping sword from his waist, and approached the dark immortal. Given that the black liquid in reality could be refined into a quantum elixir, it was plausible that the same could be achieved here. Previously, Chu Xiao had attempted this. He found that the Qingping sword could not be taken out of the Lingai Daoist temple, nor could external objects be brought within. Hence, he placed particular emphasis on the storage function of the Qingping sword embryo. Otherwise, he could have utilized the Lingtai Daoist temple as a mere storage space. However, the quantum elixir obtained within the temple seemed to defy this rule, likely due to the quantum state of the elixir itself. With a solemn expression, Chu Xiao held the Qingping sword in his right hand, while his crystalline left hand pressed against the dark immortal's brow. The elixir's energy erupted forth as the Hanyuan Ichi Ju was activated to its fullest extent. Countless golden patterns illuminated along his crystalline left arm, weaving into strange runes, accompanied by faint chants. The viscous, bubbling black liquid appeared to encounter its nemesis, emitting a shrill, discordant wail. Chu Xiao's head felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to faint. The golden patterns began to flicker, and his left arm oscillated wildly between its crystalline and flesh forms, just as he was on the verge of failure. Clang! The Qingping sword in his grasp let out a melodious cry. The torrent of data coalesced into a beam of sword light, piercing his temples and instantly alleviating the agonizing pain in his head. As Chu Xiao regained clarity, the flickering golden runes solidified once more, and his crystalline left arm shimmered brilliantly, ultimately forming a golden vortex. Once the vortex materialized, the black liquid had no strength left to resist. After 10 breaths, the dark immortal dissipated, leaving behind a quantum elixir that shimmered with both reality and illusion. Yet, Chu Xiao's lifespan had diminished by a full decade. This revelation pained him deeply while simultaneously igniting fervent anticipation. Such an extravagant depletion of life force surely indicated that this quantum elixir was extraordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiao swallowed the quantum elixir as it entered his abdomen. He found himself momentarily disoriented, his surroundings shifting from the Lingtai Daoist temple to a vast asteroid belt littered with corpses, dragons, humans, sentient machines, and beings he had never seen or heard of before lay scattered about. The horizon of his vision loomed a colossal black hole. As if it were a beast capable of devouring all, resistance was futile, it was unstoppable. Chapter 26. The Shangqing Huangting Scripture. Bang, bang, bang. Countless stars exploded before the immense black hole, resembling a spectacular display of fireworks. In the next instant, Chu Xiao snapped back to reality. The star essence in the upper left corner of his vision had transformed from 0 to 10. Had he truly gained 10 points of star essence? Was the life tier of the dark immortal comparable to that of 10 fully grown third-generation dragons? Before he could revel in this newfound joy, despair swiftly followed. The progress of the elixir showed no change. And what of his lifespan? It remained stagnant. Could it be that different quantum elixirs had varying effects? Chu Xiao's expression darkened. With only 2 years of life remaining, he needed to exercise caution when refining unknown entities in the future. Shaking off his discontent, Chu Xiao steeled himself. After returning the Qingping sword, he meticulously studied the astral points of Lingyao Tianzuan. After some time, he finally located a technique that met his requirements at the position of the Qi Hai acupoint, the Shangqing Huangting Scripture. Immortals and Taoists do not possess divinity. They accumulate essence and energy to attain truth. Above is the soul spirit, below the Guan Yuan. To the left is the Xiaoyang, to the right the Taiying. The rear is the secret door, the front the birth gate. Exhaling the sun, inhaling the moon, breathing in and out, refining essence into energy, returning to simplicity. The Huangting Scripture comprises the outer, middle, and inner landscapes. The section corresponding to the Qi Hai acupoint is the outer landscape, which serves as the prelude to the Shangqing Huangting Scripture. Strangely, though not a single word of the Huangting Scripture made sense to him, he somehow understood it. This was a breathing technique, unlike the Hanyuan Ichi Ju, which was purely functional and offered no assistance in advancing his elixir progress. Theoretically, as long as he practiced the Huangting Scripture, the progress of his elixir would increase, and he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his elixir's energy. This discovery filled Chu Xiao with elation. The outer landscape primarily focuses on 3 functions: refining essence into energy, manifesting the outer landscape, and prolonging life. The first function addresses issues of vitality. The second enhances physical strength, and the third, needless to say, extends lifespan. It was a veritable boon tailored for him. Moreover, the outer landscape corresponds to the third transformation of the elixir, which would suffice for the time being. When he approached the fourth transformation, he would delve into the middle landscape. The path ahead was clearly illuminated. Although Chu Xiao found himself lacking in many respects, the most pressing deficiency remained his lifespan. With sufficient lifespan, he could freely refine all manner of substances without being compelled to seek dragon hearts to enhance the elixir's potency. He promptly seated himself cross-legged on the jade mat atop the Taoist platform and began to practice the newly acquired Jiangcheng, wanting scripture. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Despite the ethereal ambience of the Lingtai Taoist temple, it seemed devoid of any spiritual energy. That a sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting a swift return to reality. Activating the Huaning scripture, he was met with a disheartening revelation. There was no so-called spiritual energy in the real world. What a worthless affair. Unwilling to concede, Chu Xiao attempted several other locations, yet failed to find any trace of spiritual energy, ultimately returning to his dormitory in a huff. Fortunately, the functions of refining essence into energy and manifesting the outer landscape were indeed genuine. Better than nothing. Without the support of spiritual energy, Chu Xiao no longer harbored expectations that the haunting scripture would prolong his life. Perhaps those ancient ruins might still harbor spiritual energy. He would have to investigate then. Maintaining a positive mindset, Chu Xiao grumbled for a moment before refocusing on refining essence into energy. When Jinyu knocked on his door, Chu Xiao appeared refreshed and radiant, leaving Jinyu momentarily stunned. Big brother, you couldn't have just been playing that flying game for an hour, could you? Having long since grown accustomed to Jinyu's exuberance, Chu Xiao pushed her curious little head aside, disinterested in the conversation. It was time to set off. Oh, Jinyu, feeling bored, couldn't resist asking one last time. You really didn't play that game. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes, exasperated. As the two rode their bicycles to the eastern gate, they spotted Qin Shou leaning against an off-road vehicle, smoking. The vehicle resembled those from Chu Xiao's past life, albeit larger. Accommodating 9 passengers. It boasted significant firepower and had track components on the wheels that could switch to attract mode depending on the terrain. Inside were 4 individuals. The youthful captain, Li Guangquan, occupied the passenger seat, while the other 3 nameless teammates sat in between. The back seat was clearly reserved for Chu Xiao and Jinyu. Our 2 heroes arrived right on time. Qin Shou remarked after taking a deep drag of his cigarette and extinguishing it underfoot, his mechanical eyes glowing ominously. Did you 2 bring your exoskeletons and purification masks? Thank you for your concern. Deputy Qin. We have everything prepared, Chu Xiao replied, lifting the bag in his hand. I also brought some compressed biscuits and purified water. Please distribute them to the brothers. Well, aren't you quite the considerate one? Chu Xiao's impeccable behavior left Qin Shou, who had intended to tease them, momentarily speechless. He opened the driver's door and called out to Jinyu with a greasy whistle. Little sister, would you like to experience the thrill of racing with your big brother? It's far more exciting than your old bicycle. Ugh, who is your little sister? Jinyu felt a shiver run down her spine, yet maintained a charming smile. Sorry, Deputy Qin, but I prefer to be with my big brother. As she spoke, Jinyu linked her arm with Chu Xiao's, tightening her grip. Right, big brother? Chu Xiao facepalmed, ignoring Jinyu's theatrics, and turned to Qin Shou with a helpless gesture. Jinyu has never been quite right in the head. I hope you understand. Deputy Qin. Brain dead? Big brother. The red light in Qin Shou's eyes nearly ignited into flames, his anger surging rapidly. He could hardly contain the urge to deal with Jinyu on the spot. Youthful one, Li Guangquan, who had been quietly meditating, suddenly spoke, his voice surprisingly aged. Get back to the driver's seat and start the vehicle. If you waste any more time, I swear I'll have you grounded. Seemingly intimidated by his superior, Qin Shou promptly returned to the driver's seat, with Chu Xiao and Jinyu following closely behind. The roar of the engine filled the air as the fortified off-road vehicle sped forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the outside world. This was also the first time Chu Xiao and Jinyu would witness the world beyond. The sky loomed heavy and overcast, yet the air shimmered with a vibrant haze. As they gazed out, they beheld grotesque plants overrun with bronze moss, emitting eerie glows of various hues. Jinyu, donning her purification mask, leaned against the window, curiously observing the external world, chattering away, her innocence on full display. Chu Xiao, however, was preoccupied, his attention solely fixated on the shimmering haze. Spiritual energy, the radioactive toxic gas was, in fact, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chapter 27. Heroes emerged from youth who could have imagined that the radioactive gases which could distort a person into a monstrous form, could also serve as the ethereal energy of heaven and earth that the Huangting Jing absorbs and transforms to prolong life. It sounds almost magical, and indeed, quite counterintuitive. However, after a brief attempt, Chu Xiao discovered this to be the undeniable truth. The misty aura was refined and absorbed by the Huangting Jing, transforming into Dan Qi. Nourishing the golden core. The nourished golden core trembled slightly, releasing strands of vital essence that circulated through his limbs and bones, though the panel displayed no significant changes in lifespan or golden core progression. He had an instinctive feeling. His lifespan was extending, and his golden core was advancing. It was a profoundly enigmatic sensation, quite marvelous, indeed. Unfortunately, with outsiders present, Chu Xiao refrained from fully channeling the Huangting Jing, fearing that any unusual phenomena might attract the attention and suspicion of the Vulture Squad. Jinyu, perceptive as ever, maintained a facade of innocence, chattering away at the world outside the window, while conversing with Chu Xiao through her thoughts. Your energy density is remarkably high. Your physical vitality has also increased significantly. How did we not notice this during the previous tests? The radioactive environment outside serves as a boon for hybrids. During earlier assessments, Gene Cece provided specific data indicating that Jinyu's enhancement was approximately 30%. Theoretically, the higher the radiation intensity of the environment, the greater the enhancement. Suddenly, Jinyu leaned closer. Have you activated a cheat? Pretty much. Chu Xiao replied candidly. I unlocked a new skill during my break. You might not believe it, but these radioactive gases are, to me, the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. They can enhance the strength of my golden core and prolong my lifespan. Zhen Yu's eyes widened. Is this what it means to be a nullifier? Indeed, you are extraordinary. Zhen Yu sighed in defeat. Compared to you, the 12 golden immortals seem like mere trifles that you're not actually Lingbao Tianzuan. Are you? Chu Xiao chuckled. If I say I am, would you believe it? Tish, Zhen Yu clearly did not believe him. If you were, you wouldn't be so smug about it. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiao responded in thought. I am indeed not Lingbao Tianzuan. However, I might be a successor of Lingbao Tianzuan. To be honest, I feel that the Lingbao Tianzuan in your eyes is quite different from the individual I perceive. They seem to be two distinct entities. I've noticed that long ago. Jinyu replied nonchalantly. Your master is likely the genuine article, while the one seeking to usurp the title of Tianzuan is a counterfeit. If things go awry, that counterfeit might want to eliminate you, the 12 golden immortals. Zhen Yu suddenly turned serious. Brother, please do not expose yourself in front of other golden immortals, especially Zhang Beichen. This Taoist is definitely not to be underestimated. Better safe than sorry. Chu Xiao replied lightly. I'm not that foolish. Just thought I'd let you know. Chu Xiao glanced at the 5 individuals ahead. Their reactions seemed quite odd. Before we boarded, Qin Shouming was clearly quite warm towards you. Yet, after boarding, you've been acting like an innocent, and no one has spoken to you. The silence is rather inconsistent with the persona. They are holding a meeting. Jinyu, who had been attuned to the situation within the vehicle, was well aware of the subtle movements of the Vulture Squad. They weren't silent out of choice. Rather, they lacked any significant physical gestures. Their words were muffled by the helmets of their exoskeletons, contributing to the eerie stillness inside the vehicle. The exoskeleton warriors did not require purification masks, as the helmets served a purpose. In reality, they had been discussing their next course of action. Qin Shou proposed capturing Jinyu, tormenting Chu Xiao, amplifying their emotional states, enhancing the strength of their genetic locks, and meandering for a couple of hours before returning to Jiangcheng. The other 3 nameless team members unanimously agreed, but were swiftly overruled by the youthful Li Guangquan. He believed that Chu Xiao, capable of effortlessly tearing apart Qin Shou's exoskeleton armor, was no ordinary foe. While Jinyu appeared unassuming, her survival in the A-Zone's hive dragon calamity and subsequent recognition as a hero of Jiangcheng indicated her unique qualities. Li Guangquan was highly suspicious. After Qin Shou recounted the events at the grocery store, he meticulously investigated the two before presenting an exploration request. He sought to utilize Chu Xiao and Jinyu to explore an ancient relic he had been observing for quite some time. One team member spoke up. Boss, while that relic hasn't shown any dragon activity, the radiation levels are off the charts. Our exoskeleton armaments can only withstand half an hour at most. And there are numerous deadly traps. Even if they serve as cannon fodder, how many traps can they neutralize? With less than 8 days until the next city movement, if we remain empty-handed, it would be a boon for those who come after us. It would be far better to focus on indulgent cultivation. Any enhancement, no matter how small, is worthwhile. Foolish, Li Guangquan retorted coldly. Indulgent cultivation will grant you a second-tier genetic lock. Do you truly believe yourself a genius with over 80% synchronization? These two are subjects of a secret experiment, possessing extraordinary abilities, not mere expendables. Their presence gives us a genuine chance to successfully explore the ancient relic. Do you wish to remain part of the Night Owl Squad forever? The Night Owl Squad is the most arduous and perilous department within the Night Watcher system, offering the worst welfare and the most hazardous working conditions, typically composed of Night Watchers with a synchronization rate of 60 to 80. They equate to the expendables among Night Watchers. Only those with significant achievements may transition to the Inspection Squad, concluding their expendable status, but their journey ends there, despite Wang Su's frequent calls of father. He was, unbeknownst to him, already at the pinnacle of life envisioned by members of the Night Owl Squad upon their first meeting. In this cyberpunk apocalypse, reality is indeed ironically cruel. The three nameless team members fell silent. Li Guangquan's words struck deep, yet also ignited a fierce sense of dissatisfaction within them, like wild grass flourishing in their hearts. This, too, is a form of cultivation. Chu Xiao felt similarly deprived, but retained a semblance of rationality. Yet we know nothing of their abilities. Is it not too reckless to charge into the relic like this? At that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly spoke. Brothers, pardon my intrusion, but I wish to introduce myself and my brother so that our exploration of the relic may proceed more smoothly. The entire Vulture Squad wore expressions of disbelief. The squad channel erupted in chaos. Could this lad have overheard our discussion? It's possible. Oh no. Does that mean we've already been compromised? Must we eliminate them? What nonsense is this? Chu Xiao shouted angrily. If this fellow really could hear our conversation, would he be foolish enough to introduce himself, risking our suspicion? The one lacking sense is that girl. This lad is clearly cunning. He wouldn't act so thoughtlessly. Hearing this, the three nameless team members wholeheartedly agreed. Li Guangquan signaled for Chu Xiao to focus on driving while he handled the two. Heroes have always emerged from youth. You two clearly possess the potential for greatness. With your assistance, our archaeological endeavor is bound for success. Chapter 28. Inverted pyramid. If not for Jinyu's ability to overhear their meeting, one might easily mistake the seemingly youthful Li Guangquan for a benevolent soul. Chu Xiao smiled brightly, extending his left hand as he activated the Hunyuan Ichi-Ju, crystallizing its essence. I am Chu Xiao. And this is my special ability. The Hunyuan Thunderclap. It is immensely powerful and unbreakable. Though limited to my left arm, he gestured toward Jinyu. She is Jinyu, my childhood companion. Her special ability is divination. If anyone is uncertain, she can provide insights into our decisions. Divination? One team member could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "In a cyberpunk apocalypse, you practice divination? Are you joking? It's not divination in the traditional sense. It is a form of divination for assessing fortune and misfortune, not that superstitious nonsense." Jinyu, appearing innocent and naive, chimed in, "Aren't we here to explore a relic when faced with two paths? I can discern which is relatively safer. It's quite impressive. You know." Li Guangquan remained silent for a moment before applauding. "You two are indeed exceptional talents. I now have even greater confidence in our exploration of the relic. However, Miss Jinyu, could you demonstrate your, divination ability for us?" "Of course." Jinyu smiled brightly, pulling out a Bagua compass. "Gentlemen, where would you like to divine?" The three nameless team members fell silent. Momentarily at a loss for a way to test her abilities, Chu Xiao focused on driving, maintaining his silence. After a prolonged pause, Li Guangquan slowly suggested, "How about divining which way might be more dangerous for us?" Both the exoskeletons and the off-road vehicles were equipped with dragon detection radars. The radar on the vehicle possessed significant power, capable of scanning for active dragon signals within a 10-kilometer radius. If dragons were resting, however, they would not be detectable. The closer one is, the clearer the radar's scanning results become. Currently, approximately 7 kilometers to the northeast, there are active signals of dragon-like entities, judging by the signal's intensity. They appear to be juvenile specimens of the 5th generation, along with various flora and fauna that have been tainted by dragon genes. Li Guangquan intends to use this information to validate the accuracy of Jinyu's abilities. The pursuit of dragons and the discernment of precious metals are fraught with challenges, each layer of entanglement presenting its own obstacles. With a sense of urgency, Jinyu uttered her incantation, causing a trickle of data to surge forth on the compass. And the trigrams began to shift wildly. A sphere of azure flame materialized out of thin air, intertwining with the data to form a fiery figure that began to dance exuberantly before everyone. After approximately 5 seconds, the flame figure abruptly vanished, and the compasses, trigrams, and pointers froze at that moment. Jinyu raised an eyebrow, and the atmosphere in the vehicle grew tense. One of the team members could not contain their curiosity. What was the outcome? To the southwest, great peril awaits. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Vulture Squad turned peculiar, leading to a flurry of chatter in their team channel. Boss, is this girl simply lacking in common sense? The radar shows a complete void to the southwest, not even a dragon attendant in sight. How can it possibly indicate great danger? Perhaps we should abandon the archaeological endeavor altogether and deal with this girl instead. Foolishness. Li Guangquan barked angrily. What do you know? Over 50 kilometers to the southwest lies a dragon tomb. That place is an absolute taboo. When the city-states move, they must take detours, avoiding direct flight over the dragon tomb. Jinyu's abilities are formidable. We must not allow her to falter. Upon the captain's command, the team members immediately set aside their dismissive attitudes. The intelligence regarding the dragon tomb was unknown even to them. The Night Owl Squad, yet she was able to discern it. Such an ability in the realm of archaeological exploration is akin to wielding a cheat code. The crimson light in Qin Shi's eyes burned like fire. Damn. Such a remarkable girl, yet we cannot take advantage of her. How infuriating. Li Guangquan shot him a cold glance and replied sternly. Mind your own business. Do not let me warn you a third time. Qin Shi was taken aback, hastily administering an emotional stabilizer to himself. Li Guangquan was not one to be trifled with. When it came to desires, Qin Shi valued his own life even more. Thereafter, Li Guangquan exchanged a few pleasantries, praising the two fiercely before falling silent. I was merely speaking offhandedly. You cannot truly possess the ability to divine fortunes, can you? Chu Xiao inquired with curiosity. Indeed, you did not expect this. Did you? Jinyu replied with a hint of arrogance. This is an ability I confirmed after being specially appointed as one of the 12 golden immortals. It can only indicate fortunes and misfortunes. Rather enigmatic. What about your koi constitution? Chu Xiao asked. Has it been enhanced? It should still be intact, but I'm not entirely sure. Jinyu replied uncertainly. I can only verify it if something truly goes awry. Chu Xiao quickly remarked. Then let us refrain from verification and treat it as if it indeed exists. That Jinyu's koi constitution is solely related to survival. It has no bearing on matters like lottery tickets or scratch cards. It does not align with traditional notions of luck. Without a life-threatening crisis, it is exceedingly difficult to validate Jinyu's koi status, which is precisely why Chu Xiao is reluctant to test it. Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle arrived at its destination. It was a stretch of sand dunes covered in bronze moss. Mushrooms adorned with eyes and resembling dragon scales were abundant, vibrant in color and colossal in size. These flora and fauna, exhibiting dragon-like characteristics, are referred to as dragon attendants, a result of dragon gene erosion. They can be simplistically understood as hybrids of dragons and other organisms, albeit without dragon eggs parasitizing within. Do not be deceived by the appearance of these entities. Regardless of being flora or fauna, dragon attendants are far from harmless. Li Guangquan led the group out of the vehicle, leaving one team member behind to guard against the wind. Should any changes occur in the surrounding environment, the member remaining in the vehicle would promptly alert the others within the ruins to make a hasty retreat. Jinyu, peering about with wide-eyed curiosity, asked, Captain Li, I see dragon attendants everywhere outside the city. Why haven't any attacked us along the way? Li Guangquan chuckled lightly. The off-road vehicle is equipped with a dragon repulsion device, causing dragon attendants to perceive us as adult fifth-generation beings. Dragons possess an intense territorial instinct, and dragon attendants will instinctively avoid powerful dragons, unless they are of the same lineage. In such cases, dragon attendants would naturally gravitate towards their mother. If the mother encounters danger and releases a gathering signal, the related dragon attendants will rush to the mother's aid, fighting to the death. Oh, how enlightening. Jinyu tilted her head, pointing at the luminescent mushrooms. With so many dragon attendants around, there surely can't be a mother down within the ruins you mentioned earlier, right? Do not tempt fate with your words. Qin Shi scowled. Mother refers to an adult dragon. If there were truly one below, it would have long since been detected by the biological radar. You truly think our Vulture Squad is so incompetent as to not ascertain the presence of a mother? Hurry and divine whether we should proceed left or right. Jinyu was taken aback. Vice Captain Qin, isn't this all sand? I don't see any paths. Li Guangquan smiled silently, gesturing for one of the team members to take action. That team member approached the front of the sand dune, clad in an exoskeleton, and unearthed a device resembling a rice cooker from the ground. As the team member turned off the rice cooker, the sand dune vanished, revealing the remnants of a structure akin to a pyramid. Unlike the pyramids that Chu Xiao envisioned, which tapered to a point, this pyramid ruin was presented in an inverted posture. With its peak at the bottom and its base at the top, that it was not deeply buried underground. Rather, its apex hung suspended in midair, standing in an extraordinarily bizarre manner, defying the sands of time. Chapter 29. Plucking chestnuts from the fire, shining brightly holographic projections can be utilized in such a manner. Impressive. Chu Xiao found it quite marvelous. He immediately inquired silently of Jinyu. Are you unable to perceive this inverted pyramid? I cannot perceive it, Jinyu speculated. This rice cooker likely possesses the ability to shield external signals. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Li Guangquan chuckled softly. It is merely a slight tactic to prevent others from getting ahead of us. As he spoke, he pointed to two dilapidated altars located beneath the apex of the pyramid. According to our previous investigations, these two altars serve as the portals to the interior of the ruins. We have completed the necessary repairs and have entered the interior once. The locations corresponding to the left and right are vastly different, yet all, without exception, exhibit abnormally high radiation levels. The exoskeleton armor cannot withstand it for long. So we did not dare to venture further. Can the bodies of the two heroes withstand the high radiation environment? The radiation intensity of the radioactive gas itself is not particularly high. However, once it accumulates to a certain level in the lungs, it can trigger a nuclear fusion-like reaction, suddenly emitting a large amount of radiation. The consequences can range from death to transformation into a monstrous being. Mere skin contact with the air outside poses little danger to the human body. At least, it does not threaten the night watchers who have unlocked their genetic locks. Thus, throughout this journey, they only armored their heads with exoskeletons to conserve energy. Chu Xiao confidently declared, "We have conducted experiments on radiation resistance in the laboratory. We possess a certain level of resistance to high radiation, truly worthy of the heroes of Jiangcheng." Remarkable. After delivering a compliment that was as insincere as it could be, Li Guangquan earnestly stated, "Once we enter the ruins, if you feel any discomfort, speak up immediately, and I will have you return to the off-road vehicle. We cannot rush the exploration of the ruins. The lives of the two heroes are of utmost importance." Chu Xiao internally scoffed, yet on the surface, he feigned profound gratitude. To encounter a person like Captain Li is a blessing for both Jinyu and me. Rest assured, Captain Li, we will strive to accomplish the task of exploring the ruins for the betterment of the human world. Puffed. Qin Shi felt utterly nauseated, his face displaying displeasure, yet he could not express his frustration outright. He could only urge Jinyu to hasten her divination. The pursuit of dragons and the discernment of precious metals are fraught with challenges, each layer of entanglement presenting its own obstacles. With a sense of urgency, the data flow emerged, and the trigrams began to shift wildly. However, this time, the fiery figure did not appear. After about 5 seconds, the trigrams settled. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. Left is perilous. Right is great peril. I suggest we take the left path, Jinyu stated, her eyes closed, not uttering falsehoods. The trigrams indicated as such. Both paths hold dangers. Yet the left poses relatively less threat. This result not only dispelled any doubts among the Vulture squad, but also further solidified their faith in Jinyu's abilities. Qin Shi was utterly astonished. This girl truly possesses remarkable abilities. I was just contemplating that if she indicated a safe route, I would find an opportunity to deal with her. I never expected her divination results to be so precise. There is no doubt that the Vulture squad has previously ventured into this ruin and possesses some knowledge of the internal conditions. The danger level of the left path is indeed lower than that of the right. The radiation intensity is drastically different as well. The radiation intensity on the right is 3 orders of magnitude higher than that on the left. After donning exoskeleton armor, the Vulture squad could only operate in the right environment for about 10 minutes. In contrast, the left path would allow for at least 30 minutes of activity. Having confirmed the direction, under Li Guangquan's leadership, the group of 6 proceeded into the left altar of transportation. Once everyone had settled, Li Guangquan produced a dagger resembling a droplet of water and inserted it into the center of the altar. A mysterious chant resonated from the void. A cerulean radiance emanated from a spindle-shaped dagger, spreading outward and illuminating the entire altar. In the next moment, the crowd found themselves amidst a vast desert. The sea surged in the sky, while clouds drifted through the sands. Though they stood upon the yellow sand, An ethereal sensation of suspension enveloped them, reminiscent of legendary immortals soaring on the wind. Walking upon clouds, towering over the desert stood majestic sphinxes, their bodies a fusion of flesh and machinery. Their imposing forms bore golden pupils, casting elongated shadows beneath the sea. Such an expansive vista felt stifling. As if these statues, silent for millennia, might suddenly awaken and devour any intruders. The atmosphere was thick with spiritual energy, a veritable treasure trove for me. Chu Xiao's lips, hidden beneath a purification mask, curled in skepticism. Jinyu, is this place truly ominous? It is indeed perilous, Jinyu replied lightly, but only for the vulture squad. I just performed a divination. For us, this place holds no danger. The ride is a moderate fortune. And here, a great fortune. This means there is substantial opportunity awaiting us. It may even be connected to the celestial treasure. Are you certain it's a great fortune? Chu Xiao felt something was amiss. What principle governs your divination? Is it truly auspicious, or merely a fade of prosperity, or perhaps an illusion of safety? Is there any notion of seeking wealth amidst peril? Jinyu shook her head. I'm no expert in divination. Why don't you try another reading? Chu Xiao felt uneasy. Do you possess any unique energy within you? Perhaps you could harness that energy for our reading. Indeed, I have spiritual energy within me. Jinyu produced a compass. Let me test your method and conduct another reading. As Jinyu began her incantations, Li Guanquan, who had initially intended to provide an explanation, opted to wait. The attention of the others was fixated on Jinyu. Familiar incantations and data streams filled the air. However, under the influence of spiritual energy, the data transformed into a torrent, culminating in a binary waterfall that enveloped Jinyu entirely. Cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead. Her once spirited oval face now pale, resembling one on the verge of collapse. Stop. This wretched thing is draining you dry. Chu Xiao urgently shouted. I wish I could. Jinyu retorted, her composure faltering. But I can't seem to halt. As she spoke, Jinyu's eyes began to hollow, her skin resembling parched grass, her lips cracked. Just as she seemed on the brink of being consumed by the compass, Chu Xiao grasped her wrist, attempting to channel his own energy into her. Fortunately, his energy was able to replenish her strength. The vulture squad, initially hopeful for a favorable outcome, now felt a wave of dread wash over them. Captain, is this divination killing her? One member exclaimed. Could it be that this place isn't merely ominous, but exceedingly treacherous? Fear rippled through another member. Should we flee? Wait. Li Guanquan reassured them. This is merely a sign of overexertion. Chu Xiao is supplying her with energy, so there shouldn't be any significant issue. Regardless of whether we delve deeper or retreat, we must await the result of her divination. After another 10 seconds, the torrent of data and the binary waterfall dissipated, and the hexagram solidified. Jinyu, weakened yet enlightened, murmured, gleaning rewards from the fire, illuminating the darkness. Ominous, exceedingly ominous. Upon hearing this, rather than retreating, the vulture squad found their spirits invigorated. As if ignited with newfound fervor, one member shouted enthusiastically, gleaning rewards from the fire, illuminating the darkness. This place surely harbors great opportunities for our ascension. The uneducated populace of the wasteland had no right to education. Yet, those who became night watchmen obtained a cultural level equivalent to a high school graduate in Chu Xiao's previous life. Thanks to the symbiotic exoskeleton, they understood phrases like gleaning rewards from the fire and illuminating the darkness. As for the ominous warnings, the vulture squad was not concerned. Their initial desire to flee stemmed not from the danger present, but from their uncertainty regarding the potential treasures hidden beneath that danger. They feared returning empty-handed, rather than seeking fortune amidst peril. Now, upon hearing Jinyu's earnest divination affirming the presence of great opportunities, how could they not feel emboldened? Li Guanquan, suppressing his excitement, turned to the seemingly frail Jinyu. Perhaps the two heroes should return to the vehicle for some rest? Rest assured, I can manage, Jinyu replied, albeit with visible fatigue, leaving Li Guanquan in a difficult position. Had Jinyu not showcased her abilities, Li Guanquan would have dismissed her entirely, viewing her merely as a disposable tool for activating mechanisms. However, her capacity for divination was far too valuable to lose. Yet, he couldn't spare anyone to tend to her weaknesses, lest they find themselves short on expendable resources. Li Guanquan's expression was obscured by the exoskeleton. But Chu Xiao understood his unspoken concerns. Captain, our time in this relic is limited. We cannot afford to delay. You may proceed without hesitation. I shall ensure Jinyu's safety. With that, Li Guanquan ceased further discussion, leading the group toward the imposing sphinx before them. Despite the vast expanse of yellow sands, with the sky and earth seemingly swamped, the effective area was scarcely the size of a football field. The Sphinx, a singular entity forged from flesh and machinery, stood alone. The other sites were mere illusions, akin to holographic projections. Should they stray beyond this effective space, they would find themselves ensnared in a disorienting loop. The Sphinx served as the gateway to the relic's interior. Uncovering the truth amidst the myriad illusions would grant them passage to the next layer. According to Li Guanquan, the desert region posed no danger beyond intense radiation. During previous explorations, the Vulture Squad had learned the correct path to the relic's inner sanctum. Upon reaching the Sphinx, Li Guanquan once more produced a spindle-shaped dagger, resembling a droplet of water. The exoskeleton's armor crackled with purple electricity. Activating the dagger, the cerulean radiance blossomed forth, reminiscent of ancient doors creaking open. The Sphinx's colossal mouth yawned wide, and after a pause of roughly 10 seconds, it projected the same cerulean glow from its maw, enveloping the group and transporting them to another location. Still within the desert, Chu Xiao surveyed their surroundings, furrowing her brow. Do not tell me the interior of this relic is entirely desert. Li Guanquan chuckled softly. We remain in the outer layer. Accessing the next tier is no simple task. Stay close. With that, Li Guanquan approached the Sphinx once more, although their direction was the same. The group now faced south rather than east. After Li Guanquan activated the 4 Sphinxes in sequential order, they returned to their original position. Amidst the previously barren sands arose a statue far taller than all the Sphinxes combined. This one was no longer a mere amalgamation of machinery and flesh, but a pure crystalline structure, translucent and allowing a clear view of its internal workings. A mechanical heart, encrusted with bronze moss, pulsed vigorously, while azure liquid coursed through its veins, revealing its intricate organs. It resembled not just a crystal sculpture, but rather a crystal life form. Is it alive? Jinyu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Qin sneered, if it were alive, our squad would have been devoured long ago. We wouldn't still be here, lively and unscathed. It merely appears alive, he clarified. Oh, I see. Jinyu feigned ignorance. Chu Xiao, do you recognize the characters on the dagger? Si Hong. Chu Xiao blinked in surprise. What about you? Do you recognize it? The script of the cyberpunk apocalypse resembled a form of hieroglyph, a universal language, entirely divorced from Chinese characters. The inscriptions on Li Guanquan's dagger were in small seal script. After scrutinizing it for some time, Chu Xiao confirmed its identity. Logically, the inhabitants of this world should have no familiarity with such characters. Jinyu decisively shook her head. I don't recognize it. But I've seen similar characters on a surgical knife. A surgical knife? Chu Xiao was baffled. When did you undergo surgery? Wait a moment. Humanity's civilization has regressed. Their medical capabilities are abysmal. They lack even antibiotics. What sort of surgery could be performed? It wasn't me who underwent surgery, but Lu Muyan. Jinyu insisted earnestly. Just yesterday, Duri idleness, too, has its moments. Thus, I continue to engage in conversation with Jinyu. What is the sudden change in topic? I inquired. Do you harbor some audacious thoughts? Indeed I do. Jinyu replies, shrouded in mystery. I have recently discerned that when Li Guanquan's dagger emits a cerulean glow, my perception momentarily falters, akin to losing signal during a phone call. This led me to ponder whether anything bearing the word Sihong could similarly release this cerulean luminescence, thereby obstructing signals. If so, it is entirely plausible that the collective silence of the anti-air particle cannons during the Dragon-class invasion was orchestrated by Lu Muyun. He intends to harm you. Is that all? Chu Xiao chuckles softly, finding the notion both bold yet illogical. While I cannot recall the precise events that transpired thereafter, I am acutely aware that the mature third-generation specimen's objective was to eliminate me. If Lu Muyun were in cahoots with that third-generation creature, or if he sought to employ the dragon for his murderous intent, I would not have survived to this day. He could have easily dispatched me post-interrogation. Unseen and unheard at that point, I had yet to demonstrate any extraordinary power. To the upper echelons, I posed a mere threat, devoid of value. Chu Xiao, your reasoning is rather rigid, which is why it seems illogical to you. Jinyu counters. What if Lu Muyun's aim was to leverage the dragon catastrophe to compel the Gui Zero to awaken their extraordinary powers under the duress of life and death? In my recollection, it was Bai Loheng who ended the third-generation specimen. Yet, upon ascending to the 12 golden immortals, my intuition suggests that the true slayer of that mature third-generation creature was none other than you. Chapter 31. A decapitation, unblinking in death indeed. It was Chu Xiao who vanquished the mature third-generation specimen. However, from his perspective, there were no vivid recollections, only a mere transformation of points into lines. This very reason allowed him to evade the terrifying 99 lie detector tests. He had previously believed that the alteration of memories was a self-protective mechanism of his golden finger. Yet, after hearing Jinyu's assertion, could it be that it was Lu Muyun who tampered with everyone's memories? Jinyu wholeheartedly agreed with this theory. However, Chu Xiao disagreed. If all of this were orchestrated by Lu Muyun, why has my memory remained unaltered? It would have been far more prudent to align my memories with those of others to evade detection, rather than stand out and invite suspicion that if he truly possessed such capabilities, how could he commit such a fundamental error? I believe that the issue of memory alteration is still tied to the self-protective mechanism activated upon the initial awakening of the Guizero. After all, I can tear apart a mature third-generation specimen, so it stands to reason that altering a witness's memory would be a trivial matter. That makes sense. Jinyu mused. I just recalled the scene of your awakening. It seems I was the sole survivor among the non-combatants in the Dawn Hall. Had I not possessed the miraculous Koi constitution, I too might have perished in that dragon catastrophe. Wait a moment. Chu Xiao sensed something amiss. Are you certain you were the only survivor? Indeed, Jinyu affirmed. Aside from you, only Bai Changzhu and Lu Muyun remained alive in the Dawn Hall. All three Ashes camps were entirely annihilated, not a single severely injured individual left. Hold on, Jinyu's eyes widened suddenly. That if the target of the third-generation specimen was to eliminate you, how could there have been time for them to engage in a killing spree? Lu Muyun. He must be the one silencing witnesses. This revelation sheds light on many occurrences from the past few days. Lu Muyun's objective was likely to compel the Guizero to awaken extraordinary powers for his own gain. Presumably, City Lord Bai Luoheng is his accomplice. The mature third-generation specimen served as the pressure to stimulate the Guizero's awakening, while the silencing was to prevent leaks. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The self-protective mechanism activated post-awakening, modifying the memories of all witnesses, which led Lu Muyun to forget that Chu Xiao had already awakened. He dared not act openly but could only probe in secret, attempting to provoke Chu Xiao's awakening of abilities. Thus, the Hive Dragon catastrophe unfolded. Once it was confirmed that Chu Xiao had indeed awakened extraordinary powers, the three high-ranking officials of Jiangcheng convened to conspire with Chu Xiao, seeking to recruit him. Jinyu inquired, "What do you think Wang Su knows?" "Hard to say," Chu Xiao replied uncertainly. However, based on Wang Su's demeanor, he appears to be merely a pawn of Lu Muyun. Upon further reflection, it seems there are very few who are aware of my identity as a Guizero and still remain alive. Jinyu pursed her lips. What should we do now? Should we confront Lu Muyun directly upon our return? Similar to how we dealt with Commander Lu, negotiating benefits, and then rolling up our sleeves to get to work. Chu Xiao shot Jinyu a sidelong glance. "Oh, you take such delight in servitude. Is there not a yearning for something greater?" Jinyu was taken aback. "Isn't being well-fed, warmly clothed, and financially secure a pursuit in itself? What of freedom?" Chu Xiao asked earnestly. "Do you not desire freedom?" Jinyu rolled her eyes. "If given the choice, who would not wish for freedom? But for those of us implanted with self-destruct chips, is there truly a choice?" "There is, my friend." Chu Xiao's lips curled into a smile. "Did you not say that Li Guangquan's dagger can temporarily shield your perception and the anti-air particle cannons? It may very well be capable of blocking the activation signal of the self-destruct chip. Even if it cannot, my Qingping sword can induce electronic paralysis. It's just that I currently lack the precise control to wield it. The day I master the Qingping sword will be the day we remove the self-destruct chip and reclaim our freedom." Jinyu's eyes sparkled with hope. "Why did you not mention this ability sooner? Let us not dwell on such trivial details. I shall first test this vulture squad. That moment, the energy within the crystalline sculpture's gaping maw was nearing its limit. To activate this teleportation array leading into the depths of the ruins took nearly 5 minutes in total. Suddenly, Chu Xiao spoke up. "Deputy Qin, do you know about the Guizero? Isn't it simply a special existence with a synchronization rate of 0? Deputy Qin replied. Qin Shou shot him a sidelong glance. "Why do you ask this? Are you a Guizero?" Deputy Qin's keen insight was impressive. Chu Xiao immediately showered him with praise. "Indeed," Qin Shou scoffed, clearly unconvinced. "Then I expect the two Guizero to showcase their abilities and contribute to the human world that we are duty-bound," Chu Xiao declared resolutely, drawing the attention of the other two team members. They could not help but whisper in the team channel. "Does this Chu Xiao seem a bit dim-witted?" Qin Shou also felt he had overestimated Chu Xiao. Having been a test subject his entire life, how sharp could his mind possibly be, observing the Vulture Squad's reactions? Jinyu chuckled softly. "They truly have no idea of your identity. They are even unaware that a Guiguro has emerged in Jiangcheng. It seems our assumptions were correct. Chu Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the dagger in Li Guangquan's hand. These matters can wait until our return. Our priority now is to explore the ruins. There should be even more formidable Xiang artifacts within. Securing them may very well resolve the issue of the self-destruct chip. Chu Xiao chose not to speculate on the dagger's connection to the ruins, but instead entered an inquisitive mode. Deputy Qin, is the dagger in Team Leader Li's possession a specialized tool for activating ancient ruins? Is it available for purchase in the city, or must it be exchanged for merit? Qin Shou seemed disinterested, and it was another team member who responded. This is a serendipitous object for our captain, capable of resonating with the locations of associated ancient ruins. How could it possibly be for sale? That would be akin to a detector for ancient ruins. Jinyu asked innocently, such a crucial item. Are you not concerned it might be stolen? A test subject is just that. A test subject, devoid of common sense. Qin Shou replied nonchalantly. Only those with compatible genetic sequences can resonate with such an item. Without resonance, it is merely scrap metal. Qin Shou, where do you get all this nonsense? Focus. Li Guangquan's voice was cold, as if he were displeased with the two for revealing too much. The next layer will be perilous. Filled with many mechanical mummies, prepare for battle. With the captain's directive, the Vulture squad dared not be careless, and all members entered a state of combat readiness. Boom! A cerulean beam erupted from the mouth of the crystalline sphinx, enveloping everyone in its radiance. The dazzling light momentarily blinded their vision. When Chu Xiao's sight returned, he was met with a gruesome scene. A fully armed member of the Vulture squad was being torn asunder by a mechanical mummy covered in bronze moss. Arcs of electricity crackled, blood sprayed, and organs lay scattered across the ground. Help me! Captain, save me! The bisected team member wailed in agony, desperately writhing and reaching out to Li Guangquan. Please save me. Yet the response came in the form of a particle-long knife radiating a faint purple glow. With a swift stroke, it severed his head from his body, leaving him unblinking in death. Chapter 32. It ignites. Li Guangquan's blade was both swift and merciless. The voice emanating from beneath his mask was as cold as a mechanical synthesis. He has been bisected. There is no saving him. I do this for his own good. Qin swallowed hard, his throat constricted with difficulty. Despite the awareness that this was a necessary sacrificial rite, he could not help but break into a cold sweat each time he witnessed it. Chu Xiao, braced like a warrior facing an imminent threat, observed everything before him, his gaze flickering. With a swift motion, he tore apart a mechanical mummy, which seemed to receive some kind of command. The crimson light in its electronic eyes extinguished, leaving it standing still, silent. The vast space around them was still dominated by the desert, with a bronze coffin, corroded with rust, slanted atop the endless sands. As the mechanical mummy fell silent, the previously restless bronze coffin also succumbed to a stillness. It was evident that Li Guangquan possessed pertinent intelligence about this layer. By sacrificing a teammate, they could attain a brief respite. Let us consult the fates, shall we? Hero? Li Guangquan directed his gaze toward Jinyu, a smiley emoji appearing on the tactical visor. These mechanical mummies won't remain quiet for long. That we need the hero to guide us. This posed a dilemma for Jinyu. Captain Li, my abilities do not extend to fortune-telling. I can only predict outcomes or locate specific objects. Here, surrounded by sand, how can I discern anything? You must at least provide me with a reference point. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Guangquan handed Jinyu a dagger inscribed with the characters for compassionate navigation. This place must be connected to this dagger. Use it as a reference to divine-related objects to eye in this layer. Li Guangquan had only discovered a method to temporarily silence the mechanical mummies, a feat that had already cost numerous lives. Beyond that, he was utterly at a loss. This layer, like the previous one, was plagued by a labyrinthine phenomenon, compounded by the oppressive presence of mechanical mummies. Sacrificing a powerful exoskeleton warrior would grant them 10 minutes of safety. Once that time elapsed, hundreds, if not thousands, of mechanical mummies would rise from their coffins, ripping intruders to shreds, only to later join their ranks as mummies. Jinyu glanced at Chu Xiao, who nodded slightly. You may proceed with your divination. There is no need to worry about consumption. The radiation levels inside the ruins are high, and the density of the world's spiritual energy is also elevated. By circulating the upper clear yellow quartz scripture, the Dan energy will surge forth. Within this ruin, Chu Xiao is akin to having an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. With Chu Xiao's assurance, Jinyu immediately set to work. One hand grasped the divination compass, while the other wielded the slender dagger. Channeling his internal spiritual energy, he commenced a full divination, seeking dragons and dividing gold to inspect the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement represented another barrier. Haste, as per command, a tempest of data, woven from torrents of information, erupted above the compass. The binary waterfall enveloped Jinyu entirely. Chu Xiao's crystallized left arm pressed firmly against the area between Jinyu's third vertebrae. This was the site where Jinyu had previously housed a dragon egg, making it the most efficient entry point for Dan energy. Good heavens, is this a manifestation of the heavens? The teammate who had not been sacrificed stared at Jinyu before him, feeling as though they existed in entirely different realms. Captain, this girl appears to be cultivating immortality. Not merely appears, she is indeed cultivating immortality. Li Guangquan believed he had unraveled the mystery, barring unforeseen circumstances. These two should be the fruits of research related to immortal civilization experiments. We have struck gold. Qin's eyelids twitched suddenly. Boss, do you smell something burning, like a chip? Li Guangquan raised an eyebrow. And before he could respond, a chill surged from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to see the mechanical mummies, which should have remained silent for 10 minutes, suddenly erupting in green flames. The scarlet light in their electronic eyes flickered wildly, as if detecting something beyond analysis, causing their processors to overload. The mechanical mummies were ablaze. The Vulture squad members began to panic. Boss, what now? Should we cut them down? Cut down what? You fool, Li Guangquan shouted. Quickly form a defensive formation to protect the hero while she divines. The Vulture squad members quickly reacted, forming a triangular formation with Li Guangquan and Qin, shielding Chu Xiao and Jinyu within. Li Guangquan's expression was fraught with urgency. These mechanical mummies are not living beings. They possess formidable self-repair capabilities. Even if they are torn to pieces, they can recover in a very short time, making them virtually immortal. Heroes, you must hurry. We have no retreat. Li Guangquan's words rang true. To exit this ruin unscathed, they needed to activate the Slender Dagger. Currently, the dagger was in Jinyu's possession, utilized for divination to locate related objects. Until the divination results emerged, there was no room for escape, unless they were willing to forego their chance. Li Guangquan would never choose that option unless absolutely necessary. Jinyu remained silent, solely focused on channeling her spiritual energy. Chu Xiao observed the unfolding events with a detached gaze. Infusing Jinyu with Dan energy did not hinder his ability to draw forth the Qingping sword embryo to cleave through obstacles. In Chu Xiao's eyes, these non-living mechanical mummies posed no threat. In fact, they were countered perfectly by the without the concern of recovering energy. Chu Xiao decisively embarked on his endeavor, simultaneously channeling the Jiangcheng Huangting Classic and the Hunyuan Ichi-Ju. Consequently, the scene witnessed by the Vulture squad unfolded. The azure flames that blazed fiercely around Chu Xiao and his companion were not the green flames from the bronze coffin, but rather a manifestation of high temperatures simulated and transformed into the essence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Upon this development, the Huangting Classic surged with fervor as if invigorated by a stimulant. Spinning wildly, it forcibly absorbed the green flames from the bronze coffin, converting them into an immense quantity of spiritual energy. This caused the golden elixir within Chu Xiao's abdomen to nearly overflow. Once the flames from the bronze coffin were completely transformed and the internal temperature of the ruins returned to normal, Chu Xiao's golden elixir progress surged from 77 to 80. In the span of such a brief moment, his progress increased by 3%. For the first time, he had advanced his cultivation without relying on the quantum golden elixir, which filled him with exhilaration. Simultaneously, a conjecture arose within him. The difficulty of refinement determined the lifespan required for consumption. In cases of pure energy transformation, there was no need to expend lifespan. At that moment, the divination on the compass came to a standstill, and the strange phenomena surrounding Jinyu dissipated as if a conclusion had been divined. Li Guangquan immediately revealed a glimmer of hope. Hero, where shall we head next? However, Jinyu shook her head. I'm afraid I do not know. She spoke the truth. After such a lengthy divination, she had gleaned no answers, only a vague, enigmatic sensation within her. It was unrelated to fortune or misfortune, nor to the divination itself. It was merely an inexplicable. It seemed as though it had surpassed the auditory reception limits of humanity. Jinyu, as if struck by lightning, agonizingly covered his ears, attempting to thwart the inexplicable syllables from infiltrating his mind. Yet, all of this was in vain. The once dormant bronze-scaled patterns upon Jinyu's body flickered ominously. while his veins oscillated wildly between a normal hue and an ominous dark blue. This was a harbinger of his impending transformation into a dragon. If Jinyu were to metamorphose before unlocking the second tier of his genetic lock, he would never revert to human form. Realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, Chu Xiao immediately ceased the flow of his energy. However, the data stream emanating from the dagger-shaped knife could not be halted. Whoosh, once again. Countless sounds of air being sliced filled the air. From within the bronze coffin erupted a multitude of veins, though now they were as slender as strands of hair, their target shifting from a headless mummy to the dagger-shaped knife. The visage upon the mechanical tumor twisted further. Tears of blood morphing into a viscous, asphalt-like black liquid, surging towards the edge of Jinyu's transformation. Cihong. Chapter 35. The black water crystal. Chu Xiao finally comprehended the nonsensical syllables uttered by those faces. Cihong. Among the 12 celestial beings of orthodox teachings, there was one named Cihong. Cihong. Indeed, Chu Xiao summoned the Qingping sword embryo and struck down upon the mechanical tumor. The mechanical tumor was the source of Jinyu's impending transformation. Eliminating it would naturally resolve the issue. However, as soon as the sword's edge made contact with the mechanical tumor, it exploded with a resounding bang, akin to a water-filled balloon being burst. Water splashed everywhere, akin to a torrential downpour. The viscous black liquid, resembling asphalt, surged towards the two like a tidal wave. Chu Xiao, unwilling to be careless, immediately activated the Huaning scripture, manifesting a protective aura. His energy flared like flames, forming a wall of fire before him. The black liquid struck heavily against the wall, crackling and sizzling in a cacophony of sounds that it seemed as if the flames were the nemesis of this black liquid. Dissolving upon contact, the dissipating black liquid morphed into black smoke, rising to form distorted, indistinct faces in the air, incessantly singing eerie, incomprehensible syllables. Cihong. The relentless black liquid, undeterred by fear, sought to breach this fiery barrier. Ah! Jinyu emitted a low, inhuman groan of anguish, his elongated fingers sprouting twisted, serpentine bone spines. The bronze scales had nearly enveloped his entire body. Beneath every inch of his skin, flesh writhed, as if something were striving to burst forth from within him. Chu Xiao's expression turned grave. The unending onslaught of black liquid rendered him unable to focus on refining Jinyu's draconic traits. Otherwise, the black liquid would surely overwhelm them. The ceremony appointed by Zhang Beichen was vivid in his memory. This black liquid was evidently the same as that which had corrupted the appointed ceremony. Who knew what calamity would befall them if this malevolent substance made contact with their bodies? Refining Jinyu's draconic characteristics was a perilous strategy. Aside from the objective environment, their lifespans may not permit it. Should the difficulty of refinement exceed their lifespan limits, both would meet their demise. The same predicament would arise from attempting to refine the black liquid. Chu Xiao found it impossible to accept such a scenario. Unless the black liquid was resolved, Jinyu would undoubtedly transform, if it were a rational transformation. Chu Xiao could bear it. The inability to revert would not be a concern. He could accumulate his lifespan and gradually refine Jinyu's draconic traits, eventually restoring his human form. Yet, witnessing Jinyu's current state, it was clear he was spiraling into madness. A deranged dragon, given Chu Xiao's present capabilities, would either require him to return Jinyu to nature or painfully strike him down, in mere moments. 3 bloody dragon horns had sprouted from Jinyu's forehead. The anguished wails emanating from his throat had nearly lost all semblance of humanity, resembling pure draconic roars. Time was of the essence, and urgency was paramount. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened. He summoned all his energy, the data torrent and binary waterfall surging upon the Qingping sword embryo. With a single strike against the dagger-shaped knife, a resounding clang echoed. The metallic clash reverberated deafeningly, momentarily drowning out the bizarre syllables sung by the smoky faces. A crack appeared along the blade of the dagger-shaped knife. The once solidified draconic traits upon Jinyu flickered violently. There was hope. Sensing the shift, Chu Xiao began to unleash a flurry of strikes upon the dagger-shaped knife, the metallic clangor echoing incessantly. After a relentless barrage of 81 strikes, the dagger-shaped knife could no longer withstand the pressure. Its already fractured blade shattering dramatically, the strange syllables dissipated in tandem. The draconic traits upon Jinyu vanished entirely, leaving him pale and gasping for breath. The deluge of black liquid lost its source, cascading downwards and gradually engulfing the 4 corpses of the vulture squad. A thought struck Chu Xiao. He utilized his energy to part the black liquid and retrieve the 4 bodies. Upon his crystalline left hand, numerous golden patterns illuminated, ultimately forming a golden vortex that swiftly refined the four corpses. 4 days of lifespan were sacrificed. Yet, the four bodies did not transform into quantum golden elixirs. They merely became energy. Replenishing his OWNIT neither advanced his golden elixir progress nor extended his lifespan, nor would it enhance his star essence. This mirrored the situation when refining Jinyu's draconic traits, in an environment devoid of energy. It was purely a futile endeavor. This moment, Jinyu had finished consuming all the celestial liquid left in the thermos and was fully revitalized. Noticing Chu Xiao in deep thought, he bellowed, "What are you dawdling for? Aren't you capable of refining this vile substance into a quantum golden elixir? Hurry and gather this black liquid." Chu Xiao snapped back to reality, although he currently lacked the lifespan to refine the black liquid. With the Huaning scripture in hand and possessing the method to convert other energies into celestial energy, his lifespan would only continue to increase. Once it exceeded a decade, he could refine the black liquid at a later time. With this thought, Chu Xiao rubbed his hands together in excitement. Based on his past experiences, refining the black liquid into a quantum golden elixir would undoubtedly enhance his star essence. With star essence, he could seek skills from the celestial treasure lord. If he could discover a technique that triggers a miraculous synergy between the Huaning scripture and the Hunyuan Ichi-Chu, it would far surpass merely enhancing golden elixir progress. Action speaks louder than words. Chu Xiao retrieved the contents from the Qingping sword embryo and tossed them to Jinyu, forming hand seals as a vortex of data streams materialized upon the sword embryo. The sword hummed and trembled as the black liquid coalesced into numerous streams, rushing towards the data vortex. Despite the storage space being only 3 cubic meters, it greedily devoured the swirling black liquid in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, an unexpected event transpired. The ancient bronze sword became adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. The sound of cracking echoed ominously. The black liquid being drawn into the storage space seemed to awaken, emitting a piercing, shrill roar, desperately attempting to break free. The cracks upon the Qingping sword embryo were a direct consequence of the frenzied black liquid. The vengeful spirits would not relent. Chu Xiao aligned his fingers as if wielding a sword, slicing through the crystalline palm of his left hand, splattering crystalline blood across the fissured blade. Simultaneously, his energy erupted, encircling the Qingping sword embryo with a halo of flames. In an instant, thunderous explosions reverberated within the storage space. The pitch-black liquid was transformed into a viscous gel by the tempest generated by the energy flames. With each compression, the sword embryo emitted a mournful metallic wail, teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, Jinyu urged him to stop. "Hurry, your sword is going to explode." "I cannot cease," Chu Xiao resolutely declared. The more ferocious the black liquid, the more it attested to its authenticity as long as his lifespan was sufficient. The quantum golden elixir refined from it would undoubtedly yield significant star essence. Even if it resulted in the destruction of the Qingping sword embryo, Chu Xiao would not flinch to seize the opportunity amidst the flames. This black liquid must be acquired. Veins bulged upon Chu Xiao's crystalline left arm as he relentlessly poured energy into the sword, the storage space emitting an agonizing creak, as if the space itself were lamenting. At this moment, the shrieking black liquid was compressed to the size of a basketball, ready to launch its final counterattack. Clang! The Qingping sword shattered. Chu Xiao's hands were left with ruptured palms. Blood flowed along the blade, tracing golden runes, ultimately preventing the storage space from collapsing alongside the shattered sword. In a daze, Chu Xiao felt as if countless scarlet eyes had opened within the storage space. Yet, in the next moment, there was naught to be found. Only a walnut-sized black crystal, adorned with vascular crystalline patterns, pulsated rhythmically within the reduced storage space. Chapter 36. Ascension. A sudden clang echoed as the broken sword fell to the ground. Exhausted, Chu Xiao collapsed onto the ground. "I am utterly drained." The infinite blue bar was merely relative. When consumption far exceeded recovery, exhaustion was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, compressing the volatile black liquid had an exceedingly taxing effect on his mental fortitude. Leaving Chu Xiao utterly fatigued, he was handed a thermos by Jinyu. "There are a few milliliters of celestial liquid left inside. Consider it a gift. Didn't you just finish drinking?" Chu Xiao curiously accepted the thermos. Puzzled as to how it contained more liquid, Jinyu chuckled, his eyes gleaming. "When I transformed into a dragon, I spilled some blood on the ground. On a whim, I refined that blood. Guess what? The blood I released after my transformation counts as dragon blood. It became the celestial liquid you are now drinking." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao, who had just consumed the celestial liquid and was already feeling revitalized, felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly. His expression twisting in distaste. "I drank your blood? What's with that expression?" Jinyu shot him a glare. "I didn't complain about you, yet you turn your nose up at me. Believe it or not. Next time I visit my relatives, I'll refine them into celestial liquid for you." With a perplexed expression akin to that of a bewildered soul, Chu Xiao remarked, "Come on, my dear brother, we are heroes of Jiangcheng. After all, there is no need to indulge in such grotesque tastes. After all, it's not every day that I regain my femininity, only for you to exploit it in this manner." Chu Xiao made a scissor gesture towards Xinyu, exclaiming, "Two words, defying the heavens." Xinyu, unfazed, retorted, "Stop dawdling. If you can breathe, get up quickly. We must devise a way to escape this wretched place." Rising to his feet, Chu Xiao brushed off the remnants of foolishness from his attire and surveyed his surroundings. "Is there no lower level?" he inquired. Xinyu shrugged. "There should be, but I do not know how to access it. Moreover, after consultation, the enigmatic feeling in my heart has vanished. This black water must be our opportunity." Jinyu glanced at the two broken sword fragments that Chu Xiao had picked up. "Those are shattered. Surely their storage space has vanished as well." "Rest assured, there remains a cubic meter," replied Chu Xiao as he stored the broken swords into the quantum elixir. "As long as there is a dragon's spine, the Qingping sword embryo can be mended. It's not a significant issue that as he spoke. Chu Xiao turned his gaze toward the immense crystal coffin before him. "To be honest, I am quite curious about what lies within this coffin. SOMI, Xinyu said, pulling out an 8 trigrams compass. "Caution is the mother of safety. I shall first divine a reading. After determining the auspiciousness or inauspiciousness, we will decide whether to open the coffin and inspect the body." Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. "That seems reasonable." Habitually, he attempted to infuse Xinyu with elixir energy, but Xinyu rebuffed him. "After transforming into a dragon, my genetic lock has reached 100. I wish to test whether I can independently divine using my current strength. It also serves to gather data for the future." "All right then," Chu Xiao conceded. "Just let me know if you can't hold on." Jinyu's strength would undoubtedly be enhanced, which did not surprise Chu Xiao. The essence of a hybrid was to harness the human soul to wield dragon power. The dragon power's recent rampage within Jinyu had nearly triggered a transformation, thus amplifying the intensity of the genetic lock. This was only logical. It also aligned with the initial hexagram Jinyu had divined. To take risks in the midst of fire. To shine brilliantly. This was Zheng Yu's opportunity, just as the black water was Chu Xiao's. However, Chu Xiao's opportunity would manifest later, as his lifespan needed to increase to fulfill ITO seek the dragon and discern the gold. Each layer of entanglement is a barrier. With urgency, Xinyu activated the 8 trigrams compass, from which green flames erupted, coalescing into a tiny flame figure that danced upon the compass. Yet, in the span of 3 breaths, the flame figure dissipated, the compass remained still, and the hexagram unchanged. Zheng Yu sensed something within. No misfortune. But what of fortune? Chu Xiao asked. Not even a hint of good fortune. Zheng Yu shook his head. This is not fortune-telling. It's all intuition. Regardless, there is no misfortune, so feel free to proceed with your antics. Just make sure to leave promptly. I have no desire to linger in this cursed place. Feeling relieved, Chu Xiao placed his hands upon the coffin lid and exerted force. The lid did not budge. Undeterred, he poured all his elixir energy into the effort, activating his physical prowess to the utmost. Yet the coffin lid remained steadfast. Observing this, Zheng Yu hopped over. On the count of 3, let us exert our strength together. If it fails, we shall abandon it. 3.2.1. The coffin undoubtedly belonged to a stubborn creature. As solid as a rock, Zheng Yu decisively relinquished the endeavor. Let us go, my brother. I am famished. Then let us have some compressed biscuits to tide us over. Chu Xiao replied, still not ready to give up. I wish to inspect the other coffins. The demise of the mechanical mummies would likely lead the vulture squad to experience dragon-related aftereffects. This led Chu Xiao to a possibility. The materials used to create the mechanical mummies likely included dragon organs. If the bronze coffins were filled with mechanical mummies, he intended to fuse them into the Qingping sword embryo, hoping to see if he could reforge the broken sword. Do as you wish. Zheng Yu said nonchalantly, tearing open a packet of compressed biscuits and stuffing them into his mouth. Unlike the crystal coffin, the bronze coffin lid was less restrained. With a mere lift, it opened, revealing a withered mechanical mummy within. Compared to the outermost one, this mummy was smaller in stature. It seemed the headless mummy was their king. Chu Xiao promptly extracted the broken sword and melded the withered mummy into it. A surge of data illuminated, only to extinguish rapidly without revealing a binary waterfall. Jinyu, cheeks stuffed, asked, "Did nothing happen?" Glancing at the item description of the Qingping sword embryo, Chu Xiao noticed an addition, a repair progress of 0.05. Effective. Though the effect is minimal, he exclaimed joyfully. Only 2,000 such mechanical mummies are needed to restore the Qingping sword embryo. Zhen Yu surveyed the surroundings. Excluding that crystal coffin, there are a total of 3,333 bronze coffins here. That should suffice for repairing the broken sword. This was one of Zhen Yu's remarkable abilities. He was exceptionally sensitive to numbers and could discern the exact count at a glance. Thus, Chu Xiao commenced the process of opening coffins and inspecting the bodies. After half an hour, the Qingping sword embryo was restored to its former glory. Not only that, but the progress for the dragon spine of the 5th generation had reached 2/3 completion. Only a mature 5th generation dragon spine remained for the sword body to take shape. This was an unexpected delight. "Can we leave now?" Zhen Yu inquired, rubbing his stomach with a hint of impatience. "I am on the verge of starvation." Glancing at his empty bag, Chu Xiao was taken aback. "How has your appetite suddenly grown so large? This entire bag of compressed biscuits was meant to sustain an entire night owl squad for 3 days, and you've consumed it all yet remain hungry." Jinyu replied with conviction, "I am no longer entirely human. You must consider a dragon's appetite as my measure." "Very well." Holding the Qingping sword embryo, Chu Xiao approached the enormous crystal coffin once more. "I shall give the Qingping sword embryo one final attempt. If it still does not open, we shall immediately flee and return to the city for a grand feast." Chu Xiao sought to test the electronic paralysis characteristic of the Qingping sword embryo. Zhen Yu cheered. "Hooray!" Chu Xiao, channeling all the elixir energy within him, allowed light to swirl around him. Gripping the sword with both hands held high, he delivered a powerful strike upon the crystal coffin. A resonant hum echoed through the air. The Qingping sword embryo left an almost imperceptible mark upon the crystal coffin, and a terrifying surge of data erupted from beneath the coffin lid.